Okay, well, welcome to Plants, Consciousness, and Transformation. I'm Terence Mckenna. I know many of you. We will meet here today and tomorrow, 10 to noon, 1:30 to 5. And basically this is a workshop to discuss the interaction between plants and human beings, specifically the psychological and mental interpenetration of these two very different kinds of life forms. And those of you who are concerned about a paper that you may write relative to this class, I'll say a few words about that before the afternoon session, so don't fret about it. It will all come clear in time. I think of this course as plants and mind, and the way I like to teach is to just begin to lay out the basic pieces of what is a very complex interdisciplinary puzzle, and hopefully at some point your specialties, your passions, your interests will ignite the whole thing, and it will have then a dynamic of its own. We could discuss these matters for 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, or as I've done for about 40 years, 35 years. There is no end to it. And very few areas of human endeavor dissolve the disciplinary boundaries of Western academia as thoroughly as the study of human and psychoactive plant interactions do. There are important issues here in biology and botany, in biogeography, in ethnography and ethnology, in psychology and neurophysiology, in the study of symbols. The number of disciplines that have to be brought to bear on this subject is, I think, a central clue to how important it is to understanding our humanness. And I represent a radical point of view on these matters, and I don't imagine I was invited here to dumb it down. So, if you had Darwin, you'd get natural selection. If you had Freud, you'd get sexual repression. So you've got Mckenna, so you're going to get psychoactive catalysis of consciousness, because that's basically why I think these ideas are so important. But before we get to that, let me just lay out some of the field. Human beings began their career, well, we can trace it back to the primordial slime, I suppose, but our animal career was a career of insectivorous vegetarian and fruitarianism, lived out in the arboreal canopies of tropical rainforests. And all animal species, indeed all life, tends to occupy an evolutionary niche and then stabilize itself in that niche. Termites, cockroaches, these sorts of organisms found their niche hundreds of millions of years ago and filled it to perfection and have occupied it ever since. Generally, nature is not progressive in its particulars. Overall, nature is progressive, but its particulars seek equilibrium. And so it would have been in the case of our primate ancestors. They achieved a dynamical balance, as I said, a diet of insects and fruit, a canopy habitat, language of pack signaling designed to convey danger and information about food sources and so forth and so on, And there they would have remained had it not been for the larger ecodynamics of the planet, ecodynamics which are still shaping human habitat in Africa. Because what has been going on in Africa for at least 5 million years is a slow drying of the continent. And it disrupted this rainforest ecology, so that about 2 to 4 million years ago, I mean, these are vast spans of time we're talking about, the rainforest began to island itself and to be restricted to the wetter areas of Africa and into the new environment, the more xerophytic or arid environment that was coming into being. A very diminished plant community took hold, a community of opportunistic grasses, annuals, heavy cedars, this sort of thing. Now we know that the rainforest was primary because the rainforest, just to give you a broad notion, might consist of over 100,000 plant species. The grassland ecosystem might well consist of under 500 species, and all 500 grassland species can be found as rare members of the flora of the rainforest. So clearly what we have are the survivors of a process of clearing. And there is argument among botanists about this, but Carl Sauer, who was a great geographer and thinker on these matters, held that there is no such thing as a natural grassland, that grasslands are the earliest artifacts of human impact on the planet. Grasslands are created by burning. They promote the growth of cereals and so feed into the human food chain. So our primate ancestors' ecological adaptation to arboreal life was interrupted by this process. And key to my thinking about all this, and those of you who are going to have careers in all this, I hope some of you will take it up and adumbrate it. I think the great overlooked factor in any model of human evolution, and indeed in evolutionary models of many other species, is we have not given enough emphasis to diet. When we talk about natural selection of an animal species, we tend to think that the genome expresses a physical type, and the phenotype is then subject to selection by natural environment. Some biologists have seen the thinness of this understanding. L.L. White wrote a book called Internal Factors in Evolution, in which he pointed out that the womb is itself an environment that makes a very heavy selection before an organism is ever born into the theater of Darwinian selection. So it isn't a tabula rasa that you're born into the theater of natural selection. You have been subject to natural selection from the very earliest moments of the existence of the zygote. So that's one factor. But what I have emphasized is diet. Diet is an input of potentially mutagenic factors into the body that can have enormous consequences on the health of an individual or the general evolution of a population. And I've used the toolbox of ideas that I'm going to put forward here today and tomorrow to try and address what seems to me to be one of the most centrally interesting questions to be asked of this world, and that is, what is human consciousness? Where did it come from? And why does it exist at all? And I believe that we can, by thinking about psychoactive plants, diet, and the early human evolutionary situation, we can make a lot of progress on this question. And we can illuminate some of our political dilemmas that persist to this day, the gender friction that typifies human society, the hierarchy structures and the tensions they create, so forth and so on. So let me run through this and get it off my chest, and then we can talk about the larger materia medica of psychoactive change relative to plants. As the rainforest retreated, our remote primate ancestors came under nutritional pressure, obviously, because their area for gathering food was being physically diminished. Now, when as you probably know or have observed, most animal species are very particular about their food intake. And if you've ever tried to raise butterflies or something for your children, you know that if you capture a caterpillar in the wild but don't pay close attention to the plant you find it on, you can't just put grass in a peanut butter jar with a caterpillar and expect great success. Animals are highly specialized in their choice of foods. Why is this? Well, as near as we can tell, eating all kinds of foods from an evolutionary point of view is a very reckless move indeed, because plants represent chemical smorgasbords of various types that have accumulated over time in the genome of a particular organism. If you have a very broad-based diet, you are exposing yourself to many different kinds of mutagenic influences. As a strategy for survival of a species, this is not good. Much better to specialize, to evolve special enzymatic pathways to deal with toxins. So, for instance, we know certain animals can eat things that other animals would become ill from or even die. And this is the way it's done. And all animal species tend to evolve toward these very bland monodiets. Now, what happens when there is an upheaval in an environment, geomagnetic reversal, a volcanic eruption, a drought, something like that, and ordinary sources of nutrition become restricted? Then an organism has basically two choices. It can go extinct, starve itself out of existence, or if it has more flexible behaviors, it can begin to experiment with previously rejected potential foods in the environment. Rejected probably because of strong taste or something like that, which are clues to the presence of marginally acceptable chemical compounds of some sort. Our remote canopy living ancestors, as I mentioned, were fruitarian insectivores. They, under nutritional pressure, began to expand their repertoire of foods. They also began to explore the grassland environment. And I mentioned that the grassland environment is much poorer in total number of plant species than the rainforest. Thus, and logically, the potential number of food sources is also limited. Baboons and chimpanzees will dig with sticks for the corms, the swollen roots of grasses. So as our remote ancestors began to explore this new environment of the grasslands, they also began to explore new dietary items. And one of the items that they would surely have observed are coprophytic mushrooms. mushrooms which prefer dung as their environment. Coprophilic or coprophytic is the word for this. Many of these species of coprophytic mushrooms elaborate psilocybin, which, as I assume you know, is one of the major psychoactive alkaloids. Psilocybin occurs in many species of mushroom. It's unknown outside of the fungi. But I maintain that, in a sense, psilocybin is the best model for human interaction with a psychedelic, or that all other psychoactive plant usages are an effort to duplicate, return to, or somehow evoke the original human relationship to psilocybin. And here is and it is not simply its psychoactive properties that makes psilocybin a potential catalyst for human consciousness. It is its psychoactive properties in combination with certain other properties that make it uniquely suited to carry out the role of catalysis of consciousness in a higher animal. What are these unique characteristics? Well, first of all, in very low doses, psilocybin increases visual acuity. If you want to go back into the literature, Roland Fisher in the middle 60s took graduate students and gave them small amounts of psilocybin or placebo, and he built an apparatus where two parallel strips of metal could be deformed by winding a crank. And he asked people to push a button when the two strips seemed to them to cease to be parallel. And he demonstrated that edge detection is enhanced by small amounts of psilocybin. Well, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to realize that edge detection is at a very high premium in any grassland situation where predation is taking place. The lion moving in the grass 300 yards away as it creeps upon your camp, or the gazelle trying to slip away through the tall grass from your hunting party. Edge detection is the key to success or failure in hunting in that kind of a situation. And it's extraordinary that we can statistically demonstrate this improved visual acuity occurring in the presence of psilocybin. What it would have done, you see, is these proto-hominids who would accept the psilocybin into their diet would have a slightly enhanced success in hunting. That slightly enhanced hunting success would mean more nutritional resources available for them and their offspring presumably inculcated into the habit of also eating the mushrooms. So what we have here is a slight favoring then of those animals in the population that would accept psilocybin into the diet. At slightly higher levels, psilocybin is, like all CNS stimulants, causes arousal. And arousal is simply a feeling of unfocused restlessness. You know, it's that 2 espresso feeling. Sleep is impossible. Hands are busy at small tasks. One is aware of one's sphere of awareness extends out somewhat further. And in highly sexed animals like primates, arousal means erection in the male. And this is very important for this theory because we not only have to account for human consciousness, but we have to account for the peculiar dislocation that human consciousness seems to carry with it, that we are both of nature yet not of nature, somehow creatures with one foot in nature and one foot in heaven. And how does this come about. I believe, and I'm willing to argue it against all comers, that a key element to understanding our sociology and our sexual politics and all that is to realize that psilocybin had two effects in the early human populations that were using it. One, we're very familiar with if we're psychedelic sophisticates ourselves. It's the psychedelic experience, the boundary-dissolving, hallucinatory, shamanic apotheosis that occurs with psilocybin. But the other effect is to medicate the tendency to form dominance hierarchies. And this is very controversial. In other words, what I'm saying is that all primates form dominance hierarchies. And what that means, just to remind you, is that the hard-bodied, long-fanged young males take control of the group. They control the children, the women. They order the old, the homosexual, and the young. Everybody is under their thumb. And part of our dilemma as a global society is that though we claim great sophistication, we still live under male dominance hierarchies. Corporations, universities, family structures, long-fanged males are still ordering around the elderly, the weak, and the female among us. And as we are conscious beings and reflect upon this, it creates great social dislocation and political unhappiness and tension in relationships and so forth and so on. I believe that our unique position in the animal world arose as a consequence of a chemical suppression of a natural behavior pattern. The pattern of male dominance, of forming dominance hierarchies, was interrupted by an item in the diet, psilocybin. And into this chaos, this egalitarian chaos, which resulted, was a situation in which everything about us that we treasure and hold up as human was put in place. In other words, theater, language, dance, story, altruism, ethics, metaphysics, did I say poetry? Everything that makes us human came into being roughly 100,000 in the last, from 100,000 to about 15,000 years ago. People lived in balance with the earth, with the larger biome in which they were embedded. There was not product fetishism ushering into enormous toxic processes involving the smelting of metals or the extraction of rare elements from the earth. Now, you could object and say, well, but they just simply weren't sophisticated enough to do those things. I maintain that our technical sophistication is a very specialized form of cultural adaptation, and that comparing us and finding us favorably compared to the civilization of Homer or Çatalhöyük or Altamira is simply a form of cultural chauvinism. Okay, but psilocybin had other effects besides this suppression of male dominance that I mentioned and this increased sexual thing, which I did mention, but I didn't draw the correct conclusion there. If you have something in your food which is, to put it crudely, acting as an aphrodisiac, then it is reasonable to expect that you will have more pregnancies, and reasonable to expect that you will therefore have, again, a tendency to outbreed the non-psilocybin using members of the population. So we have two factors here: increased visual acuity, which gives greater food gathering capacity, increased sexual activity, which tends to outbreed the non-psilocybin imbibing members of the group, and then on top of all this, you have this ecstatic internal state for which we, with all our cultural and epistemic sophistication, are still unable to come to terms. The mystery of the psychedelic experience. Now, these things taken together with other factors working in parallel created, I think, the dilemma and the glory and the opportunity of humanness. Once we began, under nutritional pressure, to expand our diet, we were delicately poised on the edge of omnivorousness. Because recall, in the canopy situation, we were insectivores, our remote ancestors. We were not simply vegetarians. We were insectivores. In the grassland environment, we began probably to originally to follow along behind lion kills and that sort of thing and eat carrion. One evolutionary theory says that our suppressed olfactory apparatus, the fact that we have a very limited sense of smell, is because there was a period in our evolution when we did a lot of rooting around in carcasses. This is not the noble image we might have wished, but there it is. If you need a countervailing theory, because you don't like that one, the other theory is, no, we lost our sense of smell because when we stood upright, we got our faces up off the ground, and that's where the smells are anyway, so it all sort of became useless equipment, and we dropped it. A point that I've become convinced of in the last couple of years that is definitely not PC is that I've noticed, and my attention was called to it by Philippe de Vaugelet, who's a friend of mine, carnivores are the most conscious of animals. Cows have very little interest in the habits of chipmunks or birds or anything else. All they do is munch grass. Carnivores, on the other hand, have an acute interest in the behavior of other animals. And in fact, I'm on the brink of willing to argue that the earliest consciousness was not self-consciousness. It was consciousness of how dinner thought. Because if you can think like your dinner, you can go out and plant yourself in its path of behavior and have dinner, you see. And if you will look at the difference between, a gerbil and a house cat, the intelligence level is striking. And I think that this attention to the behavior of other animals on the part of an emerging habit of carnivorous behavior is going to have to be taken into consideration. It's interesting that shamanism, which is in a sense the earliest intellectual pursuit, emerges in its early phase as a technique for identifying with animals. Hunting magic is what we're talking about here. And so I think that there was a very interesting mix of factors and players in the early human evolutionary situation. First of all, a canopy-dwelling primate with a pack signaling repertoire is forced into a grassland environment where psilocybin mushrooms occur, where small and large animals are predating upon each other, and where nutritional options are highly restricted. And as this animal makes its adaptive choices, it moves deeper and deeper into the realm of mind. First, the modeling of the behaviors of other animals and the behaviors of plants, because in a hunting-gathering situation, when plants produce fruit, what environments They prefer what other plants they grow in association with, what soil types they prefer. All of these things are cofactors feeding in to an image of the world. And this image of the world, by its accuracy or falsity, decrees life or death upon those who carry it. The omnivorousness forced us into an awareness of other animals. That made us, that put us on the level of intelligence of a hunting cat or something like that. But the psilocybin experience at higher doses, and obviously by this time inculcated for sexual and ritual and hunting purposes into the society, also impels you into a non-local, invisible, magical world that is, to use a Jungian term, highly numinous, highly charged with the energy of the archetype, of the archetypal world. And as I said, to this day, we are not able to come to terms with this. No matter how much Derrida or Husserl or Wittgenstein you've imbibed, it still is a very challenging thing to dissolve your ordinary state of consciousness and abandon yourself to the dynamic of the larger mind that we find ourselves embedded in. For a long time, therefore, up, let's say, I mean, numbers are numbers, but let's say from 50,000 years ago to 12,000 years ago, there was a kind of paradise on this planet. Poetry coexisted with a balanced ecosystem. Observational sciences, astronomy, botany, biology, taxonomy, the observational sciences coexisted with the natural world. And then the same factors which created this Edenic situation, which remember what they were, it was the drying of the African continent that caused the rainforest retreat. That same process had been going on, slowly, inevitably, endlessly, and about between, well, after the last glacial melt, which began 20 to 17,000 years ago, Africa went dramatically dry. And the Sahara Desert began to form, where there had been a vast grassland dotted by sandstone pinnacles, cut by rushing streams, and crowded with vast herds of game. And that was the theater of human emergence. But when it began to go dry, it went dry rather dramatically. These ice cores coming out of Iceland make this clear. Nevertheless, as late as Roman times, the Roman historian Pliny referred to North Africa as the breadbasket of Rome, because they were growing wheat in vast amounts in North Africa as recently as 2,000 years ago, in areas now where there is nothing. Well, this paradisical African psilocybin matriarchal partnership, psychedelic, shamanic, archaic, whatever you want to call it, society was then pushed into crisis. And a number of things happened. First of all, migrations of people out of Africa. This happens every time there's a glacial melt. Human populations were trapped, or proto-hominid populations get trapped during the glacials, because the last glacial period, the glaciers came as far south as northern Israel. So human populations get trapped, and then in the interglacials during the melts, they radiate outward. People began leaving the Sahara, settling in the Nile Valley, and this shamanic use of psilocybin was disrupted because the environment which made it possible was disrupted. And when that happened, and this I'm closing the loop here for you, few of my raps are so sustained. When that happened, the pattern of male dominance the pattern that was genetically never removed, but which had been pharmacologically suppressed for over 100,000 years, perhaps, reasserted itself with a vengeance. It was always there. It had never been bred out. And it must have been an era of enormous brutality, when people's sense of things was that people were turning bad. Suddenly, we get a whole bunch of things come at once. An end to nomadism, the beginnings of sedentary agriculture, city building, standing armies, slavery, male kingship, dominance. All of these things appear just almost overnight. They spring up. And I maintain they are what a monkey would build as a civilization if suddenly all of its worst behavioral tendencies came to the forefront with a vengeance. And that's precisely what happened. In the period when we were self-medicating ourselves with psilocybin, we passed from being an animal into being the peculiarly spiritual entity that we are. We elaborated observational techniques, theories of magic, language. But when the psilocybin was withdrawn, these tools, which had been our glory, became instead our curse. Because instead of using them to produce theater and dance and ecstatic social interaction, we began to use them to support the new and older agenda of male dominance. And it's a frightening thing, to think. People following their cattle across the African plain, eating the mushrooms, seeing the mushrooms as part of the output of the cattle in the same way that meat and milk and manure were output of the cattle. A mother goddess religion, a religion of the land that moves lightly over the soil, no evidence of intergroup conflict, so forth and so on. And somehow, then, this process, which took a long time, of domesticating cattle, because I'm sure you can see how it all worked, how these factors were disparate, and then they flowed together. Human beings followed cattle because they were following kills of lions. You follow the cattle in the same way that the jackals follow the cattle to deal with the lion kills made by large predators. Well, then, in the course of this, you encounter weakened animals or abandoned infant animals, and you care for them. And over 20,000 years, this turns into domestication of animals, husbandry of cattle. But you take away the psilocybin, and I think this is a frightening thing to contemplate. The earliest cities, I will argue, were pens for human beings. That's what a city is. It's a pen for human beings. Some of these dominant males said, well, we control cattle. Why shouldn't we control human beings in the same way? Why shouldn't a king order his people with the same impunity that he orders the slaughter and the movement of herds of goats and cattle? And all of the institutions that we labor under came into being at this moment of transition from the late Neolithic, or from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic, to the agricultural situation. The reason for this, I believe, can be traced to the evolution of consciousness. I mean, consciousness is a double-edged sword. One of the factors, I think, that contributed to the reemergence of male dominance was that at some point, human intellectual capacity reached the point where a distant cause could be connected to an effect, And the effect and cause that were being observed was the sex act. At some point, men and women presumably, but men must have understood that an act of copulation, if carried out successfully and in the right rhythm to the moon, will result in a child 9 months later. If you don't have that understanding, you have no sense of male paternity. So you have a very tight social bond, because for men, the children are our children, the children of the group. Once you have a sense of male paternity, then you have ownership, and this then becomes very problematic. At the very moment that men were figuring this out, women were noticing that in the yearly round of following the cattle, when they would return to the kitchen middens and fire pits abandoned a year previously, that there would be food in those areas, an abundance of food plants from cast-off kernels of cereals and so forth and so on. So then there is this awareness. If we bury food sources, then food will come out of the ground. The problem with agriculture in the early phase is that it's hideously efficient. And what it does is it immediately creates such a surplus that you have to stop moving. Nomadism has to be abandoned. You till fields and you overproduce, and then you must store and defend your overproduction against less fortunate human groups in the area. The most advanced building on this planet in 8,000 BC was the grain tower at Jericho. And what was it? It was a grain storage tower, and it had a staircase so that you could carry large rocks up onto the parapet so that you could drop them onto the heads of enemies who were trying to batter their way into your grain tower. So I've spent some time on this because this could be taught, this course, without any reference to our contemporary dilemma, which is, and by that dilemma I mean the dilemma of gender difference, male dominance, underutilization of females in society, underutilization of feminine points of view in society. But obviously there is a lot of tension in our society around the issue of psychedelic intoxication, around the issue of these shamanic plants, though there is a growing awareness among sophisticated people that the case is almost entirely emotional. In other words, we tolerate outlandishly toxic drugs, alcohol, tobacco. We're willing to make a trade-off of 70,000 deaths a year in this country for the privilege of driving the automobile, so forth and so on. We tolerate very toxic practices if they are seen to be somehow supportive of the agenda being handed down from the top. Psychedelics are not, and they are seen as tremendously disruptive, and yet, as the ethnographic and pharmacological data comes in, they are among the most benign substances in the world, and their history of human usage is almost universal. And then the question is, do these intoxications limit the spectrum of consciousness and allow hierarchical models to be handed down and brainwashed into the doubters? Or do these states of consciousness dissolve cultural assumptions and cast the individual into an ocean of existential perplexity out of which they have to build their own model of how the world works? Well, I believe the reason for this tension in our society and anxiety and suppression, furious suppression of these things, is because we sense that this addresses origins in the same way that it took a long time to overcome our queasiness about discussing sexuality. There's something about the origin subjects that make us very, very nervous. Okay, so that's a very linear discussion of the role of one psychoactive plant in human history, psilocybin. And as I say, I think it was uniquely, chemically, botanically positioned to play that role in human consciousness. Now, the contemporary situation worldwide is that we find many forms of shamanism, from the Arctic to the rainforest tropics, and shamanism always depends for its efficacy on a dislocation or a transformation of ordinary consciousness. And we see this achieved in many different ways, through fasting, through ordeal, meaning abandonment in the wilderness or flagellation, througelaborate theatrical effects, special effects, through the use of substances in plants. And there has been a controversy in anthropology, never resolved over the past 40 years. What is the authentic shamanism? And those of you who are anthropologists know that Merciliade, who was one of the great experts in this field, claimed, he called use of plants in a shamanic context decadent. He called the use of such plants narcotic. Well, first of all, the use of the word narcotic in that context shows you don't know what you're talking about in terms of pharmacology. That's a totally obsolete and silly category, and not true to boot. Psychedelics are in no sense narcotic. Gordon Wasson, on the other hand, who was a brilliant amateur and the discoverer of the psilocybin cults in Mexico, along with his partner and wife, Valentina Wasson, took just the opposite position and said, no, use of plants to transform consciousness is the primary method, where there is resort to ordeal, fasting, wilderness abandonment, so forth and so on. This is the derivative, late arriving, decadent shamanism. In fact, this is shamanism on its way to turning into religion of the ordinary sort. And in fact, if we look at religion of the ordinary sort, we see that it does have a place for fasting. It does have a place for self-flagellation. It does admit those techniques, but no organized religion of any size tolerates the use of psychedelics in consciousness transforming amounts. And that little parenthetical phrase is there because one of the things that you should know and remember and keep always in front of you is that if you wish to control someone, or if you want to brainwash somebody, the way you do it is with small amounts of drugs and large amounts of your message, whatever it is. So, but if you give people large amounts of a psychedelic, your message will take its place in the parade of ideas and find its relative importance. So using drugs does not mean, if you come upon a cult or a group or an individual using psychedelic substance, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are on a path of spiritual and shamanic transformation. It may be that they just are self-enforcing some private Idaho of illusion in which they choose to live. But if large doses are being taken, and by large I simply mean effective, full-spectrum doses. One of the wonderful things about these substances is that the effective dose is a long ways away from a dangerous dose. The LD50, in other words, is very favorable. The boundary, so then let me talk for a minute about the character of this experience generally. What is the plant hallucinogen experience in all times and all places for all people? I mean, I don't know if you can be that general, but it's important to try. What it is it's an experience of boundary dissolution. It's an experience of having categories obliterated, of having previously defined boundaries and differences eliminated. The enterprise of being and the enterprise of language is basically an enterprise of defining boundaries. I am myself, you are you, this is now, that was then, we are here, they are there. These are provisional distinctions about reality that make it necessary, that are necessary for us to keep track of and manipulate our animal body as a machine in Newtonian space. But when a shaman takes a psychoactive plant at an effective dose, he or she falls into trance, becomes immobile, and then the geometry of consciousness, if you wish, is melted and recast in a different geometry. And I use these mathematical terms because I really sincerely believe that at some hypothetical future date, when this is all sorted out, what we're going to realize about the psychedelic experience is that it is the experience of the fact of the higher geometry of the universe in which we live. In other words, it's very easy to see that ordinary consciousness evolved to, well, let me put it this way. It's a wonderful aphorism. Consciousness takes the contours of the vessel into which it is poured. It's like water. It always takes the shape of the vessel into which it is poured. And so what are we? We are, on the large scale, we are animals in three-dimensional space, given to hunting and given to being hunted. So what has consciousness done? It has evolved into a kind of threat, anticipation, detection, and avoidance machine. The purpose of consciousness, the purpose of your eyes, the coordination of your sensa is to navigate you through the world without dying, without being ripped apart by predators or being caught in landslides or rushing rivers, so forth and so on. And consciousness fills that need, ordinary consciousness, very well. But because the body has a locus in three-dimensional space, consciousness of the ordinary sort tends to surround the body as an object of concern. In other words, if you're worried about being hit by traffic, you're not worried about being hit by traffic in Berkeley. You're worried about being hit in traffic in San Francisco because that's where you happen to be. So consciousness of the ordinary sort tends to cluster around the physical body. But when consciousness is dissolved of that concern and dissolved of the programming in language that concern has built up over ages, it recrystallizes in a higher dimension, literally a kind of hyperspace. And if you will think for a moment about shamanism, I think you'll see how literally we can take this mathematical metaphor of the psychedelic experience. What is a classic shaman expected to do and be? Well, shamans predict hunting. They see where the game will be. Shamans predict weather. They can tell what the weather will be. Shamans are brought in to mediate complex social hassles of the who is sleeping with my woman, who stole the chicken, who shat in the stream kind of social hassles. Shamans are brought in for these kinds of purposes. And then finally and most importantly, shamans cure. They cure sometimes. Well, now, these things, predicting the weather, seeing where the game went, curing, and having a deep insight into social interaction, these are things which become completely non-mysterious if we hypothesize that the shaman has a hyperspatial point of view. You know, if you went into a mathematical if we had a safe here and we could go into hyperspace, we would discover that the safe is open, that there is words are difficult here, but there is a side of the safe, or let's say a dimension to the safe, which isn't locked. In the same way that if a hyperspatial entity were looking down on San Francisco, it could reach into this room without coming through the door and rearrange things. In other words, everything that we call magic, seeing the future, seeing into locked boxes, knowing what is going to happen, becomes utterly non-mysterious if you hypothesize that consciousness can unfold itself under this peculiar pharmacodynamic situation into a higher dimensional space. And that becomes important in the modern context more than in the archaic context, because the collective future has become for us a focus of major anxiety. We need to know where we're going. You know, Marshall McLuhan said the way we run our societies is like driving an automobile using only the rear view mirror. Well, in shamanically guided societies, they actually turn on the headlights. Running by the rear view mirror means you only have past experience to guide you. Running with the headlights on means you actually have an insight into the forward dimension into which you're moving. Okay, so that is sort of a broad sketch of how one plant, psilocybin, may have catalyzed, shaped, impacted human consciousness, how the abandonment of that archaic shamanic style through climatic change created the fall into history, how the fall into history is the absence of this hyperdimensional point of view, and then what we'll talk about when we come back after the break is how can we utilize the botanical and ethnographic and pharmacological data that we have garnered in the last 100 years to recapture, revivify, and explore this dimension of human potential in such a way that we can actually inject some hope into our political circumstances. I don't believe if we remain as we are, half angel, half monkey, ruled by dominance hierarchies, ruled by the most ruthless among us, that we have much of a future on the evolutionary stage. But I think that if we can recapture the lost symbiosis with these psychoactive plants, that we will in fact be recovering a lost portion of ourselves, that history is a progressive dehumanizing of the human experience, and we have now in the 20th century reached the level of dehumanizing where you've got the Holocaust, potential thermonuclear war, Bosnia, Rwanda, you name it. I mean, the scale of brutality, bruteness in the 20th century indicates to me that the struggle for the soul of humanity is reaching an incredibly intense crescendo. And I really believe that the path forward is backward, that we need an archaic revival, and that central to that revival will be the personality and the technology of shamanism. And when we analyze that technology for its effectiveness, we will discover that the most interesting things in the shamanic toolbox are the plants which directly intervene in the functioning of human consciousness. So let's just take a stand-up 5-minute break so you can stretch. And then I've talked without questions this session. I'm perfectly happy to entertain questions. If you want to control the agenda, you're going to have to make some noise. So are there questions to this point? Or shall I just keep plodding? Yes.
I have a question about the problem that the idea of a tendency towards male dominance that's suppressed chemically, which allows for a magical sort of existence only under chemical sort of suppression, that we weren't able to breed out over thousands of years. What is that? I mean, do we have to mainline men for the rest of throughout eternity?
Well, I think the implication is yes. In other words, had we remained monkeys, we never would have gotten into this crazy situation. We became human by forming a relationship, a symbiotic relationship with a psychoactive plant, and then we became semi-human when we abandoned it. And that's what we are now, semi-human. You know, we're capable of enormous acts of kindness and appalling acts of brutality. I think conscious self-reflection can help here. I mean, if you know this story and believe it, and if evidence, God knows what evidence would look like, but if evidence could be found to support it, then it makes it easier to understand our dilemma. I mean, men don't want to dominate, and it's not a man-woman issue either. Personality, the ego is a sort of genderless way of attacking this thing. The ego was suppressed by psilocybin. And in the absence of psilocybin, men and women became much more egocentric. And that egocentricity created all kinds of institutions which are very unflattering to us. So we need, I think, to, if this idea were accepted, that this is what happened, this is why we're conscious, this is why we're so uncomfortable with consciousness, and this is where we are, and somehow this dialogue could go on outside the distorting effects of Christianity, male anxiety, and so forth and so on, then I think the conclusion would be we need some very radical social reforms. Not simply, obviously, the legalization of spiritual transformation through substances, but all of our institutions have been built up on the assumption of ego and dominance hierarchy. And deconstructing that is really what the future is all about, I think, and it's a challenge. Does that go to it sufficiently? Don't be shy.
It does, except for I feel like, well, I also feel like just in general, in this theory of the evolution of consciousness, female is left out. I mean, here we have the theories of erection and arousal and male dominant sort of tendency. I guess it's just that if a matrifocal culture can exist only under chemicals, what is the implication of that? I mean, yes, transformation is necessary.
Well, I don't call it matrifocal. I call it partnership. I don't think there's a pendulum swing between patriarchy and matriarchy. I think there is partnership, which is appropriate role expression. Everybody does what is appropriate to their position, and then there is the assigned role of the hierarchical situation. I think it was in Science last week. Here is a frontier that is breaking right now, which is it's just being realized that men and women are incredibly different anatomically. And at the microanatomical level, I think there was a list of 40 physical differences between the brains of men and women. And in a sense, this is pure speculation, but I believe that especially in the archaic situation, well, we don't even have to talk about the archaic situation. In 1800, the average American woman gave birth 13 times. The average American woman in 1800. So you put a statistic like that against the phenomenon of menstruation, and what you have then when you look at women is a life absolutely rooted in the rhythms and the fact of nature. Men are sort of, it's more like a closed system. It's sealed off, and there isn't this connection into the biological world. So men are potentially more capable of getting off the track, if you want to put it that way, meaning leaving this Gaian creed of symbiotic self-reinforcement. It's very obvious in the years I've been doing this. This looks to me like a fairly balanced group, but my groups tend to be heavily male. And women, in my own experience, tend to be far more casual psychedelic users than men. If you just look at cannabis use, usually women are very casual. A woman who is truly a smoker is a rare thing. Well, that would go along with menstruation and birth and breastfeeding. Women are involved in biology in a way that men need not be. They can choose, and that's why abstraction is the great realm of male activity and so forth.
I guess I want to pick up your example of women in the 1800s giving birth so many times and point out that that also was an aberration that came from what I consider to be the learned behavior of males into domination. That when women were in control of their own reproductive cycle, there was not that many births. They were appropriately spaced because the sexual activity was not dominant. And the women determined when sexual activity would take place based on what was best for the community and the offspring.
No, you're right. I probably yield on that. I guess then, but I try to save the point by saying this. You're right. Probably in this archaic situation, women had knowledge of plant contraceptives, and they were well in control of
They were not forced into sexual activity, which was an important piece of the domination cycle. That women controlled the reproductive cycle and the sexual cycle, and so children were safe. It was when the concept of domination began that they lost power over when they would have sex, and then also how often they would have babies. And that was a real turning point in that reproductive aspect.
But don't you imagine that in a world without anesthetic, even if you gave birth only 3 or 4 times in your life, these would be immense boundary-dissolving psychedelic extravaganzas.
I don't have any problem with the conclusion. It's just sort of the pathway there and what the constructs were before that.
No, well, I think you're right. That such a large number of pregnancies and births indicates a pattern of subjugation. There was something else I wanted to say about that. Well, it'll come back. Yeah.
I'd just like to add something about gender. I think we need to be really aware of how biochemically mediated it is. I had a friend who went through a hormonal change, became a woman over a 5-month period, hormonally. And you could feel his aggressions drop away, became more generous in the body. And then 5 months later, he changed his mind and came back.
He hates being generous and loving. This talk for me.
You could feel his aggression coming back, and now he's in a really, actually quite beautiful and androgynous state.
Well, now I'm seeing it from both ends of the spectrum.
You really understand how women feel and how we think, and you just totally understand women.
Oh, I know what I wanted to say about this. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but you should be aware of this. And it's interesting. It's always fun to talk about sexuality and so forth and so on. But you're probably aware of these things called bonobos, these so-called pygmy chimpanzees. They're actually not noticeably smaller than ordinary chimpanzees, but they are a distinct species. First of all, we differ from chimpanzees by 2% of our genome. 98% of us is chimpanzee. We differ from the bonobos in about the same amount. Chimpanzees are male-dominant, highly monogamous, very territorial, so forth and so on. The bonobos, which are to a non-zoologist indistinguishable from the chimpanzees, all aggression is mediated through sex. Incredible. I'm surprised such animals can exist, because I would have thought a virus would have jumped into this situation. But the bonobos are incredibly highly sexed animals. All forms of sexual activity are going on almost constantly, and all aggression and all social difference and everything is ameliorated by sexual activity, usually initiated by the females. Well, if you look at these two animals, chimpanzee and bonobo, you can't tell them apart. I think what it means is that this matter of our sexual expression and dominance and so forth and so on is riding on a cusp of some sort. We can go either way. That's why we're the only animal species where there is no defined style of pairing. In other words, we have monogamy in some societies, polygamy, polyandry, a whole smorgasbord of social and sexual arrangements that we will tolerate. No other creature is like that. And I think it indicates that we are in a zone of ambiguity on this matter, and that means we have a lot of leeway. We can send ourselves one way or the other. We can build a nightmarish, male-dominated, crypto-fascist kind of situation, or we can go the other way. Bonobo or chimpanzee, we're looking down both those roads.
Are you saying that basically as a species we have not been stabilized because of the numbers or the
Well, we've been destabilized. I think we were stabilized in the chimpanzee dominator mode, and then 100,000 years of psilocybin use put us closer to the bonobos. Now, the bonobos are almost extinct. There's only a few thousand of them left. They need to be studied. There was a paper recently, I can't give you the citation, but if you write me, I can, studying chimpanzees in Africa. They would only leave the nest, they would only leave the trees and descend down onto the ground to forage, but the only thing they would do this for were mushrooms.
Well, curiously enough, the pygmy chimps are really the only animal where any success has been gleaned in the sign language communications and the more modern versions of that. But the pygmy chimps are the ones which can use the message boards actually to some effectiveness. The only ones that appear to have language ability. The oaks for dolphins, whales, and regular chimps, it's still a blank. But the pygmy chimps, they're doing it. So here we have the language thing come on the cusp for them.
So it would be very interesting to know if psilocybin, they might be an image of us 500,000 years ago. In other words, were we to go extinct and the bonobos to flourish, there might be another anthropoid species take the stage and a million or 2 years. Yeah.
This is sort of a question to mainlining psilocybin. In my experience, I've seen many men, especially a lot of heavy hitters in the psychedelic movement, take high doses and don't care one hoot about gender issues or justice or equality. So I'm not sure that has, I think the psychedelic experience can reinforce all the oppressions that psilocybin itself can't necessarily open you up, melt down, and have you seek out justice.
Well, I guess I'm more of a believer than you are. I just say they didn't take enough. And and the other thing is, you mentioned these were heavy hitters in the male heavy hitters in the psychedelic movement. It may just be that some people can't be saved. That Christ himself couldn't lift some people out of chaos. I haven't had that experience. I mean, I think that...
Well, I think it would serve you to ask the women in the psychedelic movement about their experience. Because, I mean, you come from the perspective of male dominators. And to check it out.
What specifically should I ask them about their experience?
If they feel that the men in their lives change through strictly high doses of psilocybin or other psychedelic use, that there's more justice. I mean, my thing is that family is the most interesting political stage there is. Is there justice in the family? Is there a partnership model happening in the family? Is the father actively taking care of the children in the family?
Well, that's sort of a different question. I liked your first question better. Do they see in the men in their lives a tendency toward a softening or justice?
But the stage of that is really a relationship, the family.
Yeah, the problem I have with that is I think the modern family is, first of all, a very modern invention and basically a cauldron for the production of neuroses.
But that's what we have to work with. That's what we have to work with. And I think
well, let's ask these women, how about this proposition that psychedelics make men smoother, evener, more... Does anybody want to denounce that? Yeah.
In my experience, and I really use the word rage because that's all that's the culture that I've been involved with for the last 10 years. With combined, the psychedelic experience combined with the information as you were speaking, the reinforcement of the issues, the teaching of the balance, that it has been not on that scale. And I read the book last night, Organic Revival, with the Trinity Leary factor of saving all the children, reach everybody. And as opposed to that, maybe reaching the people that want to be reached, maybe the creators, the artists, the philosophers of this time. I have seen that experience and very positive effects. But my life there needs to be an intention. There has to be, I believe, has to be backed up with some sort of teaching. You have to, and not some sort of like dominating teaching on either side, from male or female, but from people who now comprehend the kind of oneness, basically.
You mean there has to be a supportive ambiance for it?
Yeah, there has to be some sort of...
Yeah, and part of what complicates it is notice that the male dominator society we're living in is just fanatically concerned to suppress this. And to me, that's a sign that it must threaten it at a very basic level. And yet it seems silly. I mean, they're more concerned about suppressing psilocybin than, all kinds of obviously greater social ills. Why? Well, it's because it disrupts their model of how things should be run. Over here? Yeah.
I was just going to say, I hope that we can assume that there are some men out there who aren't dominators and trying to sort of grind everybody else down, particularly women. There are men out there who have worked out relationships with women and with other men that are cooperative in partnerships. Well, and a lot of them never took psilocybin.
Well, you live in a society, you take upon yourself the tone of the time. I mean, a lot of people wear tie-dye who never took LSD. You sort of take upon yourself the ambiance of your time. I don't really like the getting it into a gender thing. I really think ego, here's the way I put it, ego is like a cyst which will begin to grow in you, whether you are male or female, unless you take a psychedelic. The psychedelic is that it will dissolve this cyst. The cyst is in your personality. It's a tumor. It shouldn't be there. I mean, we do need to have egos, little egos, so that when I take you out to dinner, I put the food I order in my mouth, you put the food you order in your mouth. That's what an ego is for. But if I start giving you orders, then that's completely inappropriate. So rather than genderize it, which I think is a mistake, because let's face it, after thousands of years of this maladaptive cultural style, many women are hard-driving, egomaniacal, ambitious. It's a bad style, and men may be born into it, and women may be infected by it, but there's plenty of it around in men and women. Yeah.
I've been involved in the psychedelic sort of therapy, and basically people are drawn to it if they're willing to look at their own shit, and that's what the mushroom does. And seriously, and the person who's willing to do that is like the dissolution of the ego, and it has reverberations for people who won't or aren't in a position to do that, or they're so involved in protecting their ego that they're not in that place yet. But that both men and women benefit from that, and it goes beyond that for people who will or will not use that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we should at some point in all of this say, obviously, not everyone should take psychedelic plants. Well, then the question automatically follows, well, who shouldn't? Well, in practical terms, we all know people who are lightly here, who have diminished self-esteem, so forth and so on. For them, ego dissolution is not the goal. They have been so victimized by egomaniacs that they have no sense of self. So for them, they should be encouraged to build up an internal structure in their personality and a coherent reference point in the self. But that is a state of dis-ease that most of us are not like that. Most of us are ordinary or more toward the spectrum of ego dominance, and we profit from the psychedelic experience. Women, I think, are less excited by psychedelics because they experience, by and large, it has less of an impact. I mean, I've seen many, many people change their lives on a dime, like after a big LSD trip, but most of those people were men. Most of those people were men. Yeah.
What you thought about traditional indigenous cultures such as the Aborigines in Australia. I stayed with a group for about 3 months down there, and I found it to be a very male-dominated, aggressive culture, and yet they were using shamanic and psychedelic plants for ritual and ceremonial.
Well, I mean, here's what I think. Once this African paradisical partnership thing was disrupted and people were scattered to the 4 corners of the earth, the memory never was lost. And there is even what's called a nostalgia for paradise today, throughout time, the belief that in the past it was better. And since the Renaissance, it's been fashionable to dismiss this as a kind of naivete, the grass is greener kind of thing. But I think probably things were better, and that our nostalgia for paradise is what has caused us to be so subject to abuse and use of drugs. No other animal shares this pattern of behavior. Sometimes elephants will push down fences to get to rotting fruit, and birds get drunk and fall down on their little feeders and this sort of thing. But human beings addict to a startling spectrum, not only of substances, but of behaviors. We addict to each other. I mean, heroin withdrawal and a broken heart look and feel exactly the same way. abandonment, bursting into tears, insomnia, inability to eat. Does this person have a broken heart, or are they getting off junk? You can't tell. And we tend to addict. And I think this is a kind of, we feel in ourselves a certain incompleteness since the breakup of the African Partnership Society. And, alcohol doesn't quite do it. Cannabis is good, but doesn't quite go far enough. We've tried all kinds of things. And interestingly, in the last 100 years, the science of ethnography and anthropology has scoured the world and brought back to us data which we didn't have 120 years ago. Data about peyote, ayahuasca, datura, psilocybin, morning glory, so forth and so on. The materia medica of the remote human cultures of the planet is now available. And I think it comes not a moment too late. That's why I called my book The Archaic Revival. I really see the whole cultural impulse of the 20th century as an impulse toward the archaic. In other words, if you think about it, it begins with Impressionism. Well, what is Impressionism except LSD 30 minutes in? In other words, the sharpness goes, the colors brighten, everything begins to blur. The boundaries are beginning to dissolve. It's contentless. It's ideologically empty. It's just how things look. They look this certain way. Well, then, 20 minutes later, ideas are beginning to accompany this melting and flowing of perception. We've now reached surrealism and Freud and Jung, the discovery of the unconscious. Well, then it keeps going. It gets more and more intense. Now we don't see dreamscapes, distorted gargoyle-like figures melting watches and burning giraffes. That has all been now replaced by just a blur, an energy storm. Now we're in a Pollock of some sort. We're down at the quantum mechanical level where energy is flinging itself around. And at the same time, things like jazz, which carried with it a heavy content of sexual looseness, the flapper era, that whole thing. People weren't Victorian ladies and gentlemen, that they had the cannibalistic drive, the Oedipal drive, the this drive. Hitler proved that, 500 years of Western ethics have you shoving people into ovens as a political course of action. The whole of the 20th century has been an exploration of the archaic. And then in the 60s, LSD appeared, but without the rhetoric of shamanism. LSD, for those of us who lived through it, was presented as the latest thing after penicillin and birth control. It was better living through chemistry. It was now we have penicillin, and now we have orthonovum, and now we have LSD. It was better living through chemistry. You've all seen the poster of the kids in the hate holding the banner. In the 70s, it was realized that the psychedelic experience need not be confined to LSD. It was generally realized, and that there were all these ethnographic usages: ayahuasca, peyote, datura, morning glories, so forth and so on. And then late in the 70s, the shaman became the paradigmatic figure for cultural emulation. And that's basically where we are now. The nation state is dissolving. It's a creation of Renaissance rationalism. Electronic media is retribalizing the world. Pharmacology is throwing open a vast cornucopia of psychoactive substances. And the legacy of psychoanalysis, modern art, quantum physics, and phenomenology have propelled us to the brink of a neo-archaic understanding of our world. And now it has to become more explicit. I don't think there's much chance of survival without a major effort to reestablish archaic styles and institutions. And it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, if you're idealizing 70 naked people with no physical culture who are following along behind their cattle on the plains of Africa, and you want to take their social institution, psychology, philosophy, and aesthetic and lay it onto a global electronic culture of 7 billion, you're going to have to, there's going to be some creative twisting and turning in all of that. Nevertheless, I believe it can be done. Now, there's one more aspect of this that I want to touch on that's sort of philosophical in general, and that is, we've talked about the psychedelic experience. We've talked about how it dissolves boundaries and changes cultural values and so forth. But what we haven't talked about is, what is it exactly? I mean, what's so great about it? If you read a description of a psychedelic experience, it sounds sort of like, well, everything dissolves, you see a lot of bright colors, you have funny ideas, and then you have to rest for a day. Well, what is so great about that? I mean, why should that be a culturally transforming issue? Well, I believe that we misperceive the psychedelic substances if we simply think of them as an inert substance in a plant, which when taken by a human being dissolves programming and shows you the basement of your mind, essentially. That isn't what's going on. I believe here is much closer to what's going on. Psychedelics convey information. The other kind of chemicals in nature that we're familiar with that convey information, aside from DNA, are pheromones. Pheromones are aromatic compounds released by plants and animals, usually to carry a message within the species. So ants, as you know, lay down chemical trails that other ants sense and can follow. Well, in a sense, hallucinogens are intraspecies pheromones of some sort. They carry information across species lines. And the kind of information that they carry, the message, is one of harmony, balance, and integration. And so a human population with a psychedelic institution or sacrament will, in its pristine form, tend to be nomadic, have very little physical cultural expression, tend to have a very loose family structure, an extended family structure and child-rearing arrangement. And I believe that this is where we can introduce the concept of the Gaian mind. The reason the psychedelic experience is so paradigm-shattering is because we believe that we are alone in intelligence on this planet. And what the psychedelics show is, no, there is a much larger field of mind than we ever could suspect in our ordinary state of consciousness. Nature herself is a minded entity, and information is flowing between species, between biosystems, across biota, gradients of light, chemical release, water, so forth and so on. All of nature is a vast communicating mind of some sort. And the only portion of that vast system that is out of alignment is the human world, because we closed the channel. We closed the channel by abandoning the shamanic institutions. In many, many human languages, the word shaman means go-between. Go-between. Well, go between what and what is the question. Well, the answer is go between the safe pedestrian assumptions of an organized society and the vast churning ocean of mystery that is real being. And every society is an illusion reared against the mystery of real being and pursued in ignorance of it. So the shaman mediates between these two worlds. The ordinary world people have to live in order to catch fish and have children and form relationships and bury the dead, and another unseen, dynamic world of energy, of process, of strange attractors, of the great unknown. But it isn't an abstraction. It's nature. And history is the consequence of an animal species losing its connection to the Gaian mind. And instead of then a Gaian agenda, integration, unity, cooperation, you get an ego agenda, dominance, resource extraction, territorial acquisition, control of other human beings and resources. So when shamanism died, when hallucinogens became stigmatized, when the climate changed, we literally fell into history. We became a different kind of animal. And the consequences of untrammeled historicity being practiced for 12,000 years is to bring us to our present situation, where we have immense intellectual understanding of some aspects of nature. We have an immense ability to coordinate group activity in certain areas, like building a bridge, but not disarming, for example. But we have no ability whatsoever to control this darker self that sort of drew itself up to the campfire 12,000 years and said, you banished me into the darkness for 1,000,000 years while you lived in a psilocybin-driven paradise. But here I am again, and the piper must be paid. Now, all the cards are on the table, and it's up to us, we who live on this planet at the end of the 20th century, to try and do something with these facts. If we go extinct, if we wreck the planet and toxify the environment, it will be a tremendous tragedy, because there are ways out. There are answers. But how much of the baggage we've accumulated over the past 4,000 years are we going to be able to take with us into that new world? Bloody little, I maintain. Our music, our mathematics, our dance, our theater. I don't think our technologies are going to be able to come with us unless they go through serious downsizing and detoxification. So really, the discovery in the 19th and 20th century of these ancient ways of relating to plants, it's not just a curiosity of anthropology or an exciting subfield of botany. It is, in fact, very central to the human drama of our salvation, because I don't think we can fix ourselves through rhetoric. If we could fix ourselves through rhetoric, then Buddha and Christ would have done the job. We can only fix ourselves by consciously analyzing our dilemma and then intervening. And I believe these cultures that have existed in a kind of suspended animation in the rainforests of the world while Western European civilization charged through its merry adventure, the raison d'etre for the existence of those aboriginal civilizations is that they carry the archaic gnosis. It's all still intact for maybe 30 or 40 more years if we act quickly. The material is there, the techniques are there, it can be saved, but it has to be brought into modern civilization. And so, classes like this. Yeah.
One question. If it is that Gaia is trying to get us into equilibrium, and if there's some certain type of consciousness that humans need to have in order to bring about that equilibrium, why is it then that Gaia has made these hallucinogens taste so bad?
It's a great question. Well, here's an answer, and then I have
So the essential thing we all need is courage, and most of us don't have it under every circumstance.
That's a good answer.
Really, that's very deep. You have to say, I'm going to do this because my life is dependent on it, where my future is, whether there's an existential future, where I don't want to go to hell. I want to uplift myself, and I'm going to do this because I know there's love in the world, and I'm going to prove it because I'm going to be it.
And I will now offer a tremendously down interpretation of the same thing. These things are all alkaloids. It may just be that in this universe, alkaloids are always bitter. So that Gaia herself, it's like, can God make an object God can't lift? Can Gaia make an alkaloid that isn't bitter? I don't know. It's a challenge.
I mean, I know that alkaloids taste bad. My question is that are these alkaloids something that we really should be taking? I'm trying to figure out the role of these hallucinogens in our consciousness. I see, I don't doubt that when we were pre-humanoid and we were running through the field and we saw a mushroom, we were like, okay, I can see it. It visually looks like something I can eat. It doesn't have spine. It's not running away. And I don't doubt that it probably can taste good. Now we see fruit and it's colorful, it's sweet, and maybe the consciousness that we have when we eat fruit is just a different consciousness than we would have if we eat mushrooms. But I know that mushrooms taste bad, peyote tastes bad. That tour practically kills everyone that doesn't die from it. And
there's a recommendation. Well, I think we have tremendous resistance. I think the private issue, certainly for me and for probably most of you, it's easy to take psychedelics the first time because you don't know what you're getting into. Ever after that, you have to really have a little chat with yourself. And there are barriers to overcome. I have to think about this question of sweetness. Yeah.
I think you made a point there. We see fruit and its color and all that. I think we're very conditioned in our eating habits and everything. Like you said, we're almost over-civilized to eat a very specific and very, taste, touch, smell-oriented realm of food, basically. And I think that probably our ancestors who probably took us these mushrooms in the first place were not that, they ate insects. They went from insects to mushrooms to meat. It was more intentional and a lot less with all of the language build up there where you're sitting and analyzing something.
You mean that good and bad is an aesthetic judgment when you're a hungry primate. It either kills you or it doesn't.
There's another issue around business, the taste of alcohol. The bitter taste has a very important therapeutic role. What it comes from psychiatric effects of somewhere in alcohol is there's 6 or 7 physiological responses when you taste something bitter, all of which are vital to immune responses and homeostasis in general. And from holistic medicine, you can really say that some of the causes of the explosion of autoimmune disease and degenerative disease, that we don't let the bitter taste, it really could be less sweet. And yes, they do go.
Yeah.
There's a cultural bias as well.
Well, it's not good to hear it. Could you say it a little louder?
When you take something bitter on the back of the tongue, bitter receptors, there's a series of reflexes that are triggered off by the brain, one of which is the stimulation of all these digestive enzymes being released. All the exocrine glands. The liver is stimulated to work a little bit more efficiently. There are certain forms of depression which are lifted. The whole range of things like that. So just because they taste bad to our culturally conditioned sense of what is good and bad in taste doesn't mean that they're biologically inappropriate. Increasingly becoming clear that things that taste like that are actually very, very important to homeostasis and wholeness in general. Yeah, I just wanted to elaborate on that. There is a cultural tradition. I know in Chinese medicine, there's a different taste, the sweet, the salty, the bitter, and these are all essential, to do these for balance. It's a book, I think, by Timothy John McGill. It has to do with the whole book on bitterness and the kind of biases that are against that culture.
Yeah, I mean, because think about the taste of scotch or anchovies or something like that. I mean, clearly, we can train ourselves into these things. And cultural values have a great deal to do with it. You'd be amazed what you can eat if everybody else is eating it.
It's simple to just say that it's a flag. I mean, the reason that they're bitter is so that you don't consume 50 times the dose accidentally. If they would taste like nothing, or if they tasted really sweet, our response would be to just overconsume, and they might blow our brains. So the people who survived were the people who definitely knew what they were getting into when they did these things.
And in the case of the psilocybin mushroom, which is the hallucinogen, or at least I'm arguing it is here, when I first encountered it, it took years for me to build up a gag reflex. I really liked it in nature. It didn't taste bad. I used to say it tastes like cold water. That's what it tasted like to me. Now I do have a gag reflex, but I think that has to do with, accumulated association to it. Yeah.
Could you talk a little more about, you referred to, I think probably the mushroom in particular, as being the most or one of the most benign substances, chemicals that can go in the brain or the body as a whole. It was very rewarding, but after waiting the first 90 pages of the Invisible Landscape, I'm getting the stuff that I can understand. Some of that was mentioned in there, and if you could maybe elaborate on it a little more.
Well, I guess it's important to talk about toxicity. This is an issue, and drugs, what you have to understand is all substances are potentially toxic. You can kill yourself with water if you will drink enough of it. In the case of drugs, the toxicity usually lies much closer to the effective dose than it does with water. Pharmacologists have a concept called LD50, which is a horrifying idea, but you should know it. LD50 is if you have 100 rats and you give them a drug, the LD50 dose is the dose at which half the rats die. And what you want in a drug, whether it's a psychoactive drug or a cancer drug or anything, what you want is a drug where the effective dose is many, many times lower than the LD50. Now, by that standard, LSD is the safest drug there is because you can feel 50 micrograms of LSD, and 200 micrograms of LSD is quite a full menu. But to kill yourself with LSD, nobody knows how much it would take. The LD50 for LSD has never been determined. It's so high. That's good news. Now, psilocybin is a mid-range in this way of classification. The effective dose of psilocybin is 15 to 30 milligrams. A fatal dose of psilocybin is around 150 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. So you can figure out what that is. That's thousands of times or several thousand times the effective dose. Well, then something like mescaline, the LD50 is only about 40 times the effective dose. And by that measurement, then, you would have to say mescaline is a rather toxic compound. And it is, in fact. You have to take 700 milligrams. This is another way of talking about toxicity. How much do you have to take? If you mescaline, you have to take 700 milligrams. That's damn near a 000 cap filled with pure alkaloid. LSD, to 100 micrograms, you can lose it on the head of a pin easily. So that's another way of thinking about the toxicity and effectiveness. And then there's one other parameter. How long does the drug last? If you take a substance and 48 hours later you still have your phone turned off and you're lying around in warm baths and wishing for a massage, then you took a toxic substance. It's not supposed to do that to you. It's not supposed to leave you with backaches and insomnia and a wreck. Well, by that criteria, then, DMT must be one of the safest drugs there are, because it carries you to a titanically psychedelic state of mind and returns you in under 10 minutes to the baseline of consciousness. Now, it takes 70 milligrams of DMT to do that. So then that's, it takes a lot more than it does LSD. Now, interestingly, and then I'll let you go to lunch, we ran a little over, so we'll go to 12:30. Here's some new data that you may not have. A new psychoactive plant has come onto the scene with a new psychoactive substance in it, previously unknown to science, in a chemical family previously unknown to contain psychoactive compounds. And this new compound can justly claim, though very little is known about it at the moment, and the experience itself is absolutely white-knuckle terrifying, can claim to be the safest psychedelic in the world, because it only takes 1,000 micrograms, 1 milligram of this substance. Now remember, it took 70 milligrams of LSD. 50 to 70. 1 milligram of salvinorin alpha smoked will deliver you into a freakishly alien reality for about 15 minutes, and then you will return. And we know almost nothing about this drug at this point. We don't know it's LD50. But it's only the second compound ever discovered that is active in the microgram range. It is an isoquinoline. It is in a chemical family unknown to contain psychoactive drugs. They've all been alkaloids or tropanes or something like that. Suddenly, late in the game, here is a plant. You can get high on the plant, although you have to work at it, and it's not dramatic. It's like the first half hour of ayahuasca or something. But if you isolate this compound and smoke it, it'll turn you every way but loose. And this is new data that has just come out. It should inspire those of you who are field botanists or ethnographers. There is a vast number of plants in the literature that are listed as suspect hallucinogens. What that means is somebody said, or some Indian told some botanist, we take this and we see things at night or something. Salvia divinorum was known for 20 years, but nobody could find the compound and nobody could get off on it. Well, now people are getting off, and the compound has been discovered, and they're looking at near relatives of Salvia divinorum, including a Ukrainian mint and some coleus species, and we're finding in microgram and smaller amounts a whole family of these new psychedelic isoquinolines. And what they will mean for us, it's hard to say. I mean, previously DMT held all honors for, weirdness, the depth of the call, as Heidegger likes to say. Now salvinorin alpha is on stage, and there's lots of work to be done. Yeah.
Or B9 was, when you've written about DMT, you mentioned it as very similar to brain chemistry that is already there. Or if we're all walking around in a serotonin hallucination and don't know it. And DMT, is it closeness in chemical structure to what's already there that you refer to it as benign, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fairly logical. It seems reasonable to say that, first of all, you don't want to insult the physical brain in any time anyhow, because you only have one or two. So you have to keep care of your brain. It's very interesting that the most dramatic hallucinogen, and now I'm talking about DMT, let's leave salvinorin alpha out of this because not enough is known about it, but the most powerful hallucinogen actually occurs in human metabolism. Every single one of us, as we sit here, is elaborating DMT in tiny amounts. We're also elaborating 5-hydroxytryptamine, or serotonin, in quite extensive amounts. So I believe that ayahuasca, from this standard of judgment, is probably among the safest of the hallucinogens because it's essentially brain soup. There's nothing in it that you don't already have in your brain. It's just got more of it and in a different proportion. Oh yes, they occur in the pineal gland. 6-adenyl-glumorotropane is actually 5-hydroxytryptamine, 6-hydroxytryptamine. So a lot of these compounds are elaborated in the brain. LSD is not. Salvinorin alpha is not. Ketamine is not. Mescaline, close, but not. I mean, there are amphetamine-like compounds in normal metabolism, but that isn't one of them, yes.
A question that you might want to do after or when we come back. But it's a twofold question. One is, what is your opinion as to how these different substances open up different aspects? You know, each has their own little niche. And more specifically, if you could give me any point of view as to the differences between what opens up between a mushroom experience and an ayahuasca experience. How do they differ? And do you have any point of view as to the different windows or the different dimensions that different drugs open?
Sure. I mean, it seems to me, and somebody with equal experience might differ, but it seems to me that the best model is like a target or a bullseye. The various substances exhibit more and more of their unique character the more you take. In other words, if you take a low dose of something that's psychedelic, it will clarify your vision, stimulate you, and you can't really tell whether you've taken psilocybin, LSD, mescaline, or what have you. As the dose increases, the specific characteristics of these substances begin to emerge, and often they're contraintuitive to a chemical way of thinking. For example, ayahuasca and mushrooms, psilocybin is 4-phosphoryloxy-N-dimethyltryptamine. When you remove the phosphorus group, which happens as it crosses the blood-brain barrier, you get something very much like DMT. However, when you take psilocybin, you don't get something like a DMT trip. You get, in the case of psilocybin, the most startling quality of it is that it speaks. It speaks in English. It tells you things. I mean, this sounds preposterous unless you've had the experience. It sounded preposterous to me for years. I just could not imagine what my friends meant when they said these plants talk to you until I had a conversation with it. So psilocybin speaks, and it's a kind of a Spockian kind of message. It's about enormous machines in orbit around alien planets. It's about galactarian destiny and the history of the local cluster over the last 500 million years. And it's an enormous scale, and it's about races, worlds, technologies, civilizations, on and on and on. Switch over to ayahuasca, which is chemically almost the same animal, and it's about the waters. It's about birth, death, femininity, health and disease, relationships, energy flows between people. It's very human. It's very feminine. It's very organic. And in closing, well, these are quite different messages. I mean, if you had one in the absence of the other, you would have an unbalanced view, I think, of what is going on. However, then, if you take these things and push them all, do double doses or triple doses, I'm not recommending this, but I'm just saying it has been done and we have the data, what begins to happen is everything migrates toward the DMT flash. The DMT flash seems to be sort of like the center of the bullseye. Now, I haven't personally had enough guts to smoke salvanorine alpha. I've watched people do it, and if you're going to do it, I suggest you don't watch people do it. Because I was gung-ho till then. But assuming it lies somewhere on this spectrum, what seems to be happening is all of these things propel you toward deeper and deeper states of boundary dissolution. At the first level, you simply dissolve the boundary between yourself and the part of yourself you don't want to look at. That's called dealing with your stuff. At the next level, you dissolve the boundary between yourself and other people. And this is the bonding situations and that sort of thing. At the next level, boundary between yourself and your memories of the past. All of your experience is returned to you. And beyond that, you dissolve then into what Jung called the collective unconscious or something like that. And then beyond that, Gaian mind, cosmic mind. I mean, I'm no fan of these hierarchies of named, hypostatized spiritual entities, but that's the basic idea. And finally, and astonishingly, I think the elf workshop of the DMT flash lies very close to the center of the experience, of what is possible. It is not simply, as you might have gotten the idea from reading the literature. You see, in the 60s, they wanted to map it over Buddhism or Eastern religion. And they wanted to say that as the dose increases, somehow Satori or Shunyata or Nirvana or the white light or the great void or something like that. I never had that experience. As I raised the dose, the complexity of the state complexified. It never simplified. It never became Neoplatonic. It became Borgesian, and the universe is full of a number of things. So I don't think we can, this is maybe time to stop, but I'm reluctant to connect this entire enterprise to what is popularly called spiritual growth. I just think it's more like about growth. And spirit implies some weird anti-materialist bias or something like that. I was raised Catholic. So to me, spirituality means, do you visit the sick and imprisoned? Do you clothe the naked? Do you feed the hungry? Do you bury the dead? Do you comfort the afflicted? This is when I see somebody doing those things, I say, this is a spiritually evolving person. When I see somebody taking psilocybin, I say, there is an explorer. But I don't try to lay on some moral judgment about good and evil. I think that's inappropriate. Spiritual accomplishment is manifested by moral action. And the role these psychedelics play is they may make moral action easier because they show you your memories and your depths and your mistakes, but intrinsically they are not tools for spiritual development. They are tools for the exploration of mind, and we don't know what that is. And we probably won't figure it out this afternoon, but anyhow, we'll come back here, and since it's now 12:30, let's come back at 2 o'clock. We'll place 2 announcements, actually. The first one is the constraints and the rules on the paper, that those of you who are taking this for credit, we'll meet at break tomorrow morning and discuss that. So don't worry about it until then, but it will be discussed. This is for those of you who are writing a paper. And the other announcement is Sound Photosynthesis, which distributes my tapes and videos and a lot of other people's tapes and videos, are taping this event, and will provide those of you who want it with a tape of this event when it's finished, for a fee, of course. And they also have many books, videos, and recordings back there that deal with this subject or are my books, and sometimes these things are hard to find. So if you're looking for something and you see it, buy it, because you can't always be sure that it'll come back around. And they've gone to the effort of bringing all these things in for you. Okay, we'll go to 5. So at 3:30, or roughly, we'll do a little break. Well, is there, you all went off to lunch somewhere, not where I was, so I don't know where you went. You found the restaurant I couldn't find. But did you, are there issues outstanding from this morning, or a direction you want to send us off in? Yeah.
I keep getting that maybe psychedelics used more for teaching rather than continued use, in terms of what later they were saying about needing to be mainlining all the time. I can't see that that's what the purpose is. But maybe once you learn the territory, you learn the state, that the onus is on you then to operate from that more and more and more and more, rather than to keep taking more psychedelics.
Well, I was just talking to this reporter from the San Francisco Bee, or from the Sacramento Bee, about this very thing. I think if you're stupid, there's just no hope. You know, you have been afflicted with a terrible circumstance, and you have to struggle with that. You know, a lot of people took LSD in the 60s, and it seemed to have no effect whatsoever on them. I mean, you know, a lot of pretty colors and this and that, and then they went out to be war planners and corporate executives and so forth. I think it's very important to talk about and analyze your experience. There is no communication even within the confines of your own mind if you can't describe what's going on. And so, you know, the idea here is not that you should take psilocybin day in and day out, or week in and week out, but that when you do it, you should do it with dedication and attention and pre-planning, and while it's happening, you must pay attention, and after it's over, you must analyze it. You must understand it. You must try. It's a tool for thought. It's a tool for understanding. And as far as education is concerned, you know, I think one of the reasons I keep coming back to CIIS is because unspoken in what's going on here is the idea that modern psychotherapy of the transpersonal sort is an embryonic kind of neo-archaic shamanism. And there is something to be said for judicious use of the concept of the guide. I think that the guide should, first of all, be very psychedelically experienced. A therapist who has never taken these substances can't guide you because they've never been there. But in the presence of a skilled therapist, all kinds of progress in dealing with personal issues and complexes can be made. People say this stuff is escapist, but nobody who's ever taken it will line up behind that. It's too difficult. I mean, I've had people say to me, I've heard people refer to psilocybin as silly-cybin, and said, I've never had a bad trip on psilocybin. And I think to myself, gee, I wish I were you, because I don't think the goal with this stuff is to get through it without ever having a bad moment, sort of unscathed with the parental seal of approval stamped across your chest. The goal is to learn, and learning is often painful, and the most important lessons are often the most painful. I mean, if you're going to have to drop an attitude or a way of relating to somebody or an opinion about yourself or something, these things are painful. And often you don't just say at the height of the psychedelic, oh, I see, I should change my mind. No, often there's tears and soul-searching and then a sense of dawning light and then the conversion. This is not easy work to do. It's not easy for anybody to do. I had a guy tell me once in the Amazon, he said, just don't think because we wear penis sheaths and live in the rainforest that this is easier for us than it is for you. It's not. It's as challenging to your humanness. It challenges your humanness no matter where you start out from. So you have to bring something to it. But if you bring something to it, it will work for you. And I'm of the opinion, and I get a lot of flack from this, and you're perfectly free to pile on, that many other spiritual techniques of advancement don't work. Even if you are intelligent, dedicated, attentive, they just don't work. Or they didn't work for me, that's all I can say. This will work, and if you bring sincerity and integrity to it, it will respond beyond your wildest dreams. Yes, did you want to say?
Along these lines, I was thinking, there's a thought that came to my mind while I was at lunch. I'm going to call it embodying the logo. And I'm not sure that phrasing is correct. I'm not even sure I know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's connected up with something Richard said earlier about, it takes it a little bit further, and connects up with the idea that ego and lessening the constraints of the ego. So, okay, I'm not used to talking in front of groups, so I get all nervous. It seems to me that there's a certain quality that you're saying has to be brought to the experience in order for it to be an encounter. I mean, now I can get really bloated and see all kinds of things, as you said, and come back and not be substantially different unless I'm willing in some way or other to begin to embody what it is, this gnosis that I saw. And that, at that point, begins to change the direction of the whole life. And it's really the question, I think, that's before it, that what we're dealing with is how are we as a species going to get beyond the So the question is, how do we embody this? What I see in our culture is that we have managed to totally undo any kind of historical connection which would give us a tradition within which we could operate. So we're kind of always starting from scratch and borrowing bits and pieces from archaic culture. So this point that you just brought up about transpersonal psychology, I agree with you. That as soon as the direction we're moving in, it's not really so much discovering something new, but recovering something which is become lost. Right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Well, I don't really hear a question. I agree with what you're saying. It is a...
What do you have to offer in terms of some insight from your experience about how to get into the body?
Well, it's a complicated question. I'm an alienated intellectual. Probably most of you are as well. I may have been that before I ever reached psychedelics. Basically, I think that it almost comes down to practicing a noisy form of aesthetic criticism of the society. If something is stupid, you should say so. And if something is tasteless or brutal or insulting or demeaning, we just have to say so. Now, the problem is there is so much that is tasteless, insulting, and demeaning that you would spend your entire time doing that. Well, isn't that what the countercultural milieu is? I think it's a group of people who, to greater or lesser degrees, are entirely uncomfortable with the official culture and then try to embody an alternative culture. And it's a culture of tolerance, of broad-mindedness, of immediate experience. It's not a work ethic culture. It's not a pile-up wealth kind of culture. It's a culture that lives in the moment. I mean, and to my mind, what we can do is be more adamantly countercultural and creative. That's why I'm so happy to see something like rave and house and ambient music come along, because, rock and roll, which was previously the sustaining thing of the counterculture, was totally co-opted, and the official culture turns all criticism into a fashion statement. That seems to be how it operates. So in terms of embodiment, I think what we have to do is be creative. At lunch, I was saying, the crisis that we're in as a planetary society is a culture of consciousness. There ain't enough of it. That's what happens when women are raped in Bosnia. That's a failure of consciousness. That's what happens when rivers are polluted with DDT. It's a failure of consciousness, a failure to correctly appreciate cause and effect. And if there is anything which increases our consciousness, I don't care if it's a religion, a food, a drug, a sexual product, a magazine, if there is anything which increases our consciousness, we should find out what it is and get with it. And once you've increased your consciousness, a little, a lot, some, it's not doing any good then unless it is embodied. And the way it's embodied, I think, is by pushing the art pedal to the floor. It's the only pedal which we have been allowed to touch. We don't get to touch the international investment profile pedal or the international diplomacy pedal. Those are all reserved for the masters. But art has been ceded to us. And art can either be fawning and sycophantic, or it can be radical and challenging, or it can be transcendental and inspiring. And I think what we've accepted in the arts in the last 20 years is the idea of immense fragmentation and personal expression. This is exactly the wrong thing, because what that is ego. We don't care what Jeff Koons thinks about the person he's sleeping with and all this other stuff. This is just self-indulgent nonsense. The idea that art should save humanity is very out of fashion in the cynical 90s. But I believe it. And I believe that the technologists who are working at our elbows are giving us tools more powerful than we or our critics ever imagined could exist. And if we use those tools for the explicit purpose of creating a new cultural agenda, it will be done. We're all a little confused about this, but those folks over on the extreme right wing, the Pat Buchanans of this world, they know exactly what's going on, and they call it cultural war. And while they're moving up their tanks and digging foxholes, what are we doing? Wandering around asking what's happening. Cultural war is very real, and the people who are, I realized sometime in the last 48 hours that when fascism comes to America, it will be called traditionalism. That seems to be how it's going to present itself. So I think art is our great ace in this game. Right now, Well, one more thing. I was going to say, right now, the most exciting cultural frontier to my mind, on this planet, is the Internet and the World Wide Web. And that is a beast which escaped from the control of the dominator institutions. It was built to wage thermonuclear war and to be indestructible. Well, when thermonuclear war ceased to be a hot option, the indestructibility of it remained. And now it can't be turned off, it can't be controlled, it can't be regulated, and look who's on there. I mean, guys with long hair and girls with short hair, and this drives the masters crazy. So I look at the Internet as a vast canvas, and to which we are each invited to make our own contribution. And if we cede 3D to the orthodox culture, then we should make cyberspace our own. One of the things that I didn't stress enough this morning was the visual acuity empowered by psilocybin leads to hunting success, but the higher doses of psilocybin propel you past observation of animal habits and environments and into the imagination. And I think, that the cultural compass of this species points toward the imagination. That's where we're going to live in the future. That's what we were born for. That's where we are at our best. In 3D, well, as James Joyce says in Finnegan's Wake, here in Moycane we flop on the seamy side, Moycane being the red light district of Dublin. But up Nient, prospector, you sprout all your worth and you woof your wings. Well, up Nient is spelled these days http://www yak yak yak, right? In other words, the imagination is being turned into a piece of real estate. And the faster we can occupy it and give it the caring, boundaryless, psychedelic communal tone of our community, the closer we are then to having a foothold or a grasp of a real solution. Yeah.
Specifically around psychoactive substances. I wanted to ask about intention. I noticed in journeys that I've had, particularly with ayahuasca, that intentions were an important component, and they shaded the experience and filtered the experience. And sometimes very strongly, and sometimes hardly at all, or it's not what I noticed. I'm curious if comments you have on the issue of intention, and also intention as it relates to different substances. You get the same result, and you get the same influence with the various substances with intention.
Well, I would sort of agree with you and sort of differ. I remember once I was at some impasse in my personal life, and I decided I should take a psychedelic and pose a question. And they sometimes say you should pose a question. And I had never done that. So the question was, am I doing the right thing about my life? And, well, the answer came back, what kind of a chicken shit question is that to ask a galactarian intelligence? Well, I suppose that was the answer I needed to hear. It put my problems in perspective. I realized, you don't ask Freud to clip your fingernails, for God's sake. So, in that sense, I'm not sure about intention. But the way I understand intention is that you should very conscientiously control set and setting going into it. Don't take these things in crowded, noisy, socially complex environments on an empty stomach with people you don't know. That this is definitely a bad strategy to follow. And it's, dancing your ass off in a noisy environment is a perfect strategy for clearing your system of a drug. I mean, if you take a drug you don't like, what do? You go outside and chop wood for 3 hours, and then you feel much better because you physically worked it off. The way I like to do these things is in silent darkness, on an empty stomach, at strong to stronger doses, not recklessly high doses, but what I call effective doses, alone. And this last thing just seems to throw people, this alone. It tells me what a triple Scorpio I must be, that so many people are absolutely horrified of the idea of taking a psychedelic alone, when I wouldn't, you'd have to twist my arm to get me to take it with someone. Because if I take it with someone, it's inevitably going to be about them. And I may not want that much of them in my life, you know. Even if I take it with someone and they never say a word, and we both lie side by side not touching, I don't drift deeply into my trip. I find myself listening. Are they breathing? I can't hear them breathing. But now, so maybe they're dead, but maybe I just can't hear them. So if I disturb them, that's not cool. On the other hand, if they're dying, and as a courtesy, and then my mind just, you know, it just goes into a tizzy. Well, maybe you're not as neurotic as I am. But, yeah.
I have a question related to what you're speaking of around methodology of this usage. And I used to adhere to a similar model in terms of high dosage use on my own, and then became involved in the Roquette type group, which for a variety of reasons I've left, including, and I guess there's another part of that, which is that there was a tremendous amount of undercurrent perception and guru abuse in the group, which unfortunately I didn't become aware of until quite a while later. So I guess the two-part question is, now I've returned back to the previous model, basically taking it by myself. Now, so I'm wondering what you think of a highly structured Roquette-type model, and second, whether you have any thoughts about guru abuse and the use of psychedelics.
Do you all understand what he's referring to by the Roquette-type model? He's referring to a person, a psychiatrist, Salvador Roquette, who's operated in Mexico for years. I've never met him, so correct me if I'm not doing it justice. But as I understand it, this is basically the assault theory of psychedelics, where you give people, first of all, you give them multiple substances. It may be LSD, it may be LSD with ketamine, a lot of substances, and then a lot of input. It can be music, but I've heard of cases where he took a group of Jewish housewives from Long Island and showed them Holocaust footage. Well, it depends on what you're after here. I mean, if you're trying to break people down, this sounds like it would break me down. I would not know how I could even survive something like that. But I think my theory is almost exactly the opposite. I say there should be very little input. I don't think you need to go out and buy a lily tank for your basement, but as close to that as you can get is good. In other words, I lie on a bed, silent darkness, and look at the back of your eyelids with the expectation of seeing something. It took me years to be able to articulate this because I thought everybody did this, but apparently not. I once talked to Roland Fisher, the guy I mentioned this morning. He'd given psilocybin to 2,500 grad students. He'd taken it 20 times himself, and I said, well, Roland, what do you make of these hallucinations, of these volleys of visual hallucination? And he said, I never closed my eyes. I was floored. I mean, that is so antithetical to my instincts with the stuff that I couldn't even imagine it. Then your question about guru abuse. I don't know what it is in me. I guess it's just deep cynicism. I discussed this once with the mushroom, and what I was told was simply this. For one human being to assume that they could attain enlightenment from another human being is like a grain of sand on the beach assuming that it can attain enlightenment from another grain of sand on the beach. In other words, all grains of sand are alike. Didn't you know that? And all people in this particular area are alike. How many gurus have to be caught with their hand in the cookie jar or the nookie jar or whatever it is before you get the message? They are just like us. And that may be granting them a level of moral sophistication they lack as a class. What I truly believe is nobody knows anything. The more generous position is, well, the Buddhists have a piece of the action, and the Mormons know something, and everybody has a piece of the action. The mushroom says nobody has a piece of the action, that no one knows anything. And that's tremendously liberating, and it carries a responsibility for you to take yourself seriously. You have no other source. Everything else is going to be hearsay, secondhand, rumor, thrice told. Yourself is your instrument for the exploration of these dimensions. There is spread through the world a lot of what I call, and I hate the gender bias in calling it this, but it would be dishonest to change it. I call it wise old man woman. Wise old man knowledge. It could be wise old woman knowledge. There's a lot of this all over the world. If you go to Asia, you will see men sitting in doorways at evening, smoking their pipes and watching the sunset as their grandchildren play at their feet. It's a safe bet. This person never took LSD or psilocybin, and yet they've attained a certain kind of existential validity, wisdom, comfort with the phenomenon of their own being. And that can be taught and handed down and talked about and inculcated and cultivated. But this psychedelic thing is something very different. I don't think anyone can lead, because I don't think anyone is in a position to lead. If you counter by saying, what am I doing? I'm pointing toward an open door. That's all. The method and the material is what you need to take away from this weekend. The opinions of Terence McKenna are simply that, and worth just that much. But if you take the techniques and the materials, you can create your own world of meaning and coherence. Yeah.
By strong dose, how many grams by mushrooms?
5. If you weigh 145 pounds, 5 dried grams. Weigh it. This is the other thing. People don't weigh their doses. They eyeball it. Well, the ego, in a frantic effort to save itself, has an amazing ability to overestimate the weight of mushrooms. When you actually show somebody 5 dried grams lying on a plate, they usually pale visibly at the very thought that that's what you're talking about. Yeah.
When does that 5 dried grams include CAP-STEM doesn't matter?
CAP-STEM doesn't matter.
I just wanted to add that there are species that are quite a bit stronger than others.
Yes, good point. When I say 5 dried grams, I mean Stropharia cubensis, Psilocybe cubensis, which is the commercially cultivated one, the large, silvery, striped, golden capped mushroom. Some of the Pacific Northwestern species are twice as strong or 3 times as strong. But if you were to have just applied this literally across the board, you probably get further faster than if you are careful.
What about picking up fields around in the area?
Well, you know what they say. There are old mycologists and bold mycologists, but there are no old, bold mycologists. If you're going to do that, learn your taxonomy or join the San Francisco Mycological Society or something. Many of these things are hard to confuse with anything else, but Psilocybe semilanceata is in fact easily confused with a species of Galerina that you don't even know there's a problem till 12 hours after you've eaten them, and at that point you're dead on arrival. There's nothing science can do for you. Your liver has just turned to mush. So what I believe people should do is cultivate mushrooms. I mean, you want to take the alchemical path. The cultivation of mushrooms is an incredible spiritual and physical discipline. It will teach you all those good Lutheran values: cleanliness, punctuality, attention to detail, how to keep a clean workspace, for God's sake. And then you are absolutely confident, and you have also obtained karma-free mushrooms outside of the cycle of inevitable criminal syndicalism and the karma that carries with it. And I've participated in it plenty myself, so I'm not knocking it. But it would be nice if people would produce their own mushrooms, because inevitably you produce more than you can use, and then, you know, can help people out down in 5B or something. Yeah.
And how much do you take of wet?
How long does it take to grow mushrooms? Oh, start to finish, 6 to 7 weeks. It's not like growing any plant you've ever grown. Mushrooms are not a plant. It requires, you know, the sophistication normally reserved for an 8th grade science project. You have to be able to cook petri dishes and this sort of thing. And then?
How many do you take fresh?
Fresh. If you will dehydrate the mushrooms, you'll discover they're 90% water. So 5 dried grams becomes 50 wet grams. And again, this is a plateful. So figure 10 times more than if it's dried, or if you're a little conservative, 8 times more than if it's dried. Yeah.
Is there any book that you can recommend in that whole procedure? Current book or your book?
Well, 2 books I would recommend. The book I wrote with my brother called Psilocybin Magic Mushroom Grower's Guide is still in print from Quick Press and they have an 800 number here in the city. Quick Trade. I'm sorry, not Quick Press. Quick Trade. And then Paul Stamets' book, The Mushroom Cultivator's Encyclopedia, is a very good book. If you are serious about this, try and find someone who's done it and get them to teach you, because it's very easy to do, but doing it without being shown by someone is a little like trying to assemble a complex toy on Christmas Eve. You know, flap F into slot P, that kind of thing. It's much easier to just be taught by someone. Yeah.
I had a dream that I slept in the early part of the evening to wake up at midnight to then do mushrooms at 1. It was like I had a dream about that. I wondered about doing it in the middle of the night or during the day.
I always do it at night.
Yeah, that's the best one.
And the reason is a practical one, and that is, and this gets us into another realm, but I'm a hallucination chauvinist. I really like hallucinations. To me, the hallucination is the proof that I am connected to the other. And so if I take a low dose and don't hallucinate, even though I may have insights and write cover pages with ideas and so forth, I consider the trip to be somewhat of a failure. Hallucination is what's important. Now, what was the other part of your question? Nighttime or daytime. The hallucinations are reluctant to form in light, I've found. That's not true of everything. For instance, DMT, I prefer my ideal site for smoking DMT would be a grassy, sloping hillside somewhere in Marin County or something. Perfect, in bright sun. But all other hallucinogens seem to prefer darkness and can organize themselves in darkness much better.
Sounds that happen in daytime, everybody sleeps.
It's quieter, although, boy, there are some weird sounds in the middle of the night. It sounds like the entire house has been surrounded by a motorized platoon or something. I mean, yeah.
I think on kind of a religious level, I think you guys kind of think about where a person fit into a religious, spiritual kind of pathway. And I was reading some testimony about and I know there's a lot of controversy in Castaneda, but he talks about his idea of an eagle and an eagle's gift. Ideas that I've read in Eastern traditions about immortality and certain, links up with this Castaneda idea of the eagle's gift. And a certain hallucinogen lead people to a certain way that they can be so that they can, get by the eagle. I know that, I was thinking just some of the stuff that tour that you do, sense your body seems to fit into that well. That I think different planets fit in different ways. I was wondering what your opinion is, or what your own ideas of not simply just using it as a healing tool for society, as a healing tool for a person, and not only using it as just expanding and connecting with your mind with other people's minds, or the world mind, or guiding consciousness, but also in relation to even more objects, not like a religious power.
Well, I think the sincerest form of religious worship is an act of understanding, that the universe wants to be understood by its creations. There is a need for dialogue. So when you take psychedelics, the way I think of it is once you get past the personal stuff, then the model for the psychedelic voyager that I use is the fisherman for ideas. Ideas are the proof of the pudding. And so you put your little boat out on the sea of mind and let down your nets. And what you're hoping for is that minnows don't swim through the net. Minnows are ideas that have a certain striking peculiarity but are utterly, ultimately unsatisfying. An example would be to spend much time meditating on why your little finger just fits your nostril. It's an interesting insight, but you can't build on that much, I think. And if an idea is too large, it'll rend your nets, and you won't be able to wrestle it into the boat. And in fact, you and your nets and your boat will be dragged into the ocean, and we'll just put you in a corner somewhere and look in on you once a week. So what you want is middle-sized ideas, and they can be any idea counts. It can be an idea for how to reorganize an investment plan, or what quantum physics is really trying to say, or, the structure of cytochrome C. It's a specific problem with an answer. And I really believe that salvation is an act of understanding, that the moral life is a precondition for salvation, but that the final step is an act of understanding. So I take seriously the idea that these things are consciousness expanding, and that we should use them to add to the storehouse of culturally validated ideas. Yeah.
I've been wrestling with some issues since lunch, and I'm just trying to think how to articulate it because it's kind of confusing me. I'm wondering about how age and intention come into the use of psychedelics. I know when I was a lot younger, and I was using LSD and mushrooms, I didn't have the intention to really use them for personal growth or for understanding. And I did it just to kind of have a good time. And as I got older and my own awareness increased, my use of them changed. And I'm I'm wondering what your views are, or if you have any insight on, is there a certain age when you think it's appropriate to use these as part of the process for personal growth, as opposed to abuse, which a lot of children teenagers?
I think it's more about the culture in which you're embedded. In other words, I'm obviously considerably older than you. In the 60s, we actually did it with fairly high purpose and did it at fairly high doses. I mean, you weren't even getting into the game if you didn't take 500 micrograms. Now people take 70 micrograms and feel that they can hold forth on the subject of what is LSD. I think what happened was in the 70s and then in the 80s, the dose was dialed down, and it permitted people to take it less seriously. And so you didn't take it as a fun thing because you were young. You took it as a fun thing because you were young in the 80s. And that was how the 80s dealt with it. You can dismiss LSD as just kind of a fun thing if you keep the dose down under 100. But once it starts climbing, it begins to be more and more profound. I have noticed as I age and my peers age that we seem to get more sensitive to it. Which is not to say that we don't need to take it, but that when we do take it, we don't need to take quite such flattening amounts as in the old days. But I think once you are conscious of your identity and of the world you're in, sometime around 16 or so, then I think it becomes just a matter of circumstance and predilection and intelligence. I don't think, psychedelics work with intelligence, but they can't increase it beyond a certain point. And some people are just, I almost said shallow, and then I decided simple, and then some people just are beyond the reach of these things somehow. It just doesn't address their agenda. What this seems mostly to have an appeal for is slightly culturally alienated members of a ruling elite. I mean, where are the black people who should be at this thing? Where are the Latino people who should be here? These things are inevitably incredibly white and male. Why is that? Well, I'm not sure. Yeah. That's a good one. What I would say is just make sure you are really in nature. Because the reason I stopped taking LSD outside or psychedelics outside was because every time I would take it, something so weird would happen that I just could not stand it. Usually having to do with another person, usually a stranger. I mean, you can go up to the top of Mount Whitney, look around, make sure nobody is there, drop, and within 15 minutes, the ranger wants to see the camping permit, the Army is doing helicopter maneuvers, 30 Cub Scouts show up. I mean, it's uncanny. So and some people like to do that. I mean, some people's idea of a good time is to take 500 mics of LSD and wander around Lower Manhattan meeting people. Listen.
What do you think on people that take psychoactive drugs around a lot of people to absorb, like, a learning experience from interaction with other people? Say like mine, similar mine.
Well, these have to be small doses because at effective doses, you're lying on the floor as dead. So, yeah, I mean, and you learn what you can handle. I mean, some people can take vast amounts of LSD and it would never enter your mind that they're loaded at all. And other people, you look over at them and they're bursting into laughter and can't behave themselves.
I was always elaborate on DMT and like insights, experiences, and
Well, I think DMT is, if DMT didn't exist, we would have to invent it. It's sort of, there has to be something in the world. There has to be a weirdest thing. Once we have the concept weird, there has to be a weirdest thing. And DMT is simply it. DMT is that thing which, above all other things, you have convinced yourself doesn't exist. It's the one thing you are certain is impossible. That's how it seemed to me. It completely deconstructs reality in a completely unexpected way. In other words, reality can come apart many different ways, and if it begins to come apart, you hope it will begin to move along some traditionally sanctioned spiritual arc, toward Jesus or heaven or hell or something identifiable. What happens with DMT is there's an eruption of the unexpected. It seems to be in its nature to be unexpected. And it seems to carry the message with incredible intensity that everything you know about reality is wrong. It isn't what you think it is. When you smoke DMT, when I smoke DMT, and according to Rick Strassman's research out at New Mexico, when most people are exposed to DMT, very quickly, like within 30 seconds to a minute, you are conveyed into an inconceivably alien and dramatic environment of 100% hallucination. Nothing you have ever seen before is there. There is nothing there that the English language can describe, because there is nothing there that any English-speaking person ever has encountered before, or German or French or Swahili. You are conveyed into not a unitary world, not the white light, the one, or any of that, but a complex, multiplistic world of motion, light, color, depth, interaction, and none of it makes very much sense at all. It's a metaphor for what I'm talking about is, imagine that you were a Paleolithic person getting loaded around a campfire somewhere on the grasslands of Africa. And imagine that for a minute and a half you suddenly found yourself standing in Times Square at rush hour. Well, you could sort of make sense of it. I mean, when you came back, you would say, well, there were people, sort of. There were sort of people, and then there was a lot of motion, and then there was a lot of verticality, but basically you're just thrashing and clawing the air in front of your companions. They are not getting a picture of Times Square at rush hour from this description. DMT is like that. It seems to punch through to an impossible world, a parallel dimension. And it's not as if it would be shocking enough if it were purely incomprehensible. The problem is it's not quite purely incomprehensible. There's a 2% residuum that you seem to be able to relate to. These self-dribbling basketball-like entities that I call tykes that come bounding up and leap into your body and crawl all over you and jump in and out of your chest cavity. They are singing in some kind of a language that you don't hear but see. And so they're singing objects into existence. Some kind of musical grammar is condensing small pieces of furniture around you. And you have to remember, 30 seconds before you were in some shabby apartment, you and your strange friends, fiddling with some drug, and now that's all gone, and you're not sleepy, you're not dazed, you're absolutely who you were. That's the strange thing. DMT doesn't affect the part that we call ourself. Say, I am who I was, I'm exactly who I was, but what the hell has happened to reality? And it's been entirely replaced by something that I never saw in any science fiction film, never heard about in any fairy tale, never dreamed of, never hinted of, and now I'm fully there. And these little entities are dancing around attention, and then they want you to do something. They want you to sing objects into existence with your voice. And they're doing it. They're showing you how it's done. They somehow, grammar is seen in that world. It's as though a switch has been thrown in your neurophysiological machinery, and language, which you used to hear, you now see. And these things are putting a lot of pressure on you, saying, do it, don't question, don't think, don't reflect, just do it. And I sort of feel something cross between heartburn and satori begin to move its way up my chest, and when it reaches my mouth flies open, and this glossolalia-like linguistic stuff begins to happen, which is like language, like liquid, like silk. I can see it, and it's colored, and it's complicated, and now I do not understand what this is for. I can join you in speculating. It looks to me like, first of all, language itself is a mysterious activity, a behavior which we participate on God, on the body of nature. Human language is the place to look. It is not anticipated in other forms of animal organization, and in us it reaches this excruciating level of expression. And with it, we have created culture, which is a virtual reality that we surround ourselves with, not only of ideologies, Marxism, democracy, monarchy, but buildings, highways, infrastructure. So it's almost as though language is an alien artifact of some sort. You remember Bill Burroughs said it's a virus from outer space. Well, this is sort of like that idea. But language is obviously not something that is a finished enterprise. And I think that we are approaching, either through the natural evolution of the soma, of the body, or through technology, or through some combination of the two, we're approaching a place where we're going to switch channels and switch the language channel into a more broad bandwidth mode, and we're going to see what we mean instead of hear what we mean. That the convention of using small mouth noises to symbolically indicate objects in the world, so that those who share the same set of linguistic assumptions can download this acoustical babble and reconstruct a thought out of it, is going to be traded in for something more like a direct acoustical hologram, where then ambiguity is much less prevalent. You know, if I read you a paragraph from Proust, we can spend the rest of the afternoon discussing what did the author mean. You've all been in those situations. What did the author mean? But if I show you a sculpture by Brancusi, we just walk around and look at it. It self-evidently is what it is. It does not have the ambiguity that adheres to written and spoken language. And I think this ambiguity has allowed misunderstanding, and misunderstanding has allowed pain and agony. So it may be that we're on the brink of a higher form of language, the descent of the logos. This would be it, the manifestation of the logos, and the psychedelics, by allowing a look through the hyperspatial window at future states of human organization, as I argued this morning, is actually giving us a taste of a human future that may be far in the future. In the same way that if you had smoked DMT 20,000 years ago, you might have landed in Times Square circa 1960. It's an insight into a future development in the physiology and mind of man. and makes it very suggestive then that DMT is being elaborated in our brains as part of normal metabolism. We have genes that produce DMT. Well, what if those genes were to be switched on in a more dramatic way? Then what would the quality of culture be? If culture is the serotonin trip, then what kind of culture would we live in if the serotonin were backed out in favor of a DMT-maintained neural substrate? I don't know. Lots of hands up. You've been patient.
I have two questions kind of pertaining to a little bit what you said. You said that when you take the correct amount of psilocybin, it speaks to you in English, and I know this can be silly, but what about people who speak other languages? Are you saying that it speaks back to you so that you may understand?
It speaks to you in your own language. Let me tell you a story which seems to me really a strange story, but it happened to me, so I'll tell it. When I first started growing mushrooms, I was testing all these batches and taking it quite a bit of the time. And one evening, I got locked into this voice thing, and it was singing a little song, and the song was something like this: da 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 says, da 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 says. It ended each line with the word says. So I thought, interesting. Then I went back and listened to Maria Sabina's Mushroom Velada, where she's singing in Tzotzil, which is a mountain Indian language of central Mexico. She's singing in Tzotzil, and the interlinear translation is right there on the page. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, su, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, su. This word means says in Tzotzil. So I thought, aha, this thing can do it in any language. It is apparently omnilingual, yes. And?
And the second part would be, did you say that you said chemicals that psilocybin are naturally occurring in the human brain?
I said DMT naturally occurs in the human brain.
What about children of parents who have taken a lot of psilocybin in their lifetime? How does that affect them, and what if they are confused while parents are having surgery?
Well, there's a lot of anecdotal talk about this, but I don't think there's ever been a statistically coherent study. Coming out of the 60s, of course, there was a rash of LSD babies, and some of those LSD babies are now 19, 25 years old, and they are perhaps in this room and can speak for themselves. But it's never been studied. It would be an interesting thing to look at if you could follow up. The idea that LSD breaks chromosomes was simply a government lie, a smear, that to this day survives in certain portions of the literature. It is not true. It is not even a little true. It is 100% horseshit. It just doesn't do that. Aspirin and caffeine break chromosomes with an order of magnitude more alacrity than LSD.
In Brazil, I just want to say that they have studied taking ayahuasca while you're pregnant, and also they also deliver while on a little bit of ayahuasca, and there's been no effect.
That's right. And my brother did a study, actually, Lawrence Rockefeller paid for much of it, a study of these maestres in Brazil, these Santo Daime people who've taken Uñal de Vegetal, these people who had taken ayahuasca weekly for 40 years, and they did blood studies and tissue studies, and they're fine. In fact, they are slightly above normal in certain indices.
It's not what damaging they do, but what you said, the womb is the first environment that, that's where you get your set start. I'm thinking more along the lines of what benefits, can be saying if the animal is ingesting it, if an embryo is ingesting it also, would that have a similar effect that it would on an adult taking it on their own?
It just hasn't been studied. Many of these LSD babies were also born into very loving, communal, neo-archaic kind of settings, and they had lots of unconventional nurturing and raising too. So it's very hard to separate all these, to tease these factors apart. Yeah.
I wanted to go back to what you were saying about his question on groups.
Uh-huh.
Proves to me that this was true to have an archaic revival and the whole study of shamanism, revivalism. How do you bring about true shamanism within our modern culture without it falling into that kind of thing, like people start to idolize an individual, and yet still bring someone like a shaman into a community? And indigenous tribe shamans are often not necessarily idealized like they are in brewery situations, but they're respected and they're thought of as being more learned, and they often have the archive of knowledge that often not everyone in the tribe has.
Well, you know, Merciliad, in his great book on shamanism, he subtitled it The Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy. What a shaman is in command of are techniques, and they're not based on his personality. That's where it's different from the guru. If once the shaman has told you his techniques, he's told you all he can tell you. And you then have to apply the techniques. The ideology is fairly absent in shamanism at a practical level. It's basically about experience, not about an ideological preconception of things. The way I handle gurus is just to simply say, what can you show me? And then if you're told, well, you have to sweep up around the ashram here 12 years or so and do daily prostrations, and then we'll cut you in on the good, you just can pick up your knapsack and keep going. Because the real stuff is not hidden like that. When I went to South America and people said, I said, what can you show me? And they said, well, let's just sharpen our machetes and go out here into the woods a half a mile and cut some vine and bring it back and boil it up, and I'll show you what I'll show you. I'm very suspicious of lineages and secret knowledge and situations where somebody decides where somebody else is worthy to ascend to the next level, because you know, man for man and woman for woman, there doesn't seem to be a more scheming, tawdry, and venal subclass on this planet than gurus. I mean, there may be some good ones, but my God, they keep bad company. Yeah.
From your last sort of thread, I was picking up about, I heard what I am saying in my mind, synesthesia, sort of characteristics when you were describing the DMT, the hearing of colors or speaking words that became colors.
It is a thing.
So can that, and you might want to go into that for other people, but I'm really into this whole thing now, and I'm kind of going, can that happen and occur with the mushroom, say, or another hallucinogen than the DMT?
Well, no, I think, if you take enough psilocybin, it begins to look like DMT. If you take an 8 or 9 gram dose of psilocybin, at about the 2-hour mark, it'll be indistinguishable from DMT. To address this question of synesthesia, obviously the world is a unity, and it arrives at the surface of your body as a unity of electromagnetic vibrations and light and so forth. But your senses break it up at that point. Your eyes tell you about light. That's a certain range of electromagnetic radiation. Your ears measure pressure waves in the air, the acoustical range. your hands inform you about the tactility of the world, but the world is one thing. So it's almost as though the senses are reunified in synesthesia in a way that may have been originally intended and has for some reason fallen out of our physiological repertoire, or perhaps exists as a future state. But yes, tasting shapes, seeing colors, feeling music. There are people who have unusual neurological conditions who live in these kinds of spaces, and it's very hard to... Some of you may know the guy who wrote Oliver Sacks' book, The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat. It's a wonderful book. And The Man Who Tasted Shapes, that's right.
Hey, what's the story of your book on... You have a book called Synesthesia, don't you?
Yes, I'm a little embarrassed by it because it breaks my proletarian mold. There were only 70 copies of that book, and it cost about $1,500. And what it is it's a showcase for an artist named Tim Eli, who is very famous in the world of made books. And he's at the top of the made books thing. So I contributed a text. He made the paper and the binding and set the print and painted on each page of each book in a special, unique way. And it's an art object. Yeah.
You know, your book on cultivating psilocybin mushrooms has a very strong impact in terms of the accessibility of mushrooms. And DMT is much harder to obtain than mushrooms. And I know people have explored Jonathan ayahuasca analogs, and he's even used the switches around Polaris with very mixed success. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about similarly accessible ways of making DMT come into existence.
Yeah. Well, I don't advocate, if you're not at least a third or fourth year biochemist, you shouldn't attempt it because it involves in the laboratory, because it involves the use of LIAH. Here's a book called Psychedelic Shamanism that has recipes, but LIAH, lithium aluminum hydride, is very explosive, and don't make a fuel of yourself. The other approach is to try to find a weak source in nature and concentrate it. And phalaris grasses, Phalaris tuberosa and arundinaceae, you can grow them and do a low-tech water extraction. I'm not sure, nobody has ever handed me a gram of DMT created by these techniques. This is all sort of backyard theory, but in theory it should be able to do this. There's also a plant called Desmanthus illinoiensis that grows in the Midwest that has a very high concentration of DMT in the root bark. It's interesting to talk about that plant for a moment because it's only been known that it contained DMT in the root bark for about 5 years. But it could have been used by the North American Plains Indians to produce some kind of a shamanic hallucinogen, but never was, as far as we can tell. And this is an interesting question, those of you who may be going on to ethnography or something like that. Why do some people use hallucinogens and not others? It simply isn't a matter of availability. For example, second only to the Mexican concentration of species in Oaxaca and the Sierra Mazateca is the concentration of over 35 known species in the Pacific Northwest. Yet evidence of use of those mushrooms by the Tlingit, Tsimshian, and the Northwest Coast Indians is very hard to come by, ranging from maybe none to maybe a little tiny bit, but by no means is it established that they did this. This Desmanthus thing is another thing. Why was it never utilized? This new chemical and plant that I talked about this morning has an interesting relationship to all this. Salvia divinorum, this Mexican mint that contains salvinorin alpha. It's used only by two fairly small language groups, the Tzotzil and the Tzoltal, and they call it hojas de la pastora, the leaves of the shepherdess. But when you ask them, well, what do you call it in Tzotzil? What do you call it in your language? They say, we have no name for this plant in our language. Well, that's impossible if they've been using it for any length of time at all. It seems to suggest, and they say, that this is a new plant. But what's puzzling about that is it's known from nowhere else on Earth. So is it that these people discovered this plant as recently maybe as 50 or 60 years ago, and having a tradition of plant use, they inculcated this one into it? There's a similar case in Africa. You probably all know about iboga, Tabernanthe iboga, which is the only really major African alkaloid containing plant. And it's the basis of a religion in Gabon and Zaire called Bawiti. And interesting on this gender issue, just as an aside, this stuff is used to hold relationships together. It's well understood that that's what it's for, is to bond people. But, and these people who use it, the Fang people, they say they got it from the pygmies. But what's strange about iboga is there is no record of anybody using it before 1870, anywhere. This is very puzzling because the Portuguese had been into West Africa since the 1440s and trading and buying slaves and bringing back artifacts and this sort of thing. No record of iboga use before 1860. So we can't assume always that these things are ancient. There's a lot of controversy about peyote. Peyote, if you're not looked into the matter, you might assume this is this ancient hallucinogen. But in fact, the most of the evidence argues that until the 1880s, Sephora secundifolia beans were the preferred shamanic intoxicant of the Rio Grande drainage. Well, now, today, Sephora secundifolia is considered a poison. It has cytosine in it. It's a terrible thing to take. This is another thing. I mean, as long as I'm just riffing on these things, you have to realize that intoxication is a culturally defined situation. For example, in Madagascar, the Malagasy Republic, the large island off eastern Africa, there are no major psychedelics, but there are what are called ordeal poisons. Well, these are plants where you take it, you think you're going to die, you beg to die, and then you get better and are fine. Well, people come out of that reborn, rededicated to their families and their professions and their position in society. Why? Not because it was psychedelic, but because a near-death experience is intrinsically an experience which causes you to re-examine and re-evaluate your relationships to the world and other people. Yeah.
But I heard a couple of years ago that a popular underground designer drug in Japan company invoked a certain kind of near-death experience with something that was described as being a kind of neurological state that the bodies undergo and it's very catastrophic, and it would give you a certain kind of experience of a violent kind of demise. And that had some kind of popular use.
If it's not true, it probably will be in time. Some people have nominated DMT for that role. My friend Rupert Sheldrake, he calls it a thanatoptogen. He says, when you really die, when you are beyond any returning, DMT floods the dying brain. And the only way you can have that experience without dying is to artificially induce it. This may be so. I mean, one of the most challenging things about DMT, and we might as well, it's the afternoon of the first day, so we might as well dig into it. What about these entities that I talked about? What about the types, the self-transforming machine elves, the jeweled geometric basketballs? Are we to just dismiss this as hallucination, we whose lives are built on hallucination? Or what is to be made of that? What kind of an entity can have a mind but not a body and be loose inside your mind? I think that possibly, this is sort of the most woo-woo place we'll pass through unless you bait me. But if you ask shamans worldwide, how do you do what you do? They will say, well, we use ancestor spirits. The ancestor spirits help us. Well, you may think you're countercultural, but most people hearing about ancestor spirits are able to dumb that down into, these naive, charming Indians, that sort of thing. But what if there is actually something which survives bodily death, that is actually continues to exist in a dimension which we would have to call mental or trans-real? And what if you can come and go from that dimension using shamanic techniques? Well, that is in fact what shamanism has always claimed to anyone who would listen. They say, the shaman passes back and forth through the same doorway through which the dead pass, but they do not return. The superhuman condition of the shaman, his or her ability to cure, to handle fire, to drive metal objects through flesh, all of this is to show that they are of both worlds, that they partake in the ontos of normal being, but they also partake in the ontos of transcendental being. And I think it would be the most astonishing cultural development of the last 500 years if we were to actually learn something about the after death that would strip away our materialist and cheerful assumptions that when you go into the ground you're nothing but compost. In a way, that belief has been the permission for all of our dumbing down and devaluing of ourselves, our society, each other, and the planet. The belief that, well, ultimately it doesn't amount to anything anyway. Well, what if ultimately you don't know what you're talking about? Then you have to come to terms with that. Yeah.
Well, just on a couple of points you made. I've done a lot of psychedelics and I quit after a period of time just to sort of dry out. Recently, the last few years, has been the Manda religion, which is the Afro-Brazilian religion in the trance in Mckenna. Now, there isn't any blood taken there, but we have had, and I've witnessed at the various points, experiences with the ancestors saying there were 15 people in the room all saying basically, that's it. And when afterwards we went around the room, the experiences were all remarkably similar. And I don't know what that's proof of, but it was very unique when I first had that. And, wow. It was very interesting. So there is, I think there is, out of the tradition, I don't know if it's changed over time, etc., but I do believe that the psychedelics open up the door for a lot of people. But I think once the door is open, something can access it pretty easily.
It's a professional calling. I think everybody should have a psychedelic experience, but to professionally dedicate yourself to a lifetime, you have to have a particularly intense 12th house configuration of some sort, I think. Yeah.
It's been a long time since I had a PhD since 1967. But as I recall, the thing that struck me most about it was that time itself. But that was my experience. I was in a state of timelessness. And okay, so this one, if you have had similar kinds of experiences on these groups, if you can concur with that. And I want to get to this question about the Ophelia that you mentioned.
Well, first let me deal with the timelessness. This metaphor that I tried to put out this morning about how the shaman goes to hyperspace and therefore can see next week's weather, next week's hunting, who's going to recover from illness and who isn't. What going into the fourth dimension means is all time becomes co-present. You know, there's that piece of doggerel poetry, I dreamed I saw eternity the other night, an endless golden ring. In other words, eternity is all time in a completed form. And I think, you know, timelessness, stopping the world, as Castaneda said, this is an indication that you have truly crossed the boundary out of three-dimensional Newtonian space and into this hyperspatial dimension. I can't say enough about this because I think this is the key. That life is a process that conquers dimensionality. It always has been. The earliest forms of life were fixed slimes. They had no motility. They had an existence as points. Later, they acquired motility, the ability to swim around, and were aware then of the concept here and there. And then really the entire evolution of life on this planet is simply to develop better organs for moving around in three-dimensional space. Stronger legs, stronger arms, better binocular vision, so forth and so on, until you get to human beings. And we invent language. And what is language? It's a strategy for escaping from the narrowness of the present moment. Because if you have language, you can say, I remember the time when so-and-so, or you can say, why don't we plan on doing so-and-so? In other words, and when you get written language, then you get history, then there is, in a way, the past never goes away. The past changes into history, and in that form, or the present changes into history, and in that form it stays with us. And now, culture, electronic culture, we dream of an information lossless society where no information is lost. And then that means, in a sense, where no time passes away. You know, we'll have Marilyn with us and JFK, everybody, a kind of eternity. So language is then seen as a strategy for the further overcoming of dimensional limitation. And now, with the Internet about to go visual and all that, it seems like we're again about to take another step deeper into the conquest of dimensionality. But there's nothing new in all this. This is the business that biology has been about since day one. And then the glossolalia.
Description of this experience of the energy were you saying literally actually the sound that you made?
There's a feeling. It's, not to be crude, but it's somewhat like a belch or something. It's like a bubble of something moving up. And then when it gets to when it actually gets to your mouth, it manifests as a
my experience of that is you may not necessarily literally see air passing through my larynx. What I'm doing is a kind of vibration of energy somehow, and I don't know how it's done, but somehow by some, what we call it magic, with some sort of activity that's actually taking place in me, something changes. And this becomes what you're describing as language of speech. Because it seems to manifest in this way. Does that sound true? Are you, in other words, I'm trying to find out if you're really talking about, I'm making a really clear connection between using voice and frequencies of vibration. That's one kind of energy. And there's another kind of energy that's behind that. It could be what we would call the energy of meaning. Okay?
Well, there's sound and meaning, and they are not necessarily related.
They may not be related, but what we're getting at here is this question of how is it that your little types manifest themselves without body. They manifest apparently in the whole world around them, right? But somehow or other, they are transforming energy.
Yes, I mean, I always, my technique or my intellectual style, though it may not seem like it, is to always seek for a rational explanation first, and then from there more and more exotic explanations. So I was really floored by this tyke thing, because that seemed to me unambiguously not something which was supposed to happen in the universe as I was told it, that there were supposed to be small non-human intelligences leaping in and out of my chest. And one idea that's occurred to me, and since some of you are interested in psychology, it's maybe worth talking about, plus we get to inject a buzzword here, which is, as you know, it is now understood that we are really not one person. We have many personalities. Multiple personality disorder is simply when you manifest this on a level that irritates other people. Multiple personality order is when you have them all lined up in a row and the right ones always talk to the same people, and so the illusion is maintained. Well, in the same way that, you know, if you had a big mirror, you look in the mirror and you see a reflection of yourself. But now if you lift the mirror up and bring it down on the ground and shatter it, what you see now is not a shattered reflection of yourself, but hundreds of little reflections of yourself, each one whole. Well, may it not be then that what DMT does is it shatters the illusion of the self and says, you're not a self, you're a tribe of selves. And here they are, dancing, performing, singing. They are the fractal adumbrations of the personality. That was the buzzword that I wanted to get in. They are the fractal adumbrations of personality. That's one possibility. The other possibility, souls, like I said, an ecology of souls. That is the conservative explanation. Why is it the conservative explanation? Well, because we are here, and so if we think of them as human beings of some sort, they just happen to be dead human beings. Nevertheless, we see that there are human beings, so perhaps there is a residuum that survives death, and that is what these things are. Other possibilities must range more further afield. A parallel continuum actually inhabited by these things, that they are not human beings in any form, that they are autonomous entities with their own universe. That's one possibility. Another possibility is that these are the long-sought extraterrestrials, that they don't come in beryllium ships the size of Manhattan to take control of our gross industrial output, that that's a crazy way of thinking about extraterrestrials, that they come through a technology of mind, that they come by collapsing space across megaparsecs and appearing in the mind as a hallucinogenic experience. But then, of course, the question is, why? And why this sense of familiarity? And why this deep affection and concern for suffering humanity? I don't have answers, but I know that these questions need to be answered. The domain is real. Yeah, we'll do a question and then it's break time.
I just wonder if there's really that much of a difference. I mean, you're presenting these alternatives, maybe for clarity, as completely separate. But the idea of autonomous entities living in some hyperdimensional space versus the idea of our separate personalities versus the idea of other beings that maybe have a more traditional existence but just very far away, are they really all that separate? It seems to me that if the mind actually makes its home, at least in large part, in hyperspace, in the everyday world of the mind, I mean, if that's where our thoughts live, then if we take these drugs, they transport us to a place where we see that through another filter. In this hyperspace, that's where the other minds live, presumably, there may not be that much of a difference between those three alternatives you actually propose. It may be the ego, which we talked about earlier, that is causing the confusion here. We think of ourselves wrapped in this skin, living at this point, and then all this stuff is very confusing. But if we expand our definition of mind to be what you earlier said it to be, then perhaps these entities, I mean, they're fascinating, but they're not so mysterious. They're outside the domain of where they should be.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're right, although, well, let's take two of the possibilities. If it's an ecology of souls we're dealing with, then they should have complete knowledge of the history of the planet and everything that's ever gone on and so forth, but they won't have a complete encyclopedia of galactic history or something like that. I think that, well, frankly, I don't know what I think. It depends on how recently I've smoked DMT. The overwhelming impression is of cognitive dissonance occasioned by the simultaneous perception of alienness and familiarity. These are the most alien things you've ever seen, and you know you've been here before, and you know it's very important, and you know it's basic to who you are. But if it's the self, then what have we done to the definition of the self? The self is supposed to mean that which is most familiar to me. If the concept self can also include the notion that which is least familiar to me, then it's almost too broad a concept to use. I think what we need is scientists, meaning you don't have to wear a white coat, but you do have to have the scientific attitude, rolling up their sleeves and going in there with the same attitude that Wallace went to the Amazon and that Darwin went to the Galapagos. And let's figure out, let's map the flora and fauna. Let's get a taxonomy of these types. Let's try and figure out where they're coming from and what their purpose is. Shamanism, I believe, is the study of this dimension. And it's not reached any conclusions. At this point, it is a phenomenology, not a science. And so the Amazon shaman, he has a language of control and description which is satisfying in his context and to his people, but it may not be satisfying in your context and to your people, even if you assimilate it perfectly. You know, it's like physicists talk about charm and strangeness of quarks, but this has nothing to do with strangeness or charm in ordinary speech. These are very, very complicated concepts where the technical gloss has been to call it strangeness. And when a shaman tells you he deals with ancestor spirits, you, for whom Casper the Friendly Ghost is the image of an ancestor spirit, definitely get a cockamamie notion then when you try and map Casper the Friendly Ghost onto the Amazon shaman's notion of an ancestor spirit. These concepts require a lifetime of manipulation and familiarity before you understand where the boundaries will lie. Well, why don't we take a 5-minute, 10-minute break here, and then we'll come back. Kinds of details. There's the details of shamanic usage, descriptions of ethnographic material, how ayahuasca is used, how is used. There's a whole neurophysiological world of discussion. What happens to these molecules once they get inside your body? Where do they go in the body and in the brain? And why are they able to do what they do? What molecular species are they competitive with? So forth and so on. Issues of botany, taxonomy, biogeography, so forth and so on. So I want you to direct it where you want it to go. In some of these areas I'm more competent than in others. But if I'm incompetent, I can usually bring myself to say so and name a book that will help you out. So I want it to fulfill your needs, and that's based probably on your professional orientation and where you want to go with this stuff. So don't be shy about jerking us one way and then another. Yeah.
I really wanted to ask you about, in invisible landscape, you talked about Genesis translate this exactly, whatever it was, 21 days. It seems like the ayahuasca that you ingested had nothing to do with the duration of that trance state. That if I understand correctly, that it had to do with some sort of artificially induced tonal thing that you did that created that ERS?
ESR?
Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Well, let me background it. The question relates to an incident told about in both my book with Dennis, Invisible Landscape, and in True Hallucination. Creatively agitated under the influence of mushrooms, announced that he could do something, which is very hard to describe what it was. It was sort of like turn himself inside out, trigger the end of the world, open a doorway into hyperspace, something like that. Anyway, some highly touted, dramatic thing. He organized an experiment to test the theory, and the result of the experiment was not nothing, which was what I was betting on, not what he said would happen, which what he was betting on, but a very peculiar incident then was generated where he seemed to lose his mind, to put it simply, for about 3 weeks, but in a very specialized and orderly way. And I seemed to also undergo a parallel but different kind of transformation. And the theory that was being manipulated was a theory that involved using vocally produced tones to acoustically cancel metabolizing psychedelic molecules in the body so that they would bond as dimers into DNA. In other words, so that they would intercalate into DNA. The hypothesis which lie behind all this was that DNA must be the storage, the physical storage site for memories. This is not a popular idea. This is a sneered at idea. But memory is a great problem for modern science. We've decoded DNA, we've got the top quark, we've measured the core temperature of Betelgeuse. We have no idea how memory works. It's absolutely confounding because a woman, a man of 90 years old can remember the way their great-grandmother's skirts smelled when they used to crawl up into her lap when they were 4 years old. It was 86 years ago, during that time, every molecule in the body has been cycled out every 5 to 7 years. So it's 10 bodies away is the body that crawled up into that woman's lap and could smell the starch in her skirts, and yet the memory is completely clear. Where are the memories? And as you know, experiments have been done with ablating large parts of the brain or studying people who are the unfortunate victims of very traumatic head injuries. And there are cases in the medical literature of people who have fully 80% of their physical brain destroyed and no memory impairment whatsoever. So where are the memories? Well, there are a number of theories, but there is nothing more than theory at this point. Dennis said, let's assume nature is conservative for a moment. We know that nature stores protein code in DNA, and we know that DNA has large silent portions. And in fact, some of you may have seen the data which came out just recently, that those large silent portions of the DNA exhibit the same mathematical properties as language. Did you all read this? Oh, this is hot news, folks. As you know, DNA codes for protein. That code is only about 6% of the DNA chain. The rest of the DNA, the other 94%, is called silent DNA, or by some people, junk DNA, because it doesn't code for proteins. So what does it do? Well, recently they've been sequencing this junk DNA and then studying it with algorithms used by the CIA to detect code in noise, and they discover that the silent portions of the DNA fit all the necessary criterion of language. They have syntactical structure. This seems to support Dennis's contention, which was, and it's it would be very controversial, you see, because it's a Lamarckian mechanism. It's saying that experience can modify nuclear DNA, which is denied by anti-Lamarckian evolution. That's not the way it's supposed to work, according to Darwin and the neo-Darwinians. Nevertheless, if we don't believe that the only part of the body which is not traded out many times over the course of a long lifetime, the only part of the body which you are born with and die with is neural DNA. Neural DNA, what you're born with, you keep. Therefore, it's reasonable, following good scientific method, to hypothesize that the neural DNA must be where the memories are. Well, then Dennis's idea was that ordinary experience has to do with serotonin dropping into a relationship of bonding with DNA and giving off a signal, like a radio transmitter, of the structural hyperfine ESR of the DNA, and that then constitutes the electrobiochemical foundation of the experience of thought. And so what he was saying was then what these psychedelics are is they're like different kinds of transmitters, stronger, or transmitting in different wavelengths, or transmitting with a higher bandwidth. And it is known, in fact, that these psychedelic molecules do compete with serotonin. They are serotonergic competitors. So visualize the DNA in the course of metabolism unfolding and folding itself to expose various runs of nucleotides to ribosomal coding into RNA. And in this molecular environment, these drug molecules are whirling around, and by Brownian motion or by enzymatic delivery, the details don't matter, these molecules intercalate meaning they slip neatly between the nucleotides. Many drugs do this. This is known. But most drugs or compounds, when they intercalate into DNA, they distort the twisting of it, and it's dysfunctional. It messes up. The thing can't transcript anymore. These drug molecules, if you look at them, they're usually a pentexyl 5-sided central group with two benzene rings, or a benzene ring and a partial benzene ring hanging off of this thing. And they're flat, they're planar. It means if you could blow up a psilocybin molecule to the size of a cutting board, it would be about as thin as a cutting board, and as wide and as long. Those flat molecules fit right in between the nucleotides. Yes, and when this happens, the electron spin resonance signal is amplified, just as though a more efficient transceiver had been dropped into place. And you can measure the hyperfine ESR signature of DNA in an in vitro laboratory situation. This is not mysterious. So the idea then is that we have a family of molecules, endogenous neurotransmitters like serotonin, acetylcholine, so forth and so on, and exogenous neurotransmitters like psilocybin, psilocybin, mescaline, and then exogenous, endogenous like DMT, found inside and outside the body. And it may be that what the evolution of consciousness is the slow trading in of low-gain molecular transceivers like serotonin for much more broadband, high-gain molecular transceivers like DMT. So Dennis's idea was to take all this theory that I just laid out and then use acoustically produced vocal sound to cancel the charge of these molecules. And as you probably know, or maybe you don't know, when a molecule becomes superconducting, it will bond into anything. It becomes a hyperbonding molecule. It will bond anywhere. So theoretically, if you could cause psychedelic molecules during their act of being intercalated into your genetic material to become superconducting, even for a moment, they would lock in permanently. And you would begin to have a much deeper experience of consciousness. It would be much broader, much deeper. He claimed he could do this, but he also went further and claimed, and this is where I am not good at explaining it because I didn't understand it then and I don't understand it now, but he claimed that in the act of becoming superconducting and intercalating, this thing would cause the molecule to undergo something which he named. He called it hyperdextrorotation, which means simply that it would turn inside out. And he said then that you would produce something, and, I'm embarrassed at the strangeness of the concept, but that you could, in some sense, give birth to your own soul. That something could be generated out of your body which you would have a high degree of personal identification with, because it would, in fact, be the central essence of yourself. It would be, he made analogies to the philosopher's stone, to the flying saucer, to the birth of an idea. It's the idea that you could create what he called translinguistic matter. That means a form of, an ontological form of being which looks like matter, but which behaves like mind. And that somehow this would trigger the collapse of the illusion of history, and everything would be swept into the presence of Almighty God upon her throne, or something like that. Anyway, that was the notion. And in proceeding to carry out this experiment, which I just thought was madness and would result in nothing, and then we could go back to botanizing, instead, in a sense, it seemed to work. The condensation of the philosopher's stone and the collapse of the historical state vector is slightly delayed, but the rest of it seems right on track, in that when he threw the switch, as he said, the harmine switch, he went bonkers, basically, for about 21 days in a very complicated way, which he had anticipated. He said, there is a small chance that I will be turned inside out, not my body, but my mind. And it seemed as though that was precisely what had happened. He could recite the alphabet backwards. He spoke in a language which, if you got him to spell it, you could turn it around and you could see these were full sentences, but spoken backwards. In other words, he truly seemed to be running backwards while all the rest of us were running forward. Well, after about 21 days, that faded, and he got his act together and went back to get multiple PhDs in molecular biology, pharmacognosy, and what have you. Coincident with the throwing of the switch, I, who had been the skeptic, noticed that it was as though a switch had been thrown in me, and I began to understand. It was not like any drug I'd ever taken. It was not like psilocybin or ayahuasca. There were no hallucinations. But what began to happen was I simply began to understand faster and faster and faster and faster, so fast that I was just walking around on these jungle trails holding my head going, uh-huh, I see, yes, uh-huh, 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 uh-huh. And it was opening up ahead of me. And eventually this understanding settled down into the theory of the time wave, which I will not slay you with, because this is a course in psychobotany, not a course in megalomania revealed. But what I finally came to rest with was a complete model of space and time, which is what you would end up with if he had succeeded. He said it would condense into three-dimensional space and end history, and everyone would leave their factories and offices and discard their clothes, and with tears of joy streaming down their faces begin to form the cosmic round dance that precedes the departure for Alpha in Sagittarius. Well, that remains a future promise to be redeemed. But what happened to me was I obtained this strange idea out of the I Ching that offered me a complete model of space and time and the future and the past, and has continued to be the touchstone of my intellectual life. So I think that, we can argue for hours, although it's probably not worth doing, about whether anything at all happened at La Chorrera. I was there. I should mention I didn't sleep for 11 days. And it was the most amazing 11 days I've ever had. I was absolutely ecstatic. I barely ate. And I was full of compassion and understanding for everyone and their limitations in this terrible dilemma, because we were, 1,000 miles up the Rio Baboon asshole with no airplanes and no radios, and here my brother proceeds to go nuts, and I'm saying it's okay, but the world may end in a few days, and on and on. It took me about 5 years to get myself publicly presentable. In that time, I was a burden to my friends and a joy to my enemies, because I appeared to be a social menace, you know. I could back people into a Denny's and hold them there for 16 hours at a stretch with a rap so alarming and appalling that people would just back to the wall to wait to see if I was going to explode. It was simply, it takes a long time. You have to leaven it with humor and self-criticism and convince people that you don't take yourself seriously and all these things to make it palatable. Yeah, that is true hallucination. And I think this, you know, if you want to read an eye-opening book, if you haven't read it, read Thomas Kuhn's book, The Structure of Scientific Revolution. Because what you'll learn there, to your amazement, is that these great intellectual breakthroughs like Newton and Einstein and Planck and so forth, they don't come out of careful examination of the evidence and conservative adumbration of theories and all. No, they don't come like that. They come like revelations, you know, completely, and then you argue backward to convince your colleagues. You go out and you get the evidence and you argue backward and you convince everybody, and then everybody says, well, it was obvious all the time, and anyway, they knew it 50 years earlier, and on and on and on. But that's what you have to do. So I have stuck with this, my devotion to psychedelics, because it gave me really my greatest wish, which was I want to have a complete understanding of how things work. That doesn't mean there is no more surprises, but it means you at least have a structure that you can pour it into. And I think this is what shamans do. They create a personal ideology sufficient to their needs, and my needs are complex because I live in a society where I'm going to be talking to quantum physicists, mathematicians, historians of science, epistemologists, so forth and so on. So it had to perform at top speed. If you're in the rainforest situation, in a culture, in a monoculture, then it is perhaps not so challenging. But the point of all this is catalysis of ideas. You know, culture can evolve no faster than its language. It can evolve no faster than the models that it can set up for itself to achieve, and that requires language. So I take the psychedelics to be catalysts of language. They probably caused it to come into existence in the first place, and then they continue to push it forward into new domains. And this great period of creativity that we're living through now in the sciences, in the arts, in the implementation of exotic technologies, I think this is the real legacy of the 60s. The people who run these fancy computer companies and the World Wide Web and the net and CERN and all that, they're all freaks. They're all people who came up through the 60s and have somehow fitted themselves in to straight society. But the great bulk of creative work in the society in those areas is being done by people who took psychedelics. And in fact, arguably, the scientists of today, the technological implementers of today, are in fact shamans. And we are creating a kind of culturally validated shamanic superspace, except we call it cyberspace. But all we're doing with the creation of cyberspace is hardwiring in a male way what has always been there in a female way. I mean, the web of invisible hidden associations that make us a cosmos instead of a chaos. Well, that seems to be an overlong answer to a question I've forgotten. Yeah. Well, first let me talk about morphogenetic fields. For those of you who don't recognize the term, this is an idea which has been developed by Rupert Sheldrake, who's a theoretical biologist in England. It's a very simple idea with very revolutionary implications. The idea can be simply stated like this. Things happen the way they happen because that's how they happened before. That may not sound terribly challenging, but here then is an example of the consequences if you believe that. If you believe that, then it should be possible to teach rats to run a maze in Cambridge, we'll say. And once they know how to run that maze, it should take rats in Australia less time to learn to run the same maze because it's been done before. In other words, this is a theory which says it's very hard for something to happen the first time, and slightly easier the second, and more easy the third, and inevitable by the 10 trillionth time it happens. Science doesn't recognize this. This is madness from the point of view of science, and yet there are many phenomena which can only be explained in this way. Well, the way this relates to psychedelics, I think, is that on psychedelics, essentially you feel or you see the morphogenetic fields that surround objects. You see not the ordinary experience is time is sliced as a moment, a moving moment of infinite thinness that is moving through time. On psychedelics, the past seems somehow present in the present. And one of Sheldrake's books is called The Presence of the Past. So in a way, the idea that I developed, the time wave, is an attempt to mathematicize his conversational model of a morphogenetic field. The universe, to me, is self-evidently moving between narrower and narrower walls. That's not orthodox. Orthodoxy says the universe is a random walk. There are no constraints. There is no telos, is the way a scientist would put this. Telos is the Greek word for purpose. The universe does not have a purpose. We are not evolving toward some idealized future state. I think we are. I think that self-evidently nature conserves complexity. And if you define complexity as the number of points cotangent in a system, then obviously ultimate complexity is achieved when all points are cotangent with all other points. And that is a state of hyperdimensionality. And I think that's what we're migrating toward. That's why boundary dissolution is so important, because ultimately all boundaries will be dissolved. I mean, we quibble about a boundary like the difference between men and women. That's a political boundary, the differences in which we treat men and women. That's a political boundary. But eventually, all boundaries are destined to be dissolved. The boundaries between men and women, the boundaries between young and old, but then the boundaries between people and nature, the boundaries between plant and animal, and then even more ultimate boundaries, the boundary between life and death, the boundary between earth and space. All boundaries will be dissolved in the universal process of complexification that is leading toward all points being cotangent. And the psychedelics, because they give you a little bit of hyperdimensional vision, show you this cohering process, which I call concrescence, using the terminology that Alfred North Whitehead popularized. The universe is growing toward concrescence. This is an interesting idea because it's very counter what we've been taught. We've been taught that the universe is basically incomprehensible, unimaginable in its size. We are somewhere in it very typical. Everything about us is typical. Our star is typical, our planet is typical, we are typical, and therefore no value should be conferred on our existence. But this is just simply somebody's idea. Measurements have only been carried out on this planet and in this solar system and for 1 century. So upon what basis do we generalize from these measurements to a statement about the character of the Chiliocosm? It seems ridiculous. I think that the presence of evolution, traceable in the paleontological record of this planet, and then the presence of ourselves emerging out of animal organization and moving rapidly toward a disincarnate electronic global civilization must mean that we are being channeled into deeper and deeper complexity at a faster and faster rate. And when you penetrate hyperspace, this is the landscape you see. You see the funnel that is channeling us toward a kind of hyperdimensional nexus point beyond which we can't project because our intellectual equipment can't be pushed past that point. Yeah.
Do you envision this as what's happening until 2012, and what do you think? What's your idea of what's going to happen in 2012?
All points will become cotangent in a superspace. Can't say. Not that we don't know. Can't say. Language is not capable of describing a cotangent hyperspace.
Will that thus open in all the dimensions, or?
Yeah, basically, you will be everybody. Everybody will be you. You will be everywhere. You will be every when. You will be every which. And every when, which, and where will be you. All assumptions of distinctness will be illusory. And so we can see this happening. I mean, people are fond of saying the Earth has shrunk to a point under the influence of electronic technology. It's a nice way of putting it, but it's just beginning. The World Wide Web further shrinks it. And when the World Wide Web is virtual and an implant behind your eyelids, and, I mean, you can carry out these fantasies for yourself.
A little bit. Coming a little bit more sooner than Tibbler sees.
Yeah, mine's the earliest of all of the non-completely insane people, or the latest of the completely insane people. Yes.
Well, Kevin Shaman from in the Andes at 17,000 feet, they, according to their prophecy, which they're the direct lineage of the Incas, they said that in 1995 they are coming out of the mountains because it is part of their prophecy that they will come and teach the Earth how to shift into the planetary consciousness, which is evolving and beginning this year, and then will shift into the next millennium. And that the body of it will come out of North America because we have done so much destruction, and also because we know how to manifest in the body. That the intellect will come from Europe, and that the heart and soul will come from South America, and that they're coming down to teach how to begin to move into this type of consciousness.
Well, there is a lot of this kind of anticipation of a great shift. And I think there's more to it than simply the pressure the millennial turn of the calendar puts on us. This garden party is over. You know, there's nothing but crumpled plates and stabbed out cigarette butts in aspic now. It's over. The party's over. And where we're headed now is not clear, but we have finished our sojourn in three-dimensional space and historical time. And our technology and our dreams are about to carry us further. What this means for the rest of the Earth is hard to say. Life once left the oceans. Life once elaborated oxygen to the point where it threatened its own survival on the planet. Dan Joy once said to me, once you strip away the height, it's just another concrescence. Quite true, but the hype is major because, we haven't seen a turning point like this since before the bust-up of Pangaea, and that was 275 million years ago. This is bigger than that, and it's mind-shattering. shedding matter. Matter was the vehicle that could carry mind a certain distance in its self-revelation. But now, clearly, we have become a toxic drag on the rest of nature. And it means it's time to move on. The womb would like to expel this puppy into whatever hyperspace awaits us. But clearly, if we remain in the womb of three-dimensional space and time, we're just going to mess the joint up, toxify it, wreck the oceans, and ultimately pollute ourselves and everything else to death. So the time has come to move on, and hey, we're moving on. Yeah.
What responsibility do we personally have? As you spoke earlier, it's not necessarily being so optimistic that we'll be able to make it into this next.
I think the responsibility that we have is to spread reasonable hope. In other words, a lot of people are becoming frightened, and a lot of people will be more frightened. We haven't hit the white water yet. It's coming. But this is the long garden party before the white water. And there are going to be a lot of doomsayers. There's going to be a lot of ugliness, like Rwanda, Bosnia, this sort of thing. Much reason for despair unless you have the broad picture. But I think that our purpose is to educate ourselves about the situation, and that when that task is completed, you will be filled with hope, and then to spread that hope. There is no other ideology of hope on this planet. Christianity is so dramatically on the ascendant because it offers otherworldly hope. It denies this world. It consigns it to the flames and asks you to seek salvation in some other world. Secular humanism, and its various forms, capitalism, so forth and so on, offers nothing but more stuff. You know, they are willing to hasten the end in order to keep people playing deck tennis while the Titanic goes down. There is no sanctionable position of hope except the belief that history is ending, and that the acceleration of novelty, which we see happening back and back, the further back in time you go, the less novel things are and the slower time moves. Now we have come to the place where time is moving very quickly, so that by a moment in the future as near as 2012, we may traverse as much distance as we've traversed from the Big Bang to this afternoon in terms of how quickly things are going to unfold. James Joyce said, man will be dirigible. It's a wonderful thing to hope for.
One thing that, I've been fascinated with the time waves since I first heard about it, but do you have, one thing that's always bothered me is there some objective way to quantify this novelty? I mean, other than by asking Terence or someone else looking at the waves to say, whoa, well, here's a big ball, and obviously there was novelty at this time. If we just look back here, we find, aha, that's when Poland fell to the Germans, you know? I mean, can we somehow work the other way and look at a historical record, plot out the novelty without reference to time waves, and then look back to the time waves and see if we were right?
The problem is, you see, that history is not a quantifiable entity. There's no theory that agrees on how we quantify history. I mean, do we give the War of the Roses a 10 and the 30 Years' War a 42? How do we do that? I maintain that we can't scientifically prove it, but we can make a very strong case because the ebb and flow of novelty continues. And we can look back in the past and see that where there were vast descents into novelty, novelty certainly occurred. I'm willing to go out on a limb because next year is a very dramatic descent into novelty on the time wave. I'm willing to go out on a limb and say if next year doesn't deliver, I'll be willing to seriously talk about cashing it in because next year is predicted by the time wave to be an enormously dramatic year. And in a sense, we can already see the prophecy fulfilling itself. We know there will be a presidential election next year. We know this society will go mad and rip itself apart for months over that. We also know that there will be a presidential election in Russia next year. They will probably put our act in the shade when they begin to rip their society apart. Revolution in China, that would affect a third of mankind. That's scheduled. That's on the menu. It's possible that next year is the year when even doubters realize that global warming is upon us. In other words, worldwide climate upheaval. So we're going to have some, if not all, of those things next year, and I maintain it could even be the unexpected. As I said to somebody today, if the Kobe earthquake had been Tokyo, the capital retraction from the rest of the world by Japanese banks would have sent us into the Stone Age. And, this gas attack, it was designed to kill millions. It just happened to be botched. The attack on the World Trade Center was designed to kill hundreds of thousands of people. It happened to be botched, but they're not all going to be botched. The nuts are out there. And so I think that what we are seeing is a recapitulation of much of the past several thousand years of history in a very compressed form as we get closer and closer to the transcendental object at the end of time. And shamanism has always been the technique for anticipating and mapping this transcendental object. In a pre-scientific world, you get a vocabulary that is religious, that, there is a force in the universe, not a sparrow falls, but that this force doesn't take note of it. This force is love. This force created everything. This force cares for us. We are its children. It is calling us to return to its essence. I mean, this is a religious vocabulary. But in the 20th century, we've gone beyond that. We're no longer moving in a coinage of emotional terms. We can say, God is physics. God is the universe trying to birth itself into a higher dimension. God is the universe's appetite for self-reflective complexity coming into its fullest flower. And then the distinctions between science and religion are seen to be small potatoes indeed. I mean, we can calculate our way towards the second coming, I maintain. Well, this is somewhat far afield from most people's ideas of what constitutes botanical shamanism, but not mine, because I think that we could have lived in the light of this gnosis and never made the descent into history that we made with the abandonment of partnership society, psychedelic religion, pastoralism, and so forth. We were designed to live in paradise until the coming of the kingdom, but instead we fell into history, which is a kind of hell, where the animal nature was able to reassert its power over the human dream. And we have lived in that, with that paradox now for some 12,000 years, and it's left us fairly frazzled and sketched out, I think. Well, if this is what is on a macro scale happening to the human race, and this goes back to the question some time ago of what should be done, if this is what's happening on a fractal macrocosm, then what you can do to aid this process is just accelerate your own arrival at the omega point. And what that means is psychedelicize yourself. Begin to deconstruct the hold over your freedom that culture, history, biology has on you, and begin to experiment with the concept of yourself as a being trembling on the edge of true liberation. Because I think that's probably what you really are. Yeah.
what do you see as you travel around the world, the dynamics between the mainstream dominator and what could be looked at as an emerging psychedelic culture? What kind of connections do you see among this emerging culture? What kind of dynamics do you see happening? Kind of a large question.
Well, there are a lot of things going on. The collapse of Marxism was really the collapse of everything, because Marxism and capitalism were balanced against each other like a house of cards. In the absence of any intellectual critique of capitalism, capitalism has asserted itself with a vengeance. And what we see happening in the world, what the New World Order is a new corporate order. And some things about it are good and some things are bad. For instance, when the world was ruled by nation-states driven by ideologies, and remember that was as recently as 7 years ago, when the world was ruled by nation-states driven by ideologies, war was a frequent instrument of national policy. Racism was tolerated as a reflection of national identity. Nuclear arsenals and a mutual standoff in that area was tolerated. Suddenly, now, a new gang is in charge. Marxism is gone. Racism in the institutionalized form known as apartheid is gone. Trade barriers are being lowered all over the world. And if you look at governments in the United States, in England, in France, Germany, and Japan, they are universally, and Italy, they are universally characterized by being staffed and run by jackasses. In other words, high-caliber talent isn't going into government. Government is a place where the Jesse Helms of this world hang out. And when was the last time an official of the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund felt the need to threaten the life of an American president? It won't happen. Those people are heavy hitters. Only a hysterical, powerless yahoo would behave that way. All right, why don't we sort of slowly roll into this? I'm always amazed that so many people can get their act together on a Sunday morning. I know. What happened to the complacencies of the peignoir and all that? Okay, I have a couple of announcements. First of all, I think you found on your chair when you came in a sound photosynthesis order blank. That's if you're just dying to have more tapes of lectures. They have a huge selection, more than anybody else, and you can deal with that. And there's a sticker on those things that begins with the words HTTP. Those who know that this is a website address. Those who don't know soon will. So if you want to check out Sound Photosynthesis website address, that's the URL, the Universal Resource Locator, which I wish I had one now. Okay, in case I forget, remind me at the break, and David will be here to help, that we'll go over the paper requirements for the folks who are going to do a paper for this class. And I think that's that. Oh, there you are, on time as promised. I was just saying that at the break we'll go over the paper constraints. Well, I don't want to spend the whole time this morning in Q&A, but we'll do it for a few minutes to let stragglers find their way in. And then I'll flail you with my agenda for a while. If there are, yes.
Yeah, I'm curious if any other internet websites that have this access to psychedelic information.
Oh, that's a good question. There are a number. First of all, the the Usenet, the alt.drugs conference. Most people know about this. There are thousands, a couple of thousand people participating in that, and it's now fragmented into alt.psilocybin, alt.psychedelic, alt.mescaline. There's a whole subset of those. If you don't like news groups, there is an email conference. Anybody here in that email conference? Well, I can't remember. I was in it, but the problem with these email conferences is, you think, oh, great, I'll meet some people interested in what I'm interested in. You join, and the next day there are 80 messages in your email, and you spend hours a day pouring through the email. I just joined a conference where I get dispatches from the front in Chiapas, including all the latest statements from Subcomandante Marcos. I just picked up the mail. There were 130 messages, half in a language I barely read. So, but there's a lot of action on the net. I have a website, too, but I'm not going to give out the public number yet because it's not cool enough yet. It's more like a construction zone with yellow ribbons strung around and a sign which says, someday something really cool will be here. That's how a lot of the Internet is. It's a vast, vast construction zone. But that's probably enough on that. If you're using the Internet, you should use it more. If you're not using it, you should really put that at the top of your agenda, because it's going to become increasingly indispensable as a part of your cultural toolbox. I have to pay 35 cents a minute to reach the Internet because I'm on a cellular modem from U.S. Cellular at 7,200 baud, and I still spend far more time and money than I should there. Yeah.
I was wondering, are there any other methods that you explore besides to reach that multidimensional state, that boundarylessness that you were talking about, like sensory deprivation chambers, meditation, biofeedback? Anything where you tap into the same?
Well, this question always comes up, and my answer is the answer of a fanatic and a purist. Not really. I mean, the best substitute for psychedelics, which takes a lot more time, energy, and dedication, is penniless travel in Asian countries. But it's not nearly as pleasant, and the risk to your gastrointestinal tract is orders of magnitude greater. It's an interesting question. I mean, and I may be a special case, more lumpen than others. I mean, naturally in this business all the time I meet people who say, I hallucinate all the time. I don't understand what the excitement is about. Well, it's a very hard thing, because you either have to say, you don't know what I'm talking about, or you have to define yourself ever after as an impoverished individual with a genetic constitution that places this out of your reach. If I had psychedelic experiences not in the presence of psychedelic substances, I would be alarmed. I'm not shooting for being high on the natch. Why? When the substances work perfectly well, and being high on the natch indicates a physiological situation that may be problematic or could be problematic. I practiced yoga and silent sitting, and I find all these things very, very interesting, but pretty non-competitive with psychoactives. One of the things that was so astonishing to me when I first got into all this, my original impulse at university was toward art history. Well, art history, you study the evolution of style and motif over space and time. That's basically what it's about. And a good art historian has a fairly complete inventory of world style, which I felt I did. Well, then I took DMT, and it was absolutely unfamiliar. I could make no comparisons. It wasn't like Tibetan tantric painting. It wasn't like Amazonian bark cloth painting. It wasn't like Jan van Eyck. It wasn't like Hieronymus Bosch or Jackson Pollock or anybody else. And I thought, how extraordinary. If you take the Jungian view that the function of artists is to explore and communicate the unconscious to the rest of us, then how bizarre that 3,000 years of Eastern and Western art, and nobody passed very close at all to the DMT space. That's why, and yet it is without contest, I think, a Niagara of orgasmic beauty. I mean, if I had to say one thing that DMT is, it's alien beauty. Well, if the purpose of art, and those who follow Aristotelian and Platonic aesthetics believe that the purpose of art is the communication of the beautiful, well, why is it then that so little of this has been communicated? I mean, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that at the peak of a psychedelic experience, you see more art in a half an hour than the human race has produced in the last 1,000 years. Little you. Well, the relationship then of the individual to genius is very puzzling. Any one of us, if we could just get the door jammed open, would then become a Duchamp, a Da Vinci, in other words, a major formative force on their contemporaries. I'm hoping we'll be able to do that with virtual reality. I mean, I see virtual reality as a technology that will allow one person to show another the contents of their mind, and that when we get the cross-fertilization and creativity that will flow from that, we'll create art that will make everything done to this point look like scratchings in the dirt. I mean, at least that's my hope. Yeah.
You mentioned a few times yesterday that you felt that women who psychedelics really transcend men in general have more transformative experiences because they need to have those transformative experiences. It seems to me somehow that we're then defining the ultimate necessary experience of transformation, planetary consciousness, placing that power into the hands of men. And I'm wondering what then you think the role of women is in all of this transformation. If you feel that women somehow are already here, men are coming up to that level, and women are going no further. Because as somebody that let's just say has dropped into that hundreds of times, I can assure you that I'm not like waiting around for someone to catch up, and then to catch up, and then I can go to her.
Well, nobody ever put it quite like that before. So you get points for that. I mean, they put it many ways, but not like that. I don't think the last word has been said on this subject. In Science News last week or the week before, there are 120 anatomical differences between the brains of men and women that are not genital related. I think that we're on the brink of a whole frontier of discovering who and what women are. They were just thought to be, soft boys up until fairly recently, and the most enthusiastic proponents of feminism, I think, don't understand how deep a subject they've grabbed onto. In a way, I would sort of plead guilty to your metaphor that I do sort of see women as out of history. They are ahistorical creatures, and men invented history, lost themselves in it, and femininity, if you want to call it that, Gaian consciousness, if you want to call it that, psychedelic spirituality, if you want to call it that, is beckoning, does sort of hold the high ground, and is drawing history back toward a feminizing, archaic mode. But, you know, race is a phenomenon of groups of people. In a sense, so is femininity. As an individual, you have to deal with the cards you're dealt, and we all have a feminine, a masculine, an androgynous, so forth and so on, component in our psyche. But in a sense, I guess I'm a conservative, because I don't see history doing anything other than recapturing what once was, and which once was definitely under the aegis of the feminine. Like, for instance, the World Wide Web, this vast technological artifact that's being put in place. All it is a hard wiring of female intuition. You know, it's the engineering mentality is catching up with the feminine outlook. But your question disquiets me. I'm not sure. Again, it's important as an individual not to identify with the characteristics of a group. And it's very tricky, because you're constantly dinned into thinking of yourself as black, gay, white, poor. You know. But those are not really qualities of individuals. Individuals are more complex than that. I mean, you may have a gay component. You may have a black portion of your genetic heritage. But don't define yourself as a group. That's a trick that was launched by print in the act of creating this peculiar entity called the public. The public is a fiction of the print-created galaxy. You are not a citizen, and you are not part of the public unless you seriously do damage to your humanness in order to fit yourself into such a narrow definition. Yeah.
The chemicals act on the brain. Females have this huge hormonal swing and wave. I find that I have certain experiences during certain times of the month that I would consider hallucinogenic. And it's a mystery to me about women and men. There is a difference just in the chemistry of the body. So maybe there is really not an up or down to it. You know, somebody's ahead and somebody's behind. It's just a difference to it.
Well, you know, we can talk about this, but since this is a room full of aspiring professionals, this is obviously an area where incredibly good work could be done using ordinary scientific sampling techniques. You probably know it's a scandal how much medical research is done on male human subjects and then extrapolated to all human subjects. I would be willing to bet you, just sitting here, that in 30 years of research on psychedelics, there has never been a study which attempted to differentiate the difference in the response of men and women to the substance. It's like step one, but it's never been done. Again, you know, how does menstruation affect this? How does menopause affect this? How does the postpartum chemistry affect? These are easily answered scientific questions that have never been looked at because of gender bias in the scientific establishment. Yeah.
From a distance, kind of like that, psilocybin is a counter to testosterone.
That's a way of putting it.
That drive, that aggressive drive, or that drive that they testosterone acid is perhaps why men are affected more by it.
Oh, well, that's a very straightforward theory. If psychedelics inhibit and compete with testosterone, obviously their impact on men is going to be much more profound than their impact on women. Right there, you have a hypothesis. You could.
Has there been any research on that, or have they actually had? Has anyone looked at the endocrine system and the hormonal, effect that psilocybin has on changing the body chemistry that actually drives your body?
No. The amount of research, the first psilocybin project is underway now, the first one in 30 years, and they're just trying to define the basic pharmacodynamics of the substance. They haven't looked at this stuff. I should say to you, I'm urging you aspiring young professionals into these fields. Let me caution. That's because I'm an enthusiast and I want to know the answers to these questions. Professionally, it's a life of hell. You will not be promoted. Your colleagues will look upon you as a freak. You will find yourself, my brother can talk to this point. It's not a pleasant thing to associate yourself with psychedelics professionally. Yeah.
I guess something that I feel like we need to take responsibility for is the use of words like profound and transformative, because what is profound and transformative for a male, if it's more profound for a male, it might be just a different profound and transformative that's not on the male scale of what is profound and transformative. And I think that it's irresponsible to say that it is more profound for males, especially when no research has been done on the way in which these drugs affect.
Well, I guess what I meant by more profound is that I think the average male is set down further from where he started than the average female is at the conclusion of a psychedelic experience. One of the things, let me mention this as long as we're on this subject, this is just throwing this out, but one of the things that's always fascinated me is the difference between male and female orgasm, and how male orgasm, here's a place where it seems to be reversed. Male orgasm seems to lie fairly close to the surface and be a fairly unspectacular event most of the time. Why is the female sexual response so much more dramatic? And why is there an orgasmic response at all? In other words, many animals don't have such a response. You can build an urge, you can build a sexual urge into an organism without this payoff of immediate experiential fireworks. There are species of fish where the female lays the eggs and the male swims over them and releases the sperm, and that's sex in that species. I sense, and I've never been able to articulate it, that the DMT flash is very orgasmic in some sense. It's somewhat like a full-body orgasm, but it has components in it which are only encountered otherwise in orgasm. And I wonder what this orgasmic response is for, what evolutionary role it fulfills. It seems to emerge late in animal organization. This is not something you trace back to flatworms or something. It seems most intensified in the primates. And, again, I have no answers, but I would bet when this is all teased apart, the chemistry of orgasm and the neurochemistry of orgasm and the chemistry of the DMT flash are going to be found to be at least cousins of each other in some sense. Yeah.
I wanted to make a comment about the gender issue that's been coming up, and I think that in my experience with psilocybin is that it has had an effect of healing and bringing back the wholeness of balancing. So if you have too much testosterone, that you brought up, or if you have too much of one thing, it'll bring you back and direct you and center you. And since males usually do all the talking, that's why we have said psilocybin has had feminizing effect. Well, it has a feminizing effect on most of the people who have been doing the talking who take psilocybin. I've also had experiences where I've been very, times when I've been depressed and weak, where psilocybin has not made me very feminine. It's actually given me, power. And I felt very like, I remember one time I went out and really liked the sound of bottles breaking. And I would drink the bottle and go, yeah! It would make me feel really good. Build up, almost a building up of an ego when my ego was down. And when my ego was too big, it would pour back down again. So that would then, what Piggy was saying, that would then fit in, that everyone who takes it will be balanced, will be kind of redirected and led further along.
So it's a kind of regulator, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it gets you back in tune with what's real. And, extreme feminism and extreme masculinism are neither of them are real. They're both extremes. And it'll bring you back into a more integral wholeness of the way the world is.
Well, I would certainly agree with that as a description of ayahuasca. There's a lot of work being done right now. I mean, I'm sure you all have heard of Prozac, which is the most widely prescribed antidepressant in the world now, and 6 or 7 years ago it didn't even exist. Well, what's interesting about Prozac is that it is a serotonergic competitor. This is the same system that the psychedelics are working on. And I think probably we're converging on some kind of a breakthrough where sexual dysfunction, depression, psychedelic states are all going to be seen to be various twiddlings of the serotonergic system. And probably whole new families of drugs will come out of this. I have never taken any antidepressant, and at my brother's urging, I took Prozac, and I've always been contemptuous of all of the, the Valium, that whole thing. That's not our church, for sure. But I was very, very impressed with what Prozac was doing, and in a way, it was a strangely painless kind of psychedelic. What Prozac seems to do is put you where ayahuasca puts you 4 days after the trip. In other words, there's no dramatic episode of intoxication. There's just a slow kind of getting real, which means dropping your illusions, which are usually what is depressing you. I think Prozac is being misprescribed in the sense that it's thought of as an antidepressant. I don't think that's quite correct. I think it's the cure for seasonal light deficit syndrome. I think that as tropical primates, we paid a terrible price for conquering the temperate and subarctic zones of the world, and that is 6 months of kind of downness out of the year, and that can be chemically corrected. Our genetics are designed for the arboreal tropics, and yet we insist in living in places like Boston and Hamburg, which are so far north, that you're physiologically dysfunctional 7 months out of the year, and you don't know it because so is everybody else there. Yeah.
You work with Prozac in conjunction with MDMA to sort of offset some of the, MDMA you can get real speedy. This Prozac helps to tone that down. Have you worked with that at all?
There may be a confusion here. The way I'm familiar with Prozac being mentioned in connection with MDMA is that MDMA has a toxic effect on the dendritic spines of the nerves. This is part of what you buy into with MDMA. But strangely enough, if you pre-dose yourself with Prozac, not as Prozac is supposed to be taken for depression, where you take it for 30 days and then like that. But if you just take a 20 milligram capsule of Prozac 6 hours before you take MDMA, it absolutely blocks this toxic effect. I have mixed feelings about mixing drugs and handing this information on, but on the other hand, this is a group of professionals. You should know this. It's a fact. It was published in Brain, the Journal of Neurophysiology, and so forth and so on. MDMA by itself has a physiological profile that causes me to stay away from it. I have no quarrel with the effect, the experience, But when you can see histological damage to macro structures in the nerve, you want to slow down a little and send a few tens of thousands ahead of you. Yeah.
Is that just with doing it once that you'll have that sort of damage? Or some damage?
Well, every time you take it, it has this effect. Oh, well, but let me say something about this damage that MDMA does. It does damage. You can see it. However, there is no behavioral sequelae. What does this mean? It means you don't act funny. You don't fall down twitching, or your eyes go out of focus, or become manic. So you can have two opinions about this. Well, if it destroys the structure, that then there's no behavioral consequence, you must not have needed that structure. However, when we start tossing out chunks of our brain based on our own judgment, you have to wonder about that. You can always take psilocybin and say to it in the middle of the second hour, be MDMA. And that's how I do my MDMA trip. Yeah.
Works with healing plants, and his method is to communicate with the plant. He says the plants are bursting to tell us what their purpose is, how they can help us. We just have to learn how to listen. So in the same way that you're saying that PT is a communication and information. But what he does, once the shaman has made contact with the plant, he doesn't have to give that plant to the person. He can use a messenger plant, and they use moxa in a homeopathic tincture. And because he knows the information of the plant, he can send the messenger for the information without actually having to give the plant itself. And I'm wondering whether anybody's done that with psychedelics, or whether you see that that's feasible to do with psychedelics.
I assume, being a practical person, that it must not be feasible, because as you know, in the highly succussed homeopathic preparations, no physical trace of the original material can be found. If there were such a thing as homeopathic psychedelics, they would be impossible to prosecute under the drug laws. What are you asking?
I'm asking if seeing it as information, that you can actually have a messenger plant. Like you were saying, the shaman is the messenger between the worlds. What he's doing is using a fairly innocuous plant as the messenger between the information of the huge array of pharmacopoeia of what plants can do, and using just a drop of that messenger to be able to give an experience.
Well, in a sense, there's a parallel idea in the Amazon, which is shamans take ayahuasca, and then they take very, very, minuscule amounts of other plants that they want to learn about. And they say that the ayahuasca then informs them of the properties of the other plant. This whole business of information and how it moves around in nature is an area where we are uniquely ill-fitted to understand it, because we are objective materialists. And it's very hard for us to understand and operate on the assumption that the world is made of language. We may say it so, but we don't know how to operationally operate with that perception. As we learn how to do that, I agree with you, not only plants, everything seeks to communicate. Everything is somehow completed in an act of mutual recognition and understanding. Nature is alive, not only biological nature, but the atoms and the continents and everything seeks to communicate. I think what psychedelics are is a kind of opening of our portals to this constant stream of communication that evolutionary necessity has shut us away from. Yeah.
Psilocybin, it is to be thought of as a communicator between the mind of man
species that are not of this earth. Very similar to the DMT flats, like you said. I actually had precisely the same hallucinations at times. That's the way I see heavy doses of psilocybin speaking to me, not really about things here on this planet.
Well, I agree with you. That's my experience. And in trying to account for it, you have to look at fungi. Fungi are primary decomposers. That means they can only live on decaying life. That suggests to me that they are late evolving, or at least not early evolving. Mushrooms are very soft-bodied, and so are all fungi. There is no record, no fossil record of a mushroom older than 40 million years. Well, that's a tiny fraction of the time life has been on the Earth. Now, when I asked a paleontologist about this, he said, well, they're soft-bodied and they don't fossilize easily. But hey, we have flatworms from the gunflint chert of South Africa. They're 4.3 billion years old. If they left a trace in the fossil record, you'd think there would be more of a trace of mushrooms. If you decondition your presuppositions and just look at the mushroom, it looks to me, number one, as though it is capable of surviving an extraterrestrial environment. In other words, if you have mushroom spores and you want to store them for long-term longevity, you seek an environment as much like outer space as you can find. You store them in liquid nitrogen at minus 200 degrees, and they will last virtually forever. If you look at the color of Stropharia cubensis spores, that's in the brown-gilled mushroom family, the spores are deep purple, almost black. That's the color you would paint a spacecraft if you wanted to absorb long wave radiation. If you look at the spore, what is it? It's a packet of crystallized DNA. A single mature Stropharia cubensis mushroom, when it's sporulating, will shed up to 3 million spores a minute for up to 2 weeks. 3 million spores a minute for 2 weeks. And these things are microscopic, so small that the perturbations and agitation of air molecules, which are called Brownian motion, can actually percolate these things into the outer atmosphere, where then energetic cosmic events can actually detach them from the terrestrial medium, and they slowly, like planetary dandruff or something, drift off into space. Well, I always, it seems so obvious to me, maybe it's because I live in Hawaii, but the most predictable major revolution in biology that you can imagine is, of course, within a few years it will be realized that the Earth is an island. That's all. That the biota that is present here, much of it probably drifted in cosmic debris. When stars go supernova, planets are destroyed. It's a cliche of cosmic consciousness to say, the atoms in your body were once in the hearts of distant stars. Well, if that's true, then some of the atoms in your body were once in a part of distant planets. And some vanishingly small fraction may have been part of the biota of extraterrestrial ecosystems. The other thing about the mushroom that's very suggestive to me is it appears to be, or there is a place, a perspective from which you can look at it, that it appears to be not an organism but an artifact. It is incredibly well designed at a very high level of design criteria. For example, on this planet, one of the most advanced ethical systems we've been able to evolve is Buddhism, which teaches vegetarianism. If a Buddhist could design their own genome, they would become a fungus, because a fungus is a primary decomposer. It's the only karmaless place in the entire food chain. There is no karma for the fungi. They don't destroy any life whatsoever. So here you have this thing designed to traverse extraterrestrial space, occupying a karmaless niche in the ecosystem, and when complexed with a mammalian nervous system, a galactarian archive of historical data becomes accessible. We have only known about DNA since 1950, less than 50 years, and we're already confidently talking about completely redesigning the human genome and so forth and so on. Well, if we pursue along these lines for 500 years, we will look the way we want to look. And, trivially, we may all want to be Keanu Reeves or something, but once the cultural agenda cuts in, if, say, Buddhism took over in the presence of an advanced molecular genetics, then we could design ourselves into a karmaless niche in the universe. I wish that we could bring, I don't know who it is, but the content of the mushroom experience, which was what launched your question, is so evidently alien and non-human and self-referential to a world we don't know that, to me, it would require a commission and several years of study to decide that this thing is not an extraterrestrial. Our notions of extraterrestrials to this point have been incredibly self-reflexive. Once you have fully in grasp the size of the universe and the amount of time that is available, then the idea that someone would come in a metal ship with an interest in your gross industrial output and a desire to cure cancer is absolutely preposterous. That's such a culture-bound notion. It's like expecting them to arrive with a load of pizzas ready for delivery. The trick is going to be to recognize the extraterrestrial. The very notion alien means unfamiliar. So it's not going to be like we think it is. The real task will be to recognize it. And we have discovered, after only 1,000 years, that toxic metal-based technologies are fatal. And we have pushed our entire planet into planetary crisis by coming to this realization rather late in the game. If long-term survival is the name of the game for intelligent life in the universe, then the way we're doing it is not the way to do it. It's going to have to be non-polluting, biologically based, molecularly based, so forth and so on. And as you run down the list, the mushroom begins to look more and more like the real thing. And then, of course, the content of the experience is so different from other psychedelics and so other-oriented that I am puzzled that we've been at this now nearly 30 years and we still don't have a consensus. I don't know what it is. Is it that when you take the mushroom you lose all ability to then operate in the world of straight judgments and understanding? It's very puzzling, but I think probably the biota of the Earth is riddled with extraterrestrial genes, if not organisms, and possibly intelligences. But they're not interested in your fetal tissue or putting implants in you or taking you up and slicing you up very large-scale surgical wards. I find all that paranoid and pathological. I can talk about that if you want, but it's not really our subject. Yeah.
In one of those 2000 interviews, you talked about the DMT molecule as being extremely unusual. I'm not a chemist, but something about the number 4 position on the molecule. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes. There are different ways to look for extraterrestrials. One way is to build a vast radio telescope and search for a signal. The way I would do it, if I were in charge of things, is I would search the terrestrial ecosystem for anomalous molecules, molecules that have no near relatives or history of evolutionary development in terrestrial organisms. Well, it turns out you don't have to look far. It's psilocybin. Psilocybin is 4-phosphoryloxy NN-dimethyltryptamine. It's the only 4-phosphorylated indole in nature. The only one. Okay, well, here you have a pentexyl group. It's a 5-sided thing. And then you have a benzene molecule off it. And these molecules have numbered positions, 1 through 6. And then you have a phosphorus group. It can attach at any one of those 6 positions. Attached in the 4 position, this is unheard of. It only occurs in this one case. Well, that's very odd. I mean, if we believe nature is a continuum of evolutionary adumbration, then to have suddenly out of nowhere a completely anomalous molecule sticking up suggests it may have come in from somewhere else. Yeah.
Isn't psilocybin very similar in structure to serotonin?
It's similar. I mean, serotonin is 5-hydroxytryptamine. Serotonin is ubiquitous in life on this planet, from flatworms to man. It's in every organism there is.
Brain serotonin?
Well,
That's the one that I read is similar structure to psilocybin. The feel-good chemical in your brain.
Yeah, the structure, yes. I mean, here's the thing. Serotonin is 5-hydroxytryptamine. Psilocybin is 4-phosphoryloxy NN-dimethyltryptamine. You've got then is 4-NN-dimethyltryptamine as opposed to 5-hydroxytryptamine. Yeah, these things are a chemical family. Yeah.
My curiosity is getting raised about this alien UFO, people's experience with the psilocybin, having that sort of galactic experience. And since we're talking about consciousness and transformation, what role do you think that either the psilocybin bringing these images in, or the sort of cultural mythology around, close encounters, what role do you think that's playing? Why is that coming up in terms of the consciousness shift that we're trying to make? What's that about?
Well, if you're interested in UFOs, one of the first books ever written is, I think, one of the best. It's called Flying Saucers, A Modern Myth of Things Seen in the Sky by Jung. And what he says is that, I hope I don't have to do too much backgrounding for an audience like this, but as you know, Jung analyzed alchemy and said that in the presence of a psyche epistemologically naive about the real nature of matter, the contents of the unconscious will be projected upon chemical processes. Well, our level of naivete about the cosmic environment is approximately at the same level of sophistication as the 16th century's grasp of matter was. And so Jung said that he talked about in alchemy what's called the rotundum, that which spins. And he said the spinning rotundum is a symbol of the psyche. The flying saucer, I believe, is a symbol of the eschatological object at the end of time. That we are being pulled into a confrontation with, call it the other, call it the ancestors, call it Jesus, call it galactarian civilization. It's all and more than any of these things. And I believe, and I'm fairly alone in this, I think, that the pressure and the chaos that we're experiencing at the end of the 20th century is because we are drawing near to a bifurcation point in the there's not even words for it, in the dimensionality of our cosmos. I mean, we're very close to some kind of cusp, some kind of breakthrough point. History is, in fact, the annunciation that an animal is standing too close to the transcendental object and is, in fact, beginning to be transformed into a partial simulacrum of the transcendental object. That's what we are, half beast, half angel. You know, 1 foot in the slime, 1 foot in the Platonic superspaces. As far, I mean, I suppose we have to talk at least briefly about the abduction thing. I think that this is much ado about nothing. It's very clear to me that every abduction case around, except for a vanishingly small number that we can put in the classical category of stigmata, can be explained by one simple fact. People are losing the ability to distinguish dreams from memories. That's all. That's all. If you lose the ability to distinguish dreams from memories, you'll have a very strange history to recite to people. And I think this is a cause by television. It's caused by a number of things. I grew up during the 50s when movies like The Day the Earth Stood Still, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and so forth were coming out. And I distinctly remember a fever that I had when I was about 12, in which I had a horrifyingly real dream of gray-faced, cat-eyed aliens who were doing something to me that I didn't care for, and so forth and so on. Well, if I were to be placed into the hands of an obsessive hypnotherapist, I guarantee you in 2 weeks we'd come out with the realization that it wasn't a dream, that it actually happened. But that's and also the content. If you analyze the content of the abduction scenario, it's pure paranoia. And I can get off on this, but I don't really want to. The normal rules of evidence are not being applied. Let me go off on this just a little bit to say, you know, how do you live your life in the light of a universe that is strange and vast? Well, you can just believe anything anybody tells you, in which case, you know, fetal removal by extraterrestrials vies with your attention as you seek Elvis in the aisles of the local supermarket, as you worry about the fall of Atlantis and so forth and so on. But over time, there has been something evolved called the rules of evidence, colloquially known as how to tell shit from shinola. And the first thing is there should be an economy of explanation. This is called Occam's razor. In other words, hypotheses should be no more complex than is necessary to explain whatever it is you're trying to explain. So if inability to tell dreams from memories explains abduction, why do we have to reach for the idea that geneticists from Zenebel Ganubi are moving secretly among us with a surgical agenda and also carry out unscheduled proctological examinations in the middle of the night? I mean, really now. And what I want to say about that is I got where I am, whether it is enviable or not, but I got where I am by being tough, not by being gullible. And so I've rejected vast amounts of things, not only dubious things, but I've probably tossed a few babies out with the bathwater as well. But ask tough questions. Make it make sense. And be, as they say in Hawaii, be akamai. be smart, understand the subtleties and the potential degradation of language, and then trust only yourself. Trust only yourself. Photographs are useless. Anecdotes are useless. What happened to your best friend last weekend when you weren't there is useless. You can entertain all that information, but what you have to, given the slipperiness of language, given the limitations of the human organism, you have to stay with primary experience and extrapolate out from there. And if you have had fetal tissue removed, then you have to deal with it. But the testimony of 700 people you don't know doesn't have to bother you at all. Yeah.
In light of your dialogue with the mushroom, how do you see sort of the big picture of the agenda? If this is an extraterrestrial force that catalyzed consciousness on the planet, what do you think is sort of the...
You mean what's happening? I think that nature, well, I mentioned this yesterday, that biology, let's leave nature out of this for a minute, biology is some kind of chemical strategy for the conquest of dimensionality. I said this yesterday, but I'm not sure I was understood. And what I mean by that is the entire history of biology, from the first naked DNA to this moment, is a history of progressively taking more and more control of more and more dimensions. First, primitive life moved. It had no eyes. It simply felt its way. That means it was like two-dimensional life. It just feels its way down a linear creode of sensation, defecating, eating, undergoing mitosis, and so forth and so on. But it's a two-dimensional thing. Well, then life acquired light-sensitive chemistry, which it sequestered on the surface of its cells, driven by serotonin, interestingly enough. And this light-sensitive chemistry gave the idea of a gradient. The organism had, however dimly, the notion here and there. And to have the notion of going from here to there, you have to add in the notion now and then. And what these notions being added in are dimensional vectors into the reality space. Well, then the entire history of life, from, let's say, the Crossopterygian fishes to Homo habilis, is simply the history of developing more efficient organs of motion in the three-dimensional world. Better eyes, better arms, better legs, mobility, motility, so forth and so on. Then, with the appearance of true human beings and language, an entirely new dimension, let's call it the fourth dimension of time, begins to be invaded in a very subtle way. It's that monkeys can't tell stories to each other about past experiences or hoped for denouements. Human beings can. That act of linguistic recollection is a small conquest of dimensionality. Well, once you invent writing, then all of the past can, in a sense, be kept in the present. The present is not a narrow slice of experience fading off into the past and the future. It becomes instead like a train moving into the future. The future is unknowable, but the past can be recollected and analyzed. And if the analysis is sophisticated enough, one can begin to triangulate outward toward the future. The history of science is the history of prediction. Well, what is prediction? It's taking control of a previously uncontrolled dimension, the future. And I think that the rise of electronic technology, the rise of extremely complex language-using societies means that we're about to go wholly in to the fourth dimension, the temporal dimension. And we see ourselves as distinct from our technologies. You see, like when you are in a car, you think, I am a human being driving a human invention. But there is a point of view from which, no, you are just a human being who has put on another level of humanness, which happens to have wheels under it, and is rolling along. In other words, genetics, that changes the stuff of our bodies. Epigenetics, which we call ideology and technology, changes the environment in which our bodies operate. And I think we're getting set basically to decamp into the imagination. That the imagination is as real a place as across the river is if you've just acquired eyes. It's something you're seeing for the first time and then generating an appetite to go into. And this has been kicking around for 15 or 20,000 years. A shaman is a seer, is a prophet, is a higher dimensional mathematician. And they may not, use tensor equations to express what they're doing, but mathematics before symbols is experience. And so I really believe history is ending very soon. I cannot conceive of 100 years in the future at the present accelerated rate of development. We have unleashed such novelty that I think we're in the terminal phase of decamping from three-dimensional space. We are leaving the womb of Newtonian being for something else, the imagination. And the birth is tumultuous. An entire planet is at risk. And eventually, toxemia seems to be setting in. We've used up all the nutritional resources in the womb. The walls are closing in. We're suffocating. Our political systems don't work. Our social systems are breaking down. If you're a realist, a pessimist, then you just say, well, this is it, folks. This is the smash up. The party lasted 20,000 years, and here comes the bill. But you might think that if you were a fetus trapped in a collapsing womb at transition, you could not conceive of the stockbroker, fashion designer, or whatever that you are going to be in another dimension, in another reality that you're being born into. And I think our aspiration is the conquest of death. Our religions promise it, and if our gods can't deliver, we'll elbow them aside and do it ourselves, thank you. And these things aren't decisions made by a single person or even a group of people. They come from the bone. It's who we are. We aspire to be magic, and we probably, given our track record, will achieve it. As I said yesterday, James Joyce said, man will be dirigible. A humorous thing to say, but yes.
I don't really understand what you mean by that, like even for the birth of the imagination. You mean like a Star Trek episode where they have no bodies, and the guy makes himself a big cat? And,
one of the nice things about my position is I don't have to entirely understand myself because I'm self-defined as a primitive. When we talk about decamping from Newtonian space, and you're asking me, what would it look like? I'm as puzzled as you are. I don't know. Is it nanotech? Are we going to become ant-high and all live in 1 acre of the rainforest? Are we going to find a way to completely transpose ourselves into the net and just shed our bodies the way we once shed the placenta that connected us? I once said the body is the placenta of the soul. But is that a religious statement or a technological goal? what do we mean the body is the placenta of the soul? And then people get really agitated because a lot of people, and I include myself among them, rather like the body. And you can imagine a debate in the Archaeozoic ocean when people of a very scaly and lantern-jawed type said, listen, we're leaving for the land. You say, you cannot live on the land. There's no water on the land. The land is our whole being. We're defined by the water, the joy of swimming, the great, on and on and on. Well, some organisms turned their back on that, and so then we had the conquest of the land. It's a big thing. It's a big thing because what we're being asked is, what is humanness? What can you discard and still be human? Can we discard our bodies and still be human? Can we discard our ethics and still be human? I'd rather keep my ethics and get rid of the body. But, we are sexual creatures. What is life? What is sex without a body, for crying out loud? How does that work and look? But it is really not ours to decide. We have grabbed hold of a tiger several billion years ago. Nature is a bootstrapping process, and it seems fairly unsentimental. There's no tears shed for the great sauropods that once stalked the planet. They were wiped out in an asteroid impact. That allowed the arise of the angiosperms and the mammals. We are the children and the inheritors of a planetary catastrophe. If this planet hadn't been wrecked 65 million years ago, we'd still be here. We wouldn't be here. Well, then what is our position on planetary catastrophe? We're in the process of making one. Is it so that 65 million years in the future, an organism filled with love and justice and intelligence will look back at our skeletons in the shale and say, well, they had a good thing going, but if it hadn't been for their extinction, we wouldn't be here. The very large scale is very large indeed. One of the things that's so interesting about the visionary plants is that they give you a large, large picture. I think the vegetable mind views death in a different way. Vegetables are eternal in a sense. Through vegetative propagation, they can live virtually forever. Life lies very close to the surface in us, and if it's crushed out, we're very alarmed. Our sense of uniqueness is so highly evolved that our own death becomes for us the most universal tragedy we can conceive of. That's a serious ego dislocation, I maintain. Yeah.
One of the discussion of that, it takes place in the Western Newtonian kind of culture, materialistic culture. What about the other cultures that never embrace this way of life, this view, and also people who, they don't have access to these technologies. Maybe they're worried about whether that meal can be fine into the last thing and they have access to it. What are these playing in other kind of dynamics?
Well, nature has two impulses. In the particular case, the impulse is always toward equilibrium. Animal species seek to establish niches for themselves in ecosystems that can then be maintained indefinitely, just the way you seek a job where you'll then get money, and without working too hard or eating too much excrement, you'll be able to maintain yourself indefinitely. If you look at all of nature right now, the human species is where the evolutionary cutting edge has become concentrated. And then if you look at the human species, the place where the changing novelty has been concentrated is in high-tech industrial democratic civilization. I don't call it Western anymore because its leading exponent is Japan. But high-tech industrial democracies are the only social systems that are still evolving and changing. So I think they also serve who only stand and wait. These traditional societies perform the role very much of an animal species at equilibrium in an ecosystem. They preserve values related to stability and homeostasis. Meanwhile, in these places where these creative creodes have begun to cascade, novelty is what's being explored. But the novelty feeds back and changes the context in which these equilibrium-seeking systems operate. The universe, I believe, is an engine for the production and conservation of novelty. The universe will sacrifice everything achieved to achieve something new. You can see that in looking at this asteroid impact 65 million years ago. I mean, this was a climaxed planetary ecosystem of tropical forests from pole to pole, filled with complex animals and ecosystems and many phyla represented, but it was all thrown away to make way for the mammals and the angiosperms. I mean, speaking teleologically. So I think novelty is what nature values above all else. And that, interestingly, leads on to the notion of an ethic for us, because that confers immediate central importance on the human enterprise. The orthodox view is that we're a chance anomaly, an eccentricity in the cosmic game. But if the conservation of novelty is what the universe is about, then we are its pride and joy, its crown jewel, the firstborn son and heir apparent. And the other thing is this ingression or this movement into novelty has been going on since the beginning of the universe, but always ever faster, ever faster. So in the early universe, once things settled down after the Big Bang, it was dull for a long, long time. I mean, there wasn't much happening. There weren't even stars. There was just hydrogen aggregating, and then eventually there were aggregates of hydrogen so large that the pressures at the centers of those aggregates of hydrogen caused a new property to emerge, fusion. And fusion cooks out heavy elements like iron and sulfur and carbon. And when carbon cooks out, new emergent properties become possible. Molecular chemistry, rather than simple atomic systems, comes into play. Well, then elaborate that for a few billion years, and you get long-chain polymers. They're like supermolecules, and they have the quality or the ability to template and reproduce themselves. Well, so suddenly you get a whole new emergent domain in nature, the domain of the self-copying, self-replicating molecules. And then they begin to embed themselves in membranes and so forth, and then you get nucleated cells, and then colonies of nucleated cells, and from there to advanced mammals, it's just a matter of time. And then the organs of locomotion seem to have been perfected. The fastest animal in the world can run 70 miles an hour, something like that. And so then the development seems to concentrate in the nervous system. The coordination no longer of space, but of information. Information becomes the new coinage. Advanced binocular vision systems evolve. Pack signaling systems evolve in social animals. And then, at some point, the level of complexity is sufficient to cross a boundary into true language, true representation of the past in the present through symbolic activity. In each case, these stages are happening faster and faster and faster. Language is probably less than 100,000 years old. It may be half that age. Well, good grief, that's less than 3,000 generations in the past. Language, that's yesterday. And yet, since the inception of language, look at what has happened. Urbanism, global conquest of the environment, mathematical conquest of nature. We can call down the fires that burn in the hearts of stars to the deserts of this planet, or if necessary, down upon the heads of our enemies. That's an extraordinary feat for protoplasm to be able to undertake. Extraordinary. And so I think this accelerating novelty indicates that we are on the brink of just going down the novelty well and becoming as unrecognizable to ourselves as we would be to Tyrannosaurus rex if it were introduced to us as the heirs to its struggle and dreams. Yeah.
One of the most interesting things to me in visible landscape near the end, and just correct if I did this incorrectly. In the monologue talking what it might look like, I think there was one line that said, it was December 21st, 2012, that the 22nd may look just like the 21st. If there may be no change on the surface, it may look the same. And I'm curious how that fits in. Because all the questions, well, are we going to be walking around in a small yard, or are we going to be self-dribbling things that we talked about yesterday? Or is that day going to pass by and, I don't know, there's 1% see it and 99% doesn't, or is it going to be that 100% doesn't see it, or is there going to be change?
Well, one way it could happen is that as we get closer and closer to it, our ability to accept these strange things becomes broader and broader, so when the moment finally comes, yes, you are a self-dribbling jeweled basketball, but hey, it ain't no big deal, and you saw it coming years ago, so what? I don't know. I vacillate on all of this because as a rationalist, I'm very puzzled by my intellectual burden of a completely irrational revelation. I would never have wished this upon myself. I'm much more comfortable as a fairly hard-nosed skeptical thinker. Yet I spent so much time with this idea that I guess I have become infected with it. It now seems to me as reasonable as anything else. There is, unremarked by science, a universal tendency toward complexity through time. It's a law, as real as the law of the speed of light or the segregation of genes. But science has never said that, because science is, as practiced out of the 19th century, is militantly anti-teleological. In other words, it denies any end goal, any purpose, any predefined end state. Science just thinks the universe is a random walk. But I think it's becoming harder and harder to maintain that idea in the face of the evidence. There are too many choices. If you have a protein of several thousand atoms, it has 10 high 16 folding configurations it can choose from. If it worked through those things by trial and error, it would take the life of the universe for that molecule to figure out its minimum energy configuration and assume it. So there is a kind of logic, or there are constraints that we aren't aware of that push processes toward completion. And I think, the new sciences of chaos theory, dynamics, complexity, fractals, strange attractors are going to deliver this into our understanding. It's a very exciting time. I mean, we're taking the first intellectual steps toward the real re-understanding of nature since at least the invention of the calculus and probably the invention of Greek mathematics. Yeah.
This model that you're talking about sounds a little bit to me like a phase transition that's in consciousness. When it reaches a point of complexity and then there's a transition, but it seems we're all connected on some level, this morphic field and all, that makes it, few will start and then it's just like popcorn, all of a sudden everyone has that
like a chain reaction.
Yeah.
Well, you put your finger on it. The key word is connectedness. I'm very interested in the philosophical, if you want to put it that way, implications of the World Wide Web and the Internet. I mean, the Internet is a fascinating thing. You can't see it. Therefore, if you're not into it, the world appears to have remained the same. Nothing has changed. And yet, actually, the largest human artifact ever created has sprung into being in the last 5 years. It's as big as this planet, and nobody controls it. It has no central control. No one can decide that it shall be this or shall be that. There are certain areas under limited control. Well, but what does the Internet do? Well, it connects us together. It broadens and deepens and makes more immediate the cultural database that we're all swimming in. And I think that probably it is a model for, or not a model, but it is an anticipation of this transcendental object at the end of time. I mean, I have said in these lectures, my idea of the future perfect state is a world of 500 million human beings of all races, genders, sexual persuasion, so forth and so on. 500 million well-fed, healthy people living mostly in warm climates, largely naked, very little physical cultural manifestation. But if you could project yourself into one of these people's minds or bodies, you would see that when they close their eyes, there are menus hanging in space. Those menus are there because at age 3 there was a surgical implant behind the eyelids of something like a very small contact lens. And that is the philosopher's stone. That is the culmination of 10,000 years of technical evolution and engineering dreams. And what it boils down to is a little black disc that's surgically implanted behind your eyelid, and that's your interface to the culture. And you can move into the net, which is, of course, virtually implemented. It's not text. It's not even hypertext. It's a three-dimensional, non-material world ruled by the laws not of physics, but the imagination. And I call this turning the body inside out. This is what the cultural enterprise is for. We want to live in the imagination with the body as a freely commandable object in the imagination. In other words, replace the laws of physics with the laws of dream or imagination. This is culturally within our reach right now. I mean, if it were as important as piling up nuclear stockpiles or screwing people over in 100 different ways, we'd have it in 5 years, not 17. As it is, we'll probably have to wait 17 years. But the fact that we can make a model like that, that's a bridge from where we're sitting to a spiritually transcendental realm that's within reach, is, I think, very positive. Now all we have to do is fill in the blanks. Keep taking psychedelics so that our engineering standards stay high, so that we stay focused on the goals that we're trying to maximize, and then try to promote the idea that anxiety is inappropriate. Anxiety poisons the will to action. And I really think that this is going to be the task of the high-tech alternative culture is to provide an optimistic vision. Because you see, the people who run the world are becoming more and more panic-stricken because a world is ending. Their world is ending. The world of the shell game and the international corporation and the propagandized passive electorate and all these things that have been, that game is ending. And there is no substitute vision being discussed at the upper echelons of the control mechanism of this society. It's coming from the grassroots. The people at the top are too paralyzed with the poisons they've imbibed by feeding at the trough of the old order. They can't think their way out of their dilemma. In fact, they have to pay guys with ponytails just to turn on the machines in the morning. They're so distant from the things they rule, you see. Yeah.
I'm wondering that, like, in my experience and other people talking to me about taking hallucinogens, you talk about dissolving the boundaries. Another way to look at it is you talk about anxiety. It's anxiety or fear eventually goes away of the other, which if we have a boundary, there is another. And in terms of like men and women, if women are more other for men than vice versa, that on a hallucinogen, a man can get to a place where he observes and goes beyond the boundaries to know that it's not the other. And if a woman is in that place, what I, from my own personal experience and from other people talking to me, is though women kind of find their voice in the way of the world to say how okay not to have all this experience with the other. And at some hope of things accelerating, my mother was born in 1921 and was very conservative, has come to the point where she's 73 years old or whatever and has a 77-year-old boyfriend, and at dinner and very proud and laughing says, well, I'm living, do you ever think your mother would say that? And I kind of like to hear what you would say about, in terms of otherness and how psychedelics can, what the dissolving of the boundaries does and how we carry that to other people.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's important in all these discussions to remember there is nothing on earth as much like a woman as a man. The next species over, whatever it is, the difference is enormous. The other thing to remember is if you believe in evolutionary theory, then this has always amazed me. Women are the creation of choices made by men. Men are the creation of choices made by women. The aesthetic difference is striking. I mean, apparently men prefer smooth, gentle, nurturing, curvaceous forms, and apparently women, their aesthetic is fulfilled by a rougher cut. We are reflections of the desires of the opposite gender because we've been subject to selection in the sexual process that way. As far as everybody is struggling to keep up with the evolution of the culture, I experienced this same thing. I mean, my father is a very conservative character, and he's now 80, and he seems to go out of his way to be outrageous. And it's maybe the one good thing television is doing is that straight people, and by that I don't mean non-gay, I mean in the sense of non-psychedelic, straight people can't escape from the weirdness of the culture. You know, no matter who you are, you have to look at this stuff. It's in your face, and eventually you bend. So approaching the other is a process of redefining yourself to be more acceptable to it. There's a coming to meet. It becomes more familiar as you become more familiar with it. But the truly other, what Rudolf Otto called the totally other, is other in principle. It's like the archetype of the other, and it can't be assimilated. But wherever the other is particularized in a person, a work of art, a place, it can be approached through a process of templating yourself to it. We become what we behold, no matter how bizarre what we behold may be. Well, it's a little past time to take a break. Let's take a break. Those of you who are doing a paper, why don't you gather up here, and David and I will lay out the guidelines. The rest of you, why don't you give us just a little bit of space so we can work this academic thing out. Let's see, I have some guidelines, and David has. Does civilization lose a piece of knowledge that's central to its functioning? Well, the only scenario I can come up with is an increasingly autocratic elite ordering everybody around until finally there is a populist revolt, and those people and their books and their buildings are all put to death and burned. This may be a similar thing may have happened to the Maya. The Mayan civilization, looking at the archaeological evidence, was an incredibly steep social pyramid. So steep that it's conceivable the execution of a few thousand people would essentially disembowel the accomplishments of the civilization. Kill the architects, the scientists, the astronomers, the scribes, and the artisans, and what you've got left are rainforest swidden farmers, and then they go and do what they've always known how to do. I don't believe in the case of Soma that it could have been a matter of it being available and then slowly disappearing. I mean, the Rig Veda speaks of intoxicating hundreds of people a day. It speaks of the Soma gushing from the Soma presses in these enormous amounts. Well, clearly it was something easily available, obtained, and processed, and yet it died out completely and was not really replaced with anything else. So why? I think cultural institutions are more fragile than we imagine. In the scenario, and this brings up the issue of substitutes. In the scenario I told you yesterday about psilocybin in the Sahara and how it created a partnership paradise which then faded as the mushroom faded, as I try to imagine how that would have felt, I think probably what happened was at some point in the African past, the mushroom was everywhere on the grasslands. Whenever it rained, it appeared. It rained frequently. The dung of the cattle was everywhere. The mushroom was everywhere. Well, then it began to dry up. And the first thing that would happen, and we're talking millennia in each step, the first thing that would happen is the mushroom would become seasonal. So then you would have great mushroom festivals once a year rather than continuous mushroom taking, seasonal. The next thing is, as the drying continues, it would retreat into the rain shadows of mountains seasonally. Now you have to make pilgrimages, long distances, seasonally to the mushroom place. Well, in parallel with this diminishing supply of mushrooms would logically be a rising anxiety about that. So what would you do? Well, you would create strategies for the preservation of it in times of scarcity. Smoking meat, burying eggs. Primitive, Aboriginal peoples know how to do these things. The obvious method of preserving mushrooms still used to this day in the Sierra Mazateca in a world without refrigeration is to put them into honey. Honey is an antiseptic medium, and the sugar in honey will draw water out of a fragile thing like a mushroom and tend to preserve it. The problem is, if you've ever dealt with aboriginal honeys, you know they're not like the stuff we get in the little plastic bears. Aboriginal honey is very watery, and what the consequences of this are is that the preserving medium, honey, itself has the capacity to transmute into a psychoactive substance, alcohol. So suddenly you see people of good intention trying to preserve their mushrooms, but unbeknownst to themselves, they're turning into an alcohol cult, because fewer mushrooms, more and more honey. Then, and as the supply continues to shrink, finally you give up on intoxicating everybody, and you just say, we're going to establish a professional class of people, shamans, and they will take the mushroom since we can't all take it. So then you have knowledge of it retreating into a professional class. And these, in Aboriginal society, these professional classes are always hedged about with secrecy. So then you actually have a situation where there is a body of cultural knowledge which not everybody possesses, in fact, which very few people possess. Well, at that point, through war, epidemic, schism, or natural catastrophe, you could lose that core of experts, and then you would simply be adrift. So it's a very complicated issue, and the history of each one of these things is fraught with these kinds of episodes. The other thing is, just to keep the complexity ever before you, styles of usage change. I mentioned that the 19th century ate hashish. We smoke it, and it has very different impacts on our psychologies and our art and so forth and so on. Another example is a good example close to home, LSD. In the 60s, you couldn't play the game unless you took 500 mics. These days, you split half a blotter. It's probably 70 mics, and that is what people call an LSD trip. It's half an order of magnitude smaller than what was being done 30 years ago. Well, so naturally, people say entirely different things about LSD now than they did then. The other thing that makes this very complicated, I mean, nature is not cutting you any slack here, is you can have a species of a plant genetically fairly defined and taxonomically fairly defined, and it can have a horrific number of variables bearing upon it. The favorite example here would be Amanita muscaria. Yeah. More ink has been spilled over Amanita muscaria than almost any other plant I can think of. Wasson identified it as soma, the subject matter of these ecstatic hymns of praise that filled the Rig Vedas. But when you actually take Amanita muscaria, if you only get a bellyache, you're lucky. This is not at all a reliable intoxicant. Well, what's going on here? Well, here's what's going on. Amanita muscaria, because of its genetic makeup, is subject to geographical variance. That means the Siberian Amanita, the New Mexico Amanita, and the Andean Amanita are experientially different creatures. So, geographical variation. Then there is edaphically induced variation. Depending on the soil and the mycorrhizal host, the chemistry of the mushroom will be different. Well, then there's brood differentiation. The first flush will have a different chemistry than the third, fourth, or fifth flush of the same organism. Again, this is where the guru may have a role to play. You shouldn't take Amanita muscaria unless you are with someone who says, I have taken these mushrooms from this place at this time of year in this fashion and attain success. But if you just go out and eat the first Amanita muscaria you find, your experience could range from nothing to a medical emergency. And very few people who have just gone out and eaten Amanita muscaria have any kind of experience that could be mapped over an ecstatic hallucinogenic experience. But occasionally you will hear a story so wild that you can tell under certain very narrowly defined conditions this thing must be tremendously effective. But what those conditions are, we don't know. Yeah.
I think it was Watson that wrote about, I guess it's the Reg Veda, talking about drinking the piss of Shiva and the Soma and this whole thing, and his interpretation, maybe it was more than interpretation, the evidence showed that they would drink the urine of the animals that ate the mushrooms, like the antelope or the reindeer or the cows. So that way it was purified of these toxins through the animal's system, and they would drink a potion that was...
Well, yes, I mean, I really respect Gordon Wasson, but in this particular area, I think he spread more confusion than light. It is certainly true that Amanita muscaria is a shamanic intoxicant of great age used among the Arctic peoples of Siberia in the Tunguska and Amur River basin. But, and it is true that one of the great hazards of Amanita taking in that area is that when you go out on a snowy night to take a whiz, these reindeer come and knock you over head first in order to get to the yellow snow because they're so into it. But reindeer are not cattle, and there are no reindeer in India, and cattle don't seek out mushrooms to eat them. The thing that, to my mind, breaks down Wasson's theory is, first of all, the inadequate intoxication. But second of all, you can tell from the Rig Veda that hundreds of people were being intoxicated with this stuff, that basically people were just lining up and passing through a line and it was being ladled out. Well, Amanita muscaria has a mycorrhizal relationship to birch and spruce. That means it grows only in association with the roots of those plants. To this day, no mycologist has ever successfully cultivated it on the natch. So when you find it, it's a rare thing. To find one or two is cause for rejoicing. To find half a dozen is a miracle. I've never heard of anybody finding more than that. I've seen other Amanitas in great abundance. If you're an Amanita fan, check out Baker's Beach in January. You all know where it is? It's at the bottom of 25th Avenue. The number of Amanita pantherines that come up in that sandy soil down there, you can literally gather a couple of grocery bags of it. But even at that, how far will a couple of grocery bags go if you have several hundred people to intoxicate? So I don't see how it could possibly have been Amanita muscaria. I think a whole bunch of mistakes were made by Wasson and the people who followed him in arguing so strenuously for that. Wasson himself admitted that he never obtained a satisfactory intoxication from Amanita. So again, you have to be aware of all of these variables, and I think it's fine to respect those who have preceded us into this. Lots of hard work has been done, but on the other hand, they're just fallible, career-mongering human beings like all the rest of us, and it never hurts to double-check I mean, what you haven't confirmed for yourself, you should view as simply informed speculation. But you do need to check for yourself. Yeah.
That's a whole mushroom versus, say, an isolated copper, isolated psilocybin. Do you have any connections?
Oh, meaning the pure compounds? Frankly, in 30 years, there has been very, very little chemically purified psilocybin. I once took a small white capsule that was said to be pure psilocybin. It may have been. It was like a very warm and friendly flavor of LSD, but it didn't have the voice. Now, there's a famous story that when Hoffman isolated psilocybin, he then, to prove the isolation, he manufactured some, and then he and Wasson took it back with them to Huautla, and they gave it to Maria Sabina, and she said, the spirit of the mushroom is in the little pill. But let's face it, Maria Sabina was a sly old woman who really knew how to play on the gringo's harp. And I don't think it's the last word that she said that. I mean, the implication may have been, and so why don't you go back to Basel and leave us alone, for crying out loud? Haven't you done enough good here? Yeah.
Something you mentioned in past talks about the synchronicity surrounding the use of mushrooms, and tell that story, the story about the Hollywood restaurant.
Oh yeah, the Rod Steiger story. Well, yes. I mean, I don't know quite what to make of this. Again, there are more questions than answers, but one of the things that you will quickly experience if you get into this, and most of you probably already know, is that rational, and by that I mean statistically extrapolatable expectations seem to be superseded on these trips by a kind of magical connectedness. All kinds of strange things happen on trips that really happen. It's not hallucination. These things really happen. It's almost as though the ordinary laws of causality are obviated and you become a magnet for the strange, the peculiar. And sometimes these synchronicities are trivial. Sometimes they're the difference between life and death. As an example of the latter, I've told this story before, but one time years ago, Dennis and a girlfriend of his went up into the mountains behind Boulder, and they took Argyria nervosa, Hawaiian baby wood rose, and it was much stronger than they expected, and it lasted much longer than they expected, and so night fell. And behind Boulder, up around Nederland, it's 12,000 feet. I mean, when night falls, the temperature plummets. You're immediately in a situation of crisis. Night fell. They were completely lost. They had no clue where they were or how to get back to the car, and it looked grim. And so they're looking out over these valleys and mountains and so forth, trying to spot something. And finally, across the valley, they see what my brother assumes is a car come around a corner because they see the headlights. And so they descend down into this canyon. It takes them an hour. It's pitch dark. They climb up the other side, and they to arrive in a parking lot to find their car. Not only to find their car, but to find that the lights are on. Well, they had left the car some 12 hours before. The battery would have been run down if the lights had been on all that time. It means the lights, they saw the lights come on when they looked out across the valley full of fear, wondering where they were. So, it's just a story. unless you're the person whose life was saved by this incident. So, and you can see then why Aboriginal people would have this faith in the primacy of mind, probably because mind is in fact primary, and it's only because we've locked ourselves down into a set of reductionist expectations that we live in a world so brutally under the aegis of laws like entropy and seriality and so forth and so on. Yeah.
Something that Sasha said in the book, right, that you and him had a disagreement about synthesized masculine, saying that, similar to her question about psilocybin, do you still hold that the two are different? Yeah, and that plant spirit doesn't really speak to you unless you use the plant itself rather than the compound.
I don't know, much has been made about this difference we had. I don't recall the conversation and haven't read the account of it. If Rupert's theory holds any water, it's the same thing, and we can both still believe whatever we like to believe. I think that without argument, though, generally the plant experiences are richer, and it's not difficult to see why. If you take mescaline, you have a mescaline trip. If you take peyote, you have a mescaline plus 13 other mescaline-like alkaloids, unhalamine, unhaloine, peyote, lophophorine. There's a whole spectrum of these things in there, and I think that gives a richer experience. It's not an absolute ontological difference between Sasha and I on that issue. Where I might argue that there is a real difference is between drugs created yesterday in the laboratory and drugs that have a huge history behind them. Because I believe that in some sense, I mean, this is not rationally defendable, but it's an intuition. In some sense, when you take a plant, it takes you, and you make a contribution to the high, a tiny, it's like you add one brick to the wall, so that then essentially when you take psilocybin, you are experiencing all the previous psilocybin trips that ever were. That's what the psilocybin trip is. So I remember once when years ago, the first time I did ketamine, my impression was it's an empty vessel. It's an unfurnished hotel. It's a blank canvas. It's a psychedelic experience, but it's incredibly impoverished in that not enough people have done it to fill the space with stuff for the rest of us. Now, in 1,000 years, ketamine may be a very rich experience because so many people will have carved their initials on that tree. But I think, as we learn from the plants learn from us, and they adjust the content. So I'm not of this school that says what we need is a drug we don't have. Somebody wrote an essay called "What We Need Is a New Drug," quoting the lyrics of the song. I think that we have the substances we need. What we don't have are the techniques and the intelligence to know what to do with them.
What about the DMT ayahuasca difference? Because that is the active ingredient, and they do seem to give completely different highs.
Well, not if you take enough ayahuasca. If you take really a lot and sit and breathe and work with it for an hour or so, you can eventually get to a place where you just say, this looks like a DMT flash to me. But that's a lip-numbing dose of ayahuasca. Harmine has a slightly anesthetic effect. So if you take a dose of ayahuasca and your lips go numb, you are definitely topping out That's an effective dose. Many people have never felt that, but it's a sign that you're approaching the effective limit. Yeah.
Are you familiar with the alleged CIA testing theory on people in a mental hospital in Menlo Park in the 60s that can keep people pardoned?
The Langley Porter experiments, yes.
What happened with those studies, what the government found from those, in relation to, you were saying that, that these studies in the University of New Mexico are going to be, the new studies, nothing of those, I was wondering what came out of those.
I can't really answer in detail. Those were not pharmacodynamical studies. They were more like psychotherapeutic studies. They were giving mescaline to people and working with states of dysfunction, but they weren't trying to understand the physiological parameters of it. Joe Adam and the guy who became the regent, Willis Harman, all of those people were associated with those experiments. Mescaline was well studied during the 20s. I mean, if you've not read Heinrich Kluwer's book on hallucination, it's a very nice piece of work and done very early. And he actually tried to create a vocabulary of hallucination. I mean, it's kind of silly, but he taught his subjects to identify colors by their place in the spectrum. So people would say, spiked basketball moving at 4 o'clock, 700 nanometers, shifting toward 800 nanometers, and this sort of thing, which it doesn't quite give you the flavor, I'm afraid. Yeah.
We were in the plant culture and consciousness class the other day, and the definition of hallucination came up, and Ralph Messner was teaching the class. He was saying that for him there's a distinction between a hallucination, seeing something which isn't there, and the experience that you have on psychedelics where you're tapping into what you were talking about, the fourth dimension, that boundarylessness.
Yeah, no, that's worth talking about because I use the vocabulary in a specific sense, and if I don't explain it, I'm not really understood. There is a definite distinction. I mean, most people who've never taken these things think, well, don't you see colors, and isn't it like that? There are at least three discussable stages here. First of all, there's what's technically called hypnagogia. Hypnagogia is when you close your eyes and you see little lights and stars and drifting debris and that sort of thing. That's hypnagogia. Then there's what I would call, hallucinations. And there's a spectrum. And it's very interesting when they simulate or talk about hallucinations, they only talk about the onset of hallucination. When you take a psychedelic, here's the timeline. Let's say it's psilocybin. At 1 hour, you begin to feel the state of arousal, give or take a few minutes. Well, then, when you close your eyes, there's this black background that is typical of the baseline of consciousness. Well, then, after a few minutes, there are these sort of amoeboid, after-image-colored lights that come toward you and stream past you. And this is actually called streaming. This is how it's referred to. And these things are either that after-image violet or that after-image chartreuse that we all know. And these things sort of come, but and if you don't take a sufficient dose, that's it with theme and variation. And now we're in the land of the famous geometric grids, floating shapes, this sort of thing. But that is not the payoff of psychedelics. The real payoff is visions. And visions are not dancing mice and rows of little candies doing calisthenics and all that detritus. Vision is something which has emotional content. That's why light shows and fancy computer graphics and all that, they stop short at this point. Because no matter how visually complicated something is going on a screen, if it doesn't somehow touch your heart and your soul, then it's just a complicated pattern of some sort. But if it also contains information specific to your circumstance, then it's completely engaging. And that's what I shoot for and consider the visionary trip. It's coherent. It's not like a dream. It's not that coherent. It's not a little story in which you appear in a strange circumstance with odd people. It's not like that. But it is not simply a visual experience. The content is multidimensional and deeply mental and largely informational. And that's the proof of the pudding. And there is no way to achieve it any other way that I've ever noticed. Relative to my remarks this morning about orgasm, and this is part of the clue, I've noticed that in the post-coital aura, if you want to put it that way, there are these blue and green lights streaming past, usually not for very long, maybe a minute's worth after a completely satisfying sexual release. But it doesn't go to the next level, which it always does do with the psychedelic. But the fact that they share that phenomenon for a moment suggests something, suggests that it's both. And I used to think not. I used to think it was entirely dose. But I've realized from talking to people that what seems natural and obvious to me seems odd to some people. What you have to do is you have to look at the back of your eyelids with the expectation that you will see something. And it's a plane in the field. Now, if you're in front of the plane, that means you're thinking, oh, I'm getting high, I feel weird, my agenda is this, I need to think about that, do I need to go to the bathroom, where is the water? You know, your attention is here. If your attention is beyond it, you also won't see it. Like I've noticed, you can't talk and see it at the same time. The act of verbalizing requires so much mental focus that you can't see this stuff. So what you have to do is look at the back of your eyelids as though it were a flat surface and just keep looking at it. And keep looking at it, and if there's any flicker of color or light or movement, concentrate and keep looking. Concentrate and keep looking. And it usually doesn't take more than a minute or two of that for it to completely open up in front of you. The other thing is, I plead with it. I address it. And I say, do what you will. I'm entirely yours. Please don't hurt me. But do with me what you will. And if that invoking, that announcing that you are ready is very important. In this matter of the speech of the mushrooms, the reason a lot of people don't have that experience is because you have to initiate the conversation. You can be loaded for hours on mushrooms, and if you will never say, in the silence of your mind, it doesn't have to be spoken, but you must say, hello? It will never directly address you. It's shy. But if you will say hello, it's there. It says yes, and you're off. And, you know, another thing, we're so defensive and locked down. Another thing that's very important, and all Aboriginal people know this, is the importance of chant and song. If you get into a hard place, the Western reflex seems to be to assume the fetal position and wait with the belief that in some hours, if you don't go mad, this hell, whatever it is, will be lifted off of you. Well, this is the worst thing you could possibly do in that situation. If you get into a place that is difficult, sit up, gulp air, and sing. And the reasons for this are obvious on different levels. First of all, it's an assertion of your existential right to be. You don't just whimper and fold. You sit up, you sing. Second of all, it oxygenates your brain. And mental though these places may be, they have some root in matter and physiology. Flood your brain with oxygen, and the demon, whatever it is, will be washed away, or at least transformed. And so, by techniques of invocation, of chant, of song, of concentration, self-discipline, and I don't mean rigorous self-discipline, nothing like what yoga demands. I just mean, pull yourself together, for God's sake, and pay attention to what's going on. You can make it your vehicle. And then the other thing, which I always do, but it's controversial, I suppose, to say it, is cannabis. Cannabis is the rudder on your ship. If you come into a place that you don't care for, just take a hit of cannabis and then do your chanting, and you will move through it. But don't clench. Realize that you are an energetic system, and the addition of cannabis or oxygen or water is going to change the situation. So take responsibility, and then finally, you have to discipline your hind brain. In the presence of the strange and the overwhelming, the primate locks into a fight or flight syndrome. But it's an adrenaline release. And adrenaline is a very short-acting compound. All you have to do is wait, and the fear will come, and it will spike. And if you don't go mad and start screaming or tear your clothes off and run into the street, but if you just sit, it can't sustain the spike. It chemically is impossible to remain petrified for very long. Eventually you just say, well, all right, so I'm terrified, so what about it? And then you begin to drift down. So it's not an easy thing, but it can be mastered, and it's mainly practical attention. The more exotic techniques, mantra, yantra, physiologically unlikely positions and so forth, that all works as well. But I think just breath and sound and cannabis and intent will carry you through most difficulties. Yeah.
I have a question about cannabis. When I was younger, I could smoke very easily and readily at any time, whether I was sitting in class or playing soccer, or any time. And it would feel very good and calming, and I'd just kind of be stoned. And after a while, and now I can barely smoke anymore because I get really kind of sketched out. And not really paranoid, but a little bit like that. I'm just wondering,
you mean you feel uncomfortable with yourself in social situations? You don't know what to do?
Yeah, but not only that, but even sometimes when I'm alone, I don't smoke out with people anymore, but like, even when I'm alone, like I can't just sit. I usually end up, I don't know, wanting to go mountain biking or something, run up a hill.
Well, I think our responses change over life, not only to drugs, but to other things. I think also you have to find what works for you. I know people who take LSD in small amounts very often because they say they can work better on it. I tried it. I felt I wasn't getting enough work done, and they said, oh, well, you'll be able to do 12 hours of work a day if you just take 50 mics after breakfast. I couldn't do it. I mean, it sketched me out. I found myself pacing the floor, and, just it was madness. I, on the other hand, can, before breakfast, smoke enough cannabis that most people would simply go back to bed, and that sets me up for hours and hours of work. So you sort of have to learn yourself. These people who are these enthusiasts for datura, they've got to be some different kind of person than I am, and because they genuinely take pleasure in something which would just drive me right up my tree. So one of the things that you have to honor in this domain, more than in most human endeavors, is our human uniqueness. I remember years ago I took a course. It was a funny course, too. It was called Forensic Pathology, if you can imagine. And it was taught by, if you can imagine, Sasha Shulgin. Forensic Pathology, right? So one of the things he did in this class is he brought in a little vial of some substance. And there were 500 people in this class. It was at Cal. So we passed it around. No big deal. You sniff it, a kind of a nondescript odor, pass it on to the next person. Out of the 500 people, 3 had an incredibly violent reaction to this stuff. And then Sasha explained there is a known gene for reacting to this thing. People who have this gene are 50,000 times more sensitive to this substance than people without it. Well, just extrapolate that range to every substance in nature, and you will see why, in a sense, learning what drugs you should and shouldn't take is as big a task as deciding what kind of person you should or shouldn't go to bed with, what kind of investments you should or shouldn't make. In other words, it's a lifetime task of mistake-making, learning, self-observation, and correction. And what's sauce for the goose may not be sauce for the gander. And you have to honor your individuality. The shamans say, if the plant wants you, it will take you. You will know if there is a lock and key fit. And I think part of late adolescence is drug experimentation for this purpose. I think if you go through life taking vast amounts of drugs of all sorts, then you didn't quite get it right. The idea is to find what works for you and then put the pedal to the metal, And if it's LSD, and if it, or whatever it is, because the things have personalities. It's like making a friendship. And some people are going to want to be your friend, and some people are going to think you're a jerk, and you don't want to hang out with those people because they make you feel bad.
You have some very convincing arguments in your book about mushrooms and how the other books don't pass the test. How similar is it to general brain chemistry and so forth. So, answer here, all these other subjects, these other subjective things would they come into it against an argument like that, right? Forgive me, I can't remember the book.
No, I'll reconstitute it for you. Yes, in one of my books I said if you're thinking of taking a substance, you should ask yourself 3 questions. First of all, does it occur in a plant? Because that tells you that at least it is not toxic to organic systems. Does it occur in a plant? Second question, does it occur in a plant with a history of human usage? If the answer is yes, then you have your human data sample. If people somewhere have been taking this plant for millennia, then you know that it doesn't cause blindness, miscarriages, madness, tumors, so forth and so on. And the third and narrowest gate is, does it have a an affinity, a relationship to ordinary brain chemistry. Because you don't want to insult the physical brain. You don't want to damage yourself in this enterprise. Psilocybin will pass this test. Stretching the rules a bit, LSD will pass this test. In other words, LSD is a relative of compounds that have been used for a long time. Whether or not it's a constituent of brain chemistry is debatable. But now the interesting thing about applying this test, you might say, oh, well, what a downer, everything's getting tossed out. No, the strongest stuff remains. DMT passes this test with flying colors. It's already in your brain just as you sit here. It has a long history of human usage in many parts of the world, and it occurs in many, many species of plants. And it is the strongest hallucinogen known. So this is a reasonable test to apply. That's to avoid basically danger and damage. Then once you've done that, final here, as old pilots like to say. Substance. You should ask yourself 3 questions. First of all, does it occur in a plant? Because that tells you that at least it is not toxic to organic systems. Does it occur in a plant? Second question, does it occur in a plant with a history of human usage? If the answer is yes, then you have your human data sample. If people somewhere have been taking this plant for millennia, then you know that it doesn't cause blindness, miscarriages, madness, tumors, so forth and so on. And the third and narrowest gate is, does it have an affinity, a relationship to ordinary brain chemistry? Because you don't want to insult the physical brain. You don't want to damage yourself in this enterprise. Psilocybin will pass this test. Stretching the rules a bit, LSD will pass this test. In other words, LSD is a relative of compounds that have been used for a long time. Whether or not it's a constituent of brain chemistry is debatable. But now the interesting thing about applying this test, you might say, oh, well, what a downer, everything's getting tossed out. No, the strongest stuff remains. DMT passes this test with flying colors. It's already in your brain just as you sit here. It has a long history of human usage in many parts of the world, and it occurs in many, many species of plants. And it is the strongest hallucinogen known. So this is a reasonable test to apply. That's to avoid basically danger and damage. Then once you've done that, you have to figure out of those candidates remaining, who is your friend, who you have an affinity for. All right, why don't we break now, and you're going to...
Before we break, have something evaluating.
Final here, as old pilots like to say. So you should now be in the last crack mood, meaning that you're getting your last crack at me. What turns have been left unstoned and what stones left unturned? Yes.
When the stone asked about having a different experience with smoking cannabis now, and I think about cycles and astrology and different plants aspects, that may be also related to different cycles. I also wonder about astrology in relation to doing experiences, psychedelic experiences, when there are experiences that may or may not be positive or helpful, like this. I wonder if you know anything about that.
I don't really know anything about it. I do think it's puzzling when you feel that the initial conditions have been recreated, but the results you get are completely different. And astrology then offers itself as an explanation. well, the last time you did it, the moon was in Taurus, now it's in something else. Again, this is something that could be looked at. Is there a time? I don't believe everything the mushroom tells me. I just treat it like everybody else. You can't trust anybody 100%. But the mushroom does seem to have the idea that it's good when the moon is in Scorpio. I've just experientially noticed that things seem to go better in the psychedelic realm when the moon is in Scorpio. I'm a triple Scorpio. Hey. Yeah. Hey, wait a minute here. Yeah. Well, they're probably smoking kinnikinnick and aboriginal tobaccos and various things. It's a very odd thing. I mean, you talk about cultural evolution and that sort of thing. Did you know that smoking was unknown in Europe and Asia until it was brought from the New World at the time of the Spanish conquest? Rome never smoked its opium. It put it in wine. Opium was never smoked in China until after tobacco was introduced. In fact, the smoking of opium in China arose largely as a result of trying to drive out tobacco smoking as a habit. This method of drug delivery, which you would assume was Paleolithic, was unknown to the civilization that we evolved in. The New World seems particularly expertise in these dimensions. For example, enemas are one of the very few things that we can that have entered our culture as a cultural contribution unique to the Amazon basin. Enemas they had rubber, they had natural rubber, and they discovered that some substances were so toxic that you didn't want to put them into your stomach, but that they would be active if you would rectally insert them. And so the enema was invented millennia ago in South America, but was a mad idea from the point of view of European medicine until it was tried. And then, of course, it became the rage. And there are then successive rages of upper colon focus that sweep through our society every once in a while. Yeah.
What do you could expand upon the idea that you think about it in that day about the plant as a model for consciousness and for culture?
Yeah, that was an essay that originally appeared in Whole Earth Review, I think called Plant, Plan, Planet. And what I was trying to say there was there is a great deal to be learned from emulating plants, especially in the culture crisis that we're in. First of all, plants, they have to deal with their toxic byproducts because they can't move away from them the way we do and move into new niches. Plants are homeostatically self-regulating. Plants are small solar factories, essentially. Plants do all their work at temperatures below 115 degrees. Notice that we do our technologies operate at 600 degrees and up, and then produce all kinds of heavy metal toxins and poisons and this sort of thing. Also, in a sense, the Tao-like passivity of plants, the way in which they accept their circumstances. Essentially, an animal is an organism that can move away from the circumstances of its own being. And so, for all of these reasons, plants seem like an excellent model for the kind of future that we should be building. We want to go to lower energies. We want to go to more organic starting and ending materials in industrial processes. We want to create a kind of integrated homeostatic cohesion in our societies. In all these cases, and a solar-based society, in all these cases, the plants provide the model. They've been showing how to do these things very efficiently for a very long time. Yeah.
Are you familiar with Rick Carnes and Roth when they get together on the whole archetypal psychology that is specific related to the planet, and how doing people's transits or charts seems to be the only predictor, seems to be very valid to predict the kind of journey or specific experience a person would have depending on the moment they get.
I heard that from Rick. It's very interesting. I haven't actually looked at the data. The only reason astrology is not scientifically respectable is because no one can hypothesize how the coupling takes place. In other words, how can the transit of Mercury be coupled to an event system on this planet? But don't despair. We know that the sun radically affects the weather on the Earth, but no coupling system has ever been proven for that either. It's just the statistical correlations are so overwhelming that it's impossible to ignore. I think probably the key to understanding astrology is you're going to have to go outside of astrology to understand it, to something like fractal resonance. The reason the pattern in the stars is repeated in the pattern of your life is because there's only one pattern to begin with. It isn't that the stars cause you to be the way you are any more than that you cause the stars to be the way they are. There is not a causal relationship here. What there is a series of adumbrations and reflections that are. This is, a great discovery that has been made in the past 10 years. One of the greatest intellectual steps ever taken by human beings. A new law of nature is now discernible, and I can state it for you. It's that nature is self-similar across scales. Do you understand what that means? It explains why an atom looks like a solar system and why they both look like a galaxy. Because nature is self-similar across scales. It means that, if a certain architectural conceit works on one level, nature will use it on any other level where it seems appropriate. And so on many, many levels, the same patterns repeat. And so it wouldn't surprise me at all if in the next while we got the equivalent of astrology, but quantumology. Quantumology, where instead of calculating downward from the stars to the context of human fate, you calculate upward from the atoms to the context of human fate. And if you keep calculating, you can go from quantumology to astrology and leave out sociology and show, that these things are reciprocal reflections of each other. Then the mystery and the woo-woo of astrology, I think, would just simply disappear and be replaced by an, of course, how could it be otherwise kind of understanding. Yeah. Well, somebody said the thing that has changed least in Western civilization in the last 300 years is the classroom. I mean, this could be 1500. Everything else has changed, but what do? We come with sharpened pencils and sit and listen to elderly, lecherous professionals and to try and stay out of their clutches long enough to get a degree, and then we go out and play the game. I think that this is somewhat a field, but something very profound is happening in the way in which we modern people process information. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Marshall McLuhan, but McLuhan argued that an equally profound transition occurred with the introduction of print. Print is not simply writing that's easy to read and reproduce. Print is an entirely different creature than anything that had been produced before. It has qualities that no other medium has. Specifically, its linearity, its uniformity, its interchangeability. And what I mean by that is that every A, every capital A, looks like every other capital A. They are interchangeable. When a friend of yours writes you a note, you look at it. That's the precondition to reading it. When you open a book, you immediately read it. You don't look at it at all. Very few people puzzle over how the A is sitting there on the page with that white back. No, we just read. And the difference between looking and reading is very great. McLuhan called it the contrast between a manuscript culture, which is ear-oriented, and an eye-oriented visual culture. Well, now what's happening to us, and I was talking to somebody about this at the break, is the rise of the image. The image is in the ascendant. Ever since the invention of photography, let's say, in the middle 19th century, followed by color photography, followed by color lithography, followed by moving pictures, followed by television, followed by the internet, VR, stereograms, and all the rest of it. Something is happening. Our culture is forcing our visual education. And I think one of the problems with education is that we are trying to use a print-created institution to educate electronically biased human beings. And it's created a kind of a speed bump of illiteracy. One of the things that is put against your generation, you Generation Xers here, is that you're not literary. You're not a literary culture. But and it's true, don't deny it. None of you can quote Milton. But I also think it's a temporary thing. Your children will not be like you. Your children will be fully visually literate. They will have assimilated this new medium and operate under its aegis while you are in a transition phase. And so the kind of dumbing down of culture that has had to occur as we go from a fully literate culture to a fully electronic culture is, I think, transitional. I mean, everybody says, people learn everything from TV. Kids know every star, every show, every plot, and say, why do they know that junk when they can't memorize the sequence of U.S. presidents? Well, make a good enough TV show about it, and they probably will. Not that I'm a fan of TV, but I am a fan of the visual image, and I think TV betrays it to some degree. HD TV may correct that, but it gives psychedelics an interesting role because they are such stimulants to the visual imagination. It's almost like they lead us deeper in this cultural direction that we have great appetite for. And now, with CD-ROMs and multimedia and websites and all that, we just can't wait to show each other stuff. Everybody's building a website. Everybody wants to invite you over to see their latest visual creation. And I think that language itself is headed in this direction, that our language is literally becoming more colorful, more sparkling, more engaging, and it's because it's becoming more visual. And eventually it may be an entirely visual exercise. The rise of icons is an interesting example of this. That now wherever you go in the world, if you will push yourself just a little bit, you can understand what's going on because signage is so iconographic. It doesn't matter whether you're in Germany or France or Argentina or where you are. The signage is in an international language of visible symbols that unite us all. You see, the thing is, the word is ambiguous to a far greater degree than the image. And so when we communicate in words, we communicate incompletely. If we communicate in images, it's much closer to fulfilling the intent of communication, which is to erase the boundaries between the messenger and those the message is being sent to. Yeah.
What you're saying is like I feel it's a return to the archaic, because there was a time when people didn't read and they had to get their information by one image, whether it was going to church and seeing a thing by a window, but if it was fulfilled then like a picture is worth 1,000 words. You know, looking at your 180 messages, if each one could just be a visual image, then you could have done that quickly.
Well, that's why I called my book, one of my books, The Archaic Revival. Because you see, I really think, the thing that McLuhan was trying to say was that every medium, be it print, he even treated the electric light as a medium. Every medium has a hidden agenda which the users of the medium are not aware of until it's too late. For instance, in his discussion of the automobile, it was invented to convey people from place to place. In practical terms, what it was a bedroom away from home. And a whole generation of people discovered sexuality much earlier than they would have because of the automobile. That wasn't its intent, but that was its effect. Similarly, McLuhan says you could never have the concept of the citizen if it was not preceded by the invention of movable type, because the citizen is an interchangeable social unit the way a letter is an interchangeable unit in typography. Also, the linearity of Western thought is a product of the fact that when we communicate in print, we arrange our thoughts in lines. That isn't done in some languages, but in ours it is. Well, then we impute that quality of our communication method to reality itself. My hope is that through holography and virtual reality and HD TV and a deep awareness of McLuhan, that we could create what I would call a biasless media. In other words, it would be a media that would do to you exactly what reality does to you, instead of pushing you in some other direction. And it would be then a return to the archaic. And it might be technically very sophisticated, but the final impression must be, I am not looking at a screen, I am not turning the pages of a book, I am not listening to earphones, I am really having this experience and it is really real. I've never heard the VR prophets talk about it as a biasless form of media, but I think that's what we're headed for. Well, when media becomes biasless, media becomes reality. And this is within reach now.
One thing I've been reading, history reading, but you get like for example.
Even for economic
reasons. Virtual reality as well. Because I was reading the American company $10 a month disposable income. I'm just trying to put in your archaic revival model into the economic structure I see much now.
Well, I don't know about HDTV. It seems slow coming. I saw it in Frankfurt, and I was shocked. Have you seen it? It's not at all what I expected. I expected, the hype is, it's just like a movie. It's that clear. High definition television, it's an entirely different way of doing TV. Well, it's much weirder than film. It's a window. It's freakishly three-dimensional. I mean, you can't tear your eyes off of it. You can't believe how intensely real it is. In fact, it's sort of hyper-real in some way. To the issue of virtual reality, I don't know, I was a speaker at SIGGRAPH last August, and at one point I turned to Brenda Laurel and I said, I think we can stop hyping virtual reality. It appears to have attained liftoff speed because, Soft Image, Disney, they were all there with mega $1 million outlays, and they haven't yet figured out how to deliver it. But it may not. It may be cheap. It may come over the wire. It may cost you $0.25. It may not be the fantasy of the virtual reality salon in your house. It may just simply come over the wire. I think the economics of it may delay or accelerate it, but that the appetite for it is so great that it is for sure on its way. What's holding it back is the technology, because the demands that we make of our hardware when we move to VR are incredible. I mean, look at these eucalyptus trees blowing in the wind out here. Look at how each leaf has a unique reflective index of its own, which is changing in time. Think of the computational energy that would have to be brought to bear to convincingly reproduce that in a VR environment. I mean, it's orders of magnitude more computationally demanding than anything currently being done. However, it's said of the computer, well, it's said of the automobile, if it had evolved at the same rate as the computer, a car would now go 375,000 miles an hour on a nickel's worth of gas and cost you $200. So we shouldn't assume at all that we're reaching the limits of the potential limits of the computer. I'd say we're probably about halfway there. There is right now a fiber optic experimental line between the University of Michigan and the University of Minnesota that is able to transfer 630 gigabytes per second. That's the Encyclopedia Britannica in under 1/30th of a second. That's bandwidth. That can handle anything. We just have to run that experimental cable into every city and home on the planet, and then we'll have it. McLuhan had an interesting idea. McLuhan's a weird character because a very advanced thinker, but a convert to Catholicism, so forth and so on. He finally concluded that electricity is the physical descent of the Holy Ghost into history. That as the planet, as our cities turn to light and everything is linked together informationally, that this is the enfolding presence of the third person of the Trinity. And, since electricity is a fairly mysterious item anyway, who is to say not? In practical terms, it may lead to something very, very much like that, a gathering of us all together in cyber, hyper, shamano space. Yeah.
What is it described as the primary conflict?
Sure, I'll describe it briefly. I've tried to stay off it because I tried to keep this botanically focused. For those of you who don't know it, I have other burdens to bear other than my psychedelic advocacy, and one of them is that I am the purveyor of a theory of history, which has many different aspects about it, and I've used some of the terms like novelty, ingression of novelty, concrescence, but I believe that I have discovered or was told a mathematical algorithm that allows us to replace probability theory with a waveform that predicts where in time novelty will cluster and where in time very probable events should be assumed to concentrate. It's a very neat mathematical theory. It's all very solid and so forth and so on, but it has, as all theories do, what I call a hard swallow built in. To illustrate what I mean, the hard swallow in normal cosmology is called the Big Bang. You know, if you can believe that, you'll believe anything. This is the idea that the universe sprang from nothing in a single moment for no reason. Notice that whether that's true or not, it's the limit case for credulity. I mean, if you can believe that, it's a little hard to know what you would dig your heels in on. The hard swallow in my theory is that it seems to all calculate out to prove that we're less than 18 years away from an event as dramatic as the Big Bang, but sort of the Big Bang in reverse, what I call the big surprise. That this process of boundary dissolution that we have been experiencing in our historical and cultural adventure is accelerating by a factor such that half of the history of the universe is going to unfold in the next 17 years. As much will happen, in other words, in the next 17 years has happened in the previous 17 or 20 billion years. That in fact history is the phenomenon which immediately precedes this event, sort of in the way that the dilation of the cervix is the phenomenon which immediately precedes the birth of an infant. History is the indicator event that says the transcendental object hidden in the protean depths of nature is about to shed all its foils and emerge in its hyperdimensional nakedness at the end of time. And it would be a mad thing to hypothesize, except that the mathematical algorithm allows very accurate predictions of the past. Now, at first that may sound silly, but notice it's easy to predict the future. Who the hell can naysay it? It's very difficult to predict the past because it's already happened. So whether you were right or wrong or not is going to be immediately determinable. And I believe, based on this theory's ability to describe the past, that we should take very seriously the idea that we are, in fact, the carriers of a process of universal metamorphosis that is reaching its culmination. You may find that impossible to imagine, that in 18 years the world will turn itself inside out. But I think if you sit with it a while, try to imagine that not happening. Try to imagine this world 500 years from now, if we continue with business as usual and no vertical gain. It's inconceivable. We have painted ourselves into some kind of a corner. I grant you my schedule is a little breathtaking, only 18 years, but I'll bet you if my schedule were 100 years, you'd feel that it was uncomfortably long viewed. Sometime in the next little while, it's going to be apparent to everybody that the human adventure is building towards some kind of quantized transition point. We are not going to wander in the miasma of techno-worship, male dominance, resource exploitation, and ever-burgeoning human populations forever. impossible. It's a self-limiting exercise. And to the degree that we can educate ourselves and communicate with each other, we can hasten this process, or at least make it easier for the planetary culture to go through. Yeah.
So given that metaphor of preparing for another birth, would it be presumptuous to look at the plants coming into this North American culture as sort of like when I was getting ready to birth, for about 4 hours before I started getting flooded with visions and hallucinations and going into the other world. And I'm seeing that the plants in this culture and their reawakening in the last 30 years could be sort of that momentum to help move us into this new birth process.
Oh, I think so, because I think what we're going to, history is ending, but time will continue. Well, what is time without history for human beings? Well, it's the archaeon. We're going back into the archaic, and apparently as central to the archaic as nuclear physics and economics is to our world was shamanism and hallucinogenic plants. So I think we're preparing to make a return. Nothing happens without a reason, and nothing is unannounced. This is something the mushroom told me. It's a very interesting idea. Nothing is unannounced. If you are sensitive enough, you can never be taken by surprise, because there is always the wave which precedes the actual arrival of the event. And a lot of people talk about the end of the world, but it's almost entirely couched negatively. I feel that I am, without a doubt, the most optimistic person I have ever met or heard of. And yet, after I give some of my lectures, people come up to me and say, it was frightening. It was an appalling vision of what... He said, you missed the point. I'm telling you, God's kingdom is 18 years away. How could you possibly interpret that as negative? And say, well, but aren't you saying that everything will be changed and transformed and swept away? Well, yes, but, that's the way of it. You want a psychedelic truth? 30 years of psychedelic voyaging, I can distill it for you. This is not a psychedelic truth. This is truth. Here it is. Yes. And you can learn this from drugs, you can learn it from life, you can learn it from death, you can learn it any way you like, but by God, you will learn it. Nothing lasts. Nothing lasts. Not your enemies, not your friends, not your youth, not your dreams, not your fears, not your hopes, not even yourself. Nothing lasts. I mean, this has been said often, but felt rarely. Heraclitus said, Pantitreia, all flows. And the lie of Western psychology is that something is stable. God's nature, the equinoctial points, something lasts. And because of this lie, we are perpetually in a state of anxiety, because the truth of our experience is nothing lasts. And yet the truth that our culture tells us is, save your immortal soul, make a contribution, preserve, protect, conserve, stabilize, retain. It's pointless. And so the central truth of being is the felt presence of immediate reality. That's all you will ever have. And so the quality of the felt presence of immediate experience is what you want to impact and determine. And everything else is rumor, hearsay, hope, dream, memory, projection. But the felt presence of immediate experience, if that is not satisfying to you, you have to change your life. You have to do something. And the fact that Western psychology and civilization is a vast exercise in delayed gratification. And the consequences of that are endless unhappiness and neurosis and fetish substitution and so forth and so on for reality. It should be liberating to know that nothing lasts. But instead, it paralyzes with a sense of ephemerality, when what it should do is empower an enormous sense of freedom. And I think this ability to accept the inevitable passing and coming to be of phenomena is what psychedelic wisdom is really about. Anybody, anything, hit me, yeah.
What kind of material would be
You mean my views on the web? Where did I learn my views from? Well, Ralph Abraham, you should visit his website. It's http://hypatia@ucsc.edu.org. Well, it's basically, it's just a URL, URL://hypatia@usc.org.net. .edu.org, I'm sorry. It's a funny question. I'm puzzled because I never thought of these as my views on the net. Aren't these the views of the net? I mean, is anybody saying anything different? I mean, I assume this is what unites the faithful in the religion of net worship, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, what my experience of the net is becoming more targeted to the and the regulators.
Well, that's more alarming. The businessmen will, wherever there is a frontier, I mean, first come the explorers, then come the missionaries, then come the hookers and the businessmen. And we've got plenty of hookers and plenty of businessmen on the internet now. It's the content. I'm McLuhan enough to not so much be obsessed with the content. It's not what is on the net that's important. It's the net itself. It's what it is. It's the fact that if you want to find something out, you now can. It's the greatest democratization of information that's ever occurred. I mean, the head of the CIA under Jimmy Carter didn't have intelligence as good as I do because I can go on to the net and access these various databases. So the thing that is so empowering about the net, I think, is, Tim Leary had a slogan back in the 60s. He used to tell his audiences, find the others. Find the others. Well, how do you find the others? In the 60s, you put a flower in your hair and headed for San Francisco. Today, you go on to the net and go to the well, and you can find the others. It doesn't matter how obscure, peculiar, or bizarre your interest is, I guarantee you can find 10 or 15 people who passionately share this thing. And that empowers you, and it builds communities. And community is the enemy of authoritarian organization, because community springs from the heart, authority springs from theory. Keeping us in a decommunal state is a major part of the agenda of anybody controlling us. That's why the Internet is so terrifying to people, because obviously it strengthens dissidence. Just last week, this stupid thing happened in Congress, the Digital Decency Act. Ask yourself, how many times have you been told that child pornography, bestiality, so forth and so on, is being purveyed to thousands of people on the net? Then if you have any experience of the net, you realize that that's like thinking of San Francisco as that one corner at Broadway and Columbus where they peddle girly mags. That's just a part of San Francisco. It's a complex civilization. We have all kinds of people. Everybody should be able to do what they want. But to define San Francisco that way would then lead you to the conclusion, well, maybe we better seal off San Francisco and clean up this hideous evil that's breaking loose. This is what's being done on the web. The public is being manipulated by major media to think that the web is just swarming with pederasts, fetish. But please, every restrict the web and to get regulation and to put cops on every node and so forth and so on. And this is very bad. It should be resisted. It probably will succeed. I don't think it will destroy the web. I think it'll be a speed bump. But please know that a war is going on for your loyalty in this issue, and don't allow, pornographobes and people like that to stampede you into the idea that the web is a tremendous social evil poised at the souls of our children. I mean, my God, you have to have $10,000 of equipment and an engineering degree to make your way into these places. I don't think there are too many 8-year-olds wandering around traumatized by what they're finding at alt.pics.erotic. Seems idiotic to me. Yeah.
In terms of the DEA, there are a lot of discussions going on because the government seems to condition a lot of our lives around usage of sexual active plants. And there are different discussions going on in the Bay Area about just how to deal with it. Some people are advocating going public, coming out, and which I tend not to agree with. Other people are advocating the First Amendment challenge and having a number of cases come up which are very constructive. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about any sort of general social way of thinking about how to deal with these governmental
on drug issues?
Yes.
It's a complicated thing because there are two levels. There is first of all the drug problem we are told we have, which is too many people are taking too many bad drugs and committing crimes in order to obtain money to buy drugs, or committing crimes in order to transport, manufacture, and deal drugs. And this has dehumanized our society, and it's a terrible scourge, and we have to do something about it. That's level one of the drug problem. What you are not told is that governments are the chief offenders. Most drugs in the world are either produced by governments or produced with the connivance of governments. And our little bailiwick, the psychedelics, don't even figure in this issue because not enough money is being made. The only psychedelic that ever made anybody any money was LSD. And on a scale where we're talking about methamphetamine, cocaine, and heroin, the fortunes made off of LSD were minuscule. The drug thing is a con. Governments need vast amounts of untraceable cash, they believe. because they turn it over to their secret police agencies, who then pursue secret agendas where they try to control events by illicit and non-sanctioned means. And by that I mean rigging elections, murdering labor leaders, hounding liberal editors into retirement, smearing people, so forth and so on. The hard drug markets of this world are entirely in the hands of governments. You know, somebody pulls a stunt in Kuwait, and we're there in a moment. We send troops to Haiti, but these mysterious jungle warlords in Burma seem untouchable. Nothing can be done. They're beyond the reach of any army, any aerial bombing campaign. It's just mysteriously indestructible, these warlords in Burma. Well, it's because they are the producing end of an illicit, world-girdling organization whose purpose is to deliver drugs to the market. And I believe that the CIA got into this game because, you could almost say, for good reasons from their point of view. The CIA in the middle 60s, as well as the rest of the American establishment, was confronted with the spectacle of black people determined to burn down the core of every city in America until they got social justice. The decision was made to bring hundreds of tons of chemically, pharmaceutically pure China White No. 3 heroin into those ghettos and just basically dump it on the ground and see what happens. And it totally broke the back of black radicalism and turned everybody into a junkie or a gangster somewhere in that system. Well, then when we lost the Vietnam War, the way the geopolitical thing came down was Khomeini got the heroin industry, and China White was traded in for Iranian brown, a lower grade of heroin. Well, since Khomeini is not a nice man in our pantheon, heroin suddenly became, highly repressed. But at the same time, as the Vietnam War wound down, these insurgencies in South America were being started up, and cocaine was brought onto the scene. And I can remember in like 72, 73, 74, a particular cover of Time magazine, cocaine, the new drug of choice. And it was just this far short of an endorsement. It was all about movie stars were doing it, and everybody was doing it. A huge picture of lines on the cover. That's a decision to sell. That's an ad campaign, a very high-profile ad campaign. Well, I think I said to you yesterday, in the international drug trade, the real cost of these drugs is in transporting them, because you have to pay somebody to bring 10 kilos of heroin into the United States. Unless you know fools, you're going to have to pay them $40,000 or $50,000, a fraction of the worth of that heroin. But nevertheless, if you haven't sold it yet, it's maybe tricky to get that kind of scratch together. Well, that's for 10 kilos of junk. You have to pay $50,000 to transport it. But if you have a C-130, you can bring 50,000 pounds of heroin, and it will cost you far less per unit volume. So the CIA had all these airplanes, and they simply diverted them to the drug trade. You probably have been following this recent scandal involving the U.S. Forest Service. Has this been in the papers here? It's been well rehearsed in Hawaii. Well, as you know, the U.S. Forest Service uses C-130s to drop fire-retardant chemicals on forest fires. When the Air Force was downsizing 3 years ago, the Forest Service requisitioned 15 C-130s. by manipulating paperwork and painting out serial numbers and painting on other serial numbers. Only 3 of those C-130s ever reached the Forest Service. The other 12 mysteriously disappeared. Do you know what a C-130 looks like? Do you know how hard it is to lose one of those puppies? 12 of them disappeared without a trace. Well, guess where? And guess what they're lugging back and forth? Now, the CIA itself is addicted to the money. The original impulse, break the back of black radicalism, has been replaced by a more obvious impulse, make a lot of money. Where do you get a quick $1 billion if you need it in a hurry? It's called, you take a floater on drugs. That's what you do. And the amount of money is so great that anyone can be corrupted. These boats that come up from Colombia that lie off the coast of Florida, the so-called motherships, a guy with a fast cigarette boat can make 3 trips to and from one of those motherships on a cloudy night. The standard pay for one of those trips, which takes about 40 minutes, is $125,000. You can make $375,000 a night doing this, and you're not a player, you're not a kingpin, you're not a major figure, you're a totally disposable peon. So imagine how much money there is to be made at the top. Who can refuse a $10 million bribe? You know, people come in and say, listen, we'd like to give you $10 million, and we've bought a house for you in the highlands of Malaysia and a Ferrari, and we'd just like you to go and live there and do whatever you want. And the choice is a bullet in the head. So which would you prefer? We're perfectly at ease either way, so you figure it out and call us back. Nobody can resist that kind of thing. So we're in a situation where we are being radically manipulated by governments because they are addicted to a style of piratical rogue capitalism that is just simply the greatest windfall ever imagined. I mean, there has never been anything like the modern illicit drug trade in the history of the world. 10 years ago, the drug trade and the international arms trade were on a par with each other. Today, the international drug trade makes 10 times as much money as the international arms trade, and there's no end in sight.
In terms of psychedelics and the situation many students are facing in a process of becoming psychologists, clinicians who want to work with psychedelics, and yet feel that their careers would be destroyed if they were to do so, or if they were to do so get caught, and the general social kinds or the governmental pressures on that. Here are some thoughts about, in the 60s, one group was tried, and different groups are being proposed now. I was wondering if any thoughts about how people could approach the psychedelic situation now.
Well, some of you may know Bobby Faust in New York. He's an interesting guy. He has an idea. He says that he advocates something which he calls civil obedience. He says not civil disobedience, but civil obedience. He says everybody who smokes pot should take their pot on a certain day and march down to the cop shop and demand that justice be done. And that if everybody who smoked pot did that, the courts would be so clogged, the entire madness of the whole thing would be exposed for everyone to see, and it would just be impossible to enforce. That's a strategic idea. It might work. From observing American society as long as I have, it's very clear to me they don't hand out rights around here. The only people who have any rights are people who demand them. And you can look at how black people broke free in the 60s. You can look at how the gay community got itself together in the 70s and 80s, and apparently, unless you're willing to stand up for what you are, you're going to be forever stigmatized. It was black people, they couldn't escape it. The reflectivity of their skin marked them. But it was very, very courageous for gay people, many of whom were way in the closet and doing well in straight society, to risk all that and say, no, look, this is what's going on. This is who I am. Now, if there's a problem, it's your problem, not my problem. And homosexuality was a crime in many states, in most states, just as drugs are. So I think really, if we're serious, we're going to have to risk something. We're going to have to risk our jobs, our reputations, perhaps some of our friendships, and just say, look, this is what it is. Now, if you don't like it, don't do it. But don't legislate for the rest of us. Society is a very complex enterprise, and what's good for you may not be good for me. And if it's to be done in mass action, that's better. We all feel better if we march in a group than if we march alone. But we drug people are incredibly, we fold too easily, I think. I think we feel great shame on some level about what we've done. I mean, it's very hard to stand up to a really straight person and say, yeah, no, I didn't try it. I just did it 10 minutes ago. We're not talking about my wild college days. We're talking about 35 seconds before I stood in your presence. And see, I'm not falling down. I'm not about to commit murder. I'm just like you are, except I have this different preference. And force that. And it's the task of a generation. You know, the right wing, they understand far better than we do. I mean, when Pat Buchanan says it's cultural war, he's talking about us. We're the counterculture. We're the enemy. And the response of a desperate foe is an ever more desperate lashing out. And Christianity is not going to go quietly into that good night. It's going to get nuttier as it approaches its terminal delirium. The killing of abortion doctors is a good example. What does that do for the right to life movement? It totally discredits them. It moves them from a position that is maybe different from yours but arguable to just nuts. We no longer have to make any kind of effort to sway those people or come to terms with them. They're crazy people. And you would no more try to convert them to your point of view than you would try to convert somebody who pulled a gun on you in an alley. Yeah.
What do you see happening with the DMT trade? I mean, obviously it's probably not much of a trade right now because it seems to be a very elusive substance out there. So one would probably argue, or you would argue, that more people should use it and see it and this experience.
You mean, do I think there'll be more of it?
And how that will progress. I mean, will it become something, like mushroom industry is fairly well developed because it's a very profitable type of thing. It seems to be to a large extent, a money-driven type of occupation that people going into it for money, about money.
Well, yes. I mean, the mushroom thing is a little different in the sense that a dedicated mushroom grower who works day and night can produce maybe 10,000 hits of mushrooms in a year. A chemist working with sufficient material can produce millions of doses of a pure compound. I think the reason mushrooms have flourished in such an... Have you noticed how mushrooms have been around since 1975? Have you noticed how the The press never writes about it, never interviews with underground mushroom growers, never exposes it, never talks about it. That's, I believe, because to expose it is to inspire ever more people to do it. It's very easy to do. You don't have to have a lot of capital backing. You don't have to have a degree in biochemistry. You don't have to be able to handle explosive materials. It's a very quiet, calm, cottage industry kind of thing. I think DMT, well, first of all, I know there's more DMT around in the last year and a half than in the previous 20 years. I don't know who's making it or where it's coming from, but I'm certainly grateful to them. I think there will be more and more. One thing about DMT that holds it back as a commercial commodity is, you know, if you sell somebody a gram, you may not see them for a year. If you sell somebody a gram of cocaine, they'll be back 8 hours later. The speed at which people consume their DMT once, I mean, I know somebody who has 2 grams of DMT, and I said, "You're not using it very fast." And he said, "Yes, well, I'm saving it for my grandchildren." I said, "You're not even married, for God's sake." So it's more an act of love and dedication, but I think there are enough people out there who care more for hell-raising and outrage than money that we can depend on them to produce some of this stuff. And some people make it simply in order to have it for themselves, and then, of course, they overproduced by a factor of 1,000, so they might as well dump the rest of that stuff. But I would love to see a national... It's always puzzled me why there aren't 4-inch headlines on every newspaper on the planet saying, you know, drug discovered which opens doorway to hyperspace. How can they keep it secret? How can it be a secret? I mean, we live in a culture where people regularly jump out of airplanes for recreational pleasure. That's the kind of culture we live in. And yet DMT has not made its way very deeply into that culture. I mean, if what people want is thrills, my God, are there thrills still untapped? However, I've noticed the surrender issue works here. I've talked to people who sailed solo around the world, climbed the north face of Everest, shot the rapids on the Mekong, and so forth. And so say, "Oh, well, you're a real hairy-chested guy. Would you like to smoke some DMT?" And, you know, absolutely ashen. "No, absolutely not. Are you crazy? That stuff's dangerous." I said, "Well, what about the time you parachuted into Kilimanjaro at the 22,000-foot level?" I said, "Well, I knew what I was doing. It was I was in." So I don't know. Different thrills for different folks. Yeah.
You once mentioned briefly, and I think sort of flippantly, I know this didn't anyone serious thought on the utilization project, on an argument being made that these compounds are only in your brain.
Oh yeah, no, that's a very serious thing. See, here's the legal history of how this all went down. In the middle 60s, it must have been around 67, somebody somewhere jumped out of a window on LSD and managed to kill themselves. Every newspaper in the country, if not the planet, did in-depth, detailed background, you know, maps, how he walked to the balcony, the arrow, the whole thing. And LSD was legal at that time. So then there was a huge hue and cry about how it had to be made illegal. And this was in California. And the California state legislature, with almost no debate, with no professional witnesses, with no scientific evidence placed before them, not only made LSD illegal, they made psilocybin, DMT, ibogaine, and figure this one out, bufotenin was made Schedule 1. Now get this, bufotenin is inactive in human beings. Why was it made Schedule 1? Because 2 weeks before this debate took place, a paper was published suggesting that it might cause hallucinations in human beings. In other words, they just went through the scientific literature, and anything described as a hallucination, hallucinogen, was poured in to this California drug bill. Well, and so then it was passed. Well, then 6 weeks later, somebody jumps out of a window somewhere else. This time, it's not even clear drugs are involved, but the mere suggestion that they might have been involved is enough to create a national debate, and the Congress, rather than hold hearings and adduce scientific evidence, says just take the California statute and federalize it. And so that was done. So what the consequences of this are is, in the case of a substance like psilocybin, no scientific evidence has ever been offered to any legislative body saying there was anything wrong with it. It was specifically made illegal simply because it causes hallucinations. No health risk is involved. Nothing was known about psilocybin at that time. So that's the first attack on these laws. They were not properly formulated in the first place. They were not based on reality or social need. Second of all, DMT, it is now subsequently become known, is an ordinary constituent of human metabolism. How can you make possession of this substance illegal when every man, woman, and child on earth is holding? I mean, it's like the ultimate catch-22. We are all criminals all the time. They don't have to throw pot around your apartment. They can just draw blood from your good right arm, and there's the damning evidence right there. So in the light of all this silliness, it would seem logical, I think, to go back and have a scientific review and a complete revision of the scheduling of these drugs. Look at the scheduling anyway. Schedule 1, what is it? Compounds with absolutely no medical use whatsoever. Cannabis is in there, even though it's the preferred treatment for glaucoma and for chemotherapy to suppress nausea in chemotherapy. Heroin is in there, and then all psychedelics. You move to Schedule 2, and the first thing that jumps out of you is cocaine is Schedule 2. Marijuana is considered to be a more dangerous and devastating drug than cocaine. Why? Because, by the rules of the game, cocaine is used in certain medical procedures to anesthetize the optic nerves sometimes and to anesthetize nerves in the throat for certain forms of surgery. So because it has this obscure medical use, it's Schedule 2. And this doesn't make any sense at all. These drug laws have never been rationally put in place. The original stigmatization of cannabis was carried on by the Hearst newspapers because they spent a huge amount of money buying Canadian forest for newsprint, just as the hemp industry was beginning to develop as a supplier for paper. And when they realized that they had badly invested in Canadian timber, they decided that they would put the hemp industry out of business. And so they discovered that it's marijuana among those wily, dark-skinned folks south of the border who are so unclean and peculiar, and they began to attach it to a stigmatized racial group and managed to hound it out of existence. This game has never been played fairly. It has always been played to benefit markets, capitalists, and producers. It has never been handled in a rational and scientific manner. And it should be, because there's very little doubt that the future holds an endless cornucopia of psychoactive drugs. This thing I told you about yesterday, salvorine alpha. What's to become of this? I have some friends who have a church and a bunch of pagan folk, and I told them about this, and they immediately filed it as a sacrament of their church. Now, they couldn't have done this if it were illegal, but it's at the moment legal. And so they proclaimed it a sacrament of their church and are using it ritually, and hope that when it inevitably becomes illegal, they will be in a position to argue that it was legal and they used it as an exercise of religious freedom, and now it can't be taken away from them. But the existence of something like salvorine alpha tells you there may be hundreds of psychoactive drugs of all types. And we just simply need a rational process that serves who? That serves the user, not the producer, the purveyor, or any. But these are medicines. They should be subject to the same standards of purity and so forth that the pharmaceutical industry. I mean, what's always put against drugs is that they're unclean and dirty. But that's because they're made in illicit, clandestine labs that have been forced underground by witless government policies. And now, you know, it's not even a matter of debate. We've got the Dutch data. We know that when you legalize drugs, people don't immediately start smoking reefer 24 hours a day and committing acts of public fornication. That hasn't happened anywhere. That's a fantasy of the Christian right wing. No, all that happens when you legalize drugs is that people continue to do what they've been doing, whether they use drugs or not. So it's a shell game. And if any of you ever reach positions of policy making or influence on policy making, I hope that you will try to input into this process and rationalize it, because it's one of the great unregulated scams on the planet, and millions of people are being victimized. Third world poverty is being exacerbated. Criminal syndicalism is flourishing. Ordinary law-abiding people are being criminalized. People are being made to feel guilty about simply trying to understand their own spiritual yearnings and their own place in the cosmos. It's a tragic situation, and it's retarding cultural transformation. Yeah.
Are other countries, besides the Dutch and Holland, are other countries more lax about this than we are?
Oh, yeah.
Is North America particularly anal retention?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Germany, for example, I've been coming and going from Germany for 7 or 8 years. It's always been loose. I mean, you could always sit in a reasonably sleazy restaurant after dinner and make a spliff and hand it around, and nobody would say anything. But and now the hemp laws have been declared unconstitutional. They're more liberal than I would be in Germany. In other words, they say that you can possess a gram of heroin every 24 hours without legal consequences. That seems to me a little loose. I mean, maybe I've known more junkies than the head of the German Supreme Court, but it seems a little loose. You can possess up to 40 grams of hashish for your own personal use, and you can grow up to 12 plants without stigma. And it's interesting, I was in Germany in May of this year, and this law had just been passed 6 weeks before, and I was staying in Berlin. And Berlin, like San Francisco, has many residential districts that are high, narrow, 3-story houses. You could look down these streets, and there are all these balconies, and just peeking above every balcony were the heads of the allowed 12 cannabis plants per person. And you could see that the entire city of Berlin was just slowly turning green. And while I was there, I saw an interview with the chief of police, and he said, yeah, we love this new cannabis law. I've been able to assign resources to real crime problems, and look at our statistics on how few stolen car deals there have been. And the police are now freed to do what they should be doing, which is maintain public order, not messing around with what people are doing in the confines of their own minds. If it weren't for Europe, I think this situation would be frozen out forever. But we will eventually be humiliated into liberalizing our drug laws. That's all. I had always traveled all over the world, but I'd never really been to Europe till about 8 years ago. And when you go there, you discover what some people say it was de Tocqueville, and some people say Charles de Gaulle, but someone said, America, it's a footnote on European civilization. And you go there and you discover, oh, this is where it all came from. This is where they invented all of this stuff. What peculiarly complicates our situation is Europe is a genuinely secular society. And the concept of a Christian right wing being able to dominate the political agenda of those, it's inconceivable to them. I mean, they have Christian fundamentalists, of course, but it's a curiosity, a testament to their tolerance, not a knife poised at the heart of political dialogue the way it is in this country. We have allowed ourselves to become too rigidified in this meddling sort of neo-Lutheran attitude toward each other. I mean, don't people understand that the essence of sophistication is tolerance? Tolerance. That's all. Robert Frost once said, the secret of happiness is learning to enjoy people you don't approve of. And I would add, and the second secret is learning to enjoy foods that you don't approve of. Yeah.
Another point I feel I need to make is this is also the only country in the world where the practice of herbal medicine, what in Europe is called phytotherapy, the only place where it's illegal. It's not just psychoactive plants which are suppressed. It's the use of any by an ordinary person, someone who hasn't been given authority.
And I think Americans are paranoid of nature. Our history is one of conquest, and though we slaughtered a lot of Indians, we never tell it that way. We say we tamed the frontier, and so nature herself is set up as the enemy of American destiny, and that's why the incredible artificiality of our culture and our incredible anxiety in the face of chaos. We're order freaks. That's why it's so disturbing to people to imagine that people around them might be stoned, because they don't know what stoned is. So that terra incognito becomes frightening to them. We're a very infantile society. I had some German friends visit me in Hawaii, and they wanted to go to the beach, and so we all went down to the beach, and we're laying out the towels and everything, and my friend whipped her top off. I said, you can't do that here. And she said, you're not serious. And I said, well, didn't you know that you can't go topless on American beaches? And she said, well, I'd heard that, but I just didn't believe it. I thought they meant some American beaches. I said, no, this is over the top. Well, I can't imagine that will change before the end of the world. This society is so rigid that, the sight of a tit shakes the entire social edifice from foundation to top. That's how paranoid, how clenched, how fragilely balanced the American enterprise is. It's a craziness. It's a cultural craziness to people who come from outside of it. They can't believe it. And so she put her top on, but just shaking her head, oh. Because up to that point, she thought it was just sort of like Europe, but exotic and interesting. But suddenly she realized, oh no, these people are cannibals. And best watch what you say and do. Yeah.
I was curious if you've ever tried that toad skin thing. And if you're a vegetarian, if you had a problem with that.
I'm not a vegetarian, and it shocks many people, and my riposte is simply, the most intelligent beings I've ever met are plants. So why shouldn't I eat meat? You want me to chow down on a turnip in good conscience? You can't be serious. What was the other part? Oh, the toad foam.
Because you were talking about earlier vegetarianism.
I have been vegetarian for long periods in my life. Now I sort of follow the hippie philosophy that your body knows what it wants, even if it's a Snicker. The deeper wisdom of the body. As far as toad foam, it isn't toad skin. So we don't have to worry about the fate of the toad is not sacrificed in this process unless your milking technique is excessively vigorous. The substance is 5-methoxy-DMT, and many people like it. I don't prefer it simply because it's just like DMT, except there's no visions. And that's a little like saying it's just like the Philadelphia Philharmonic, only there's no orchestra. But it is a huge tryptamine-like feeling that because it's not been studied, the toxicology of it is not well understood, and I've seen people get pretty uncomfortable with it. I've never seen anybody vomit on DMT. I have seen it repeatedly on 5-MeO. One piece of information about 5-MeO, which don't draw any conclusions, but it's worth knowing, it's fatal to sheep. I mean, if you inject sheep with 5-methoxy-DMT, they fall down and their little legs shake in the air, and that's all she wrote. Well, we're not sheep, but if you think you might be one, I would suggest that you don't try this stuff. Well, I think we're at the end of the road here. I feel a little guilty that there wasn't more hard botany, but I feel confident that David and Ralph and the other people participating in this course will get this to you. There's a great deal to be learned. There's a great deal of camaraderie among the people who do this work. I think most people who work in this field feel that we're struggling at the frontier of the envelope of human potential, and that great good is potentially here, and that part of the saving of the planet and the saving of humanness involves saving these plants and the shamanic dimensions that they throw open to us. Gaia wishes to communicate, and these are the channels of communication by which she reaches us through and around our own fears and silliness. And to the degree that we can rescue this tradition, save these species, legitimize this research, and carry ourselves deeper into the endless riches of the world of the spirit, to the degree that we do these things, I feel we've advanced the universal project of bringing the good to manifestation. So I wish you all luck in your professions. I hope that you take your chosen field by storm. If any of you need to reach me, come through a friend or through the CIIS front office. David usually knows where I am. If you think I can help you by introducing you to someone or pointing you toward a reference or in any other way, feel free. This is very important work whether we succeed or fail, it would be tragic not to make the effort, because I think we really align ourselves with the Gaian intent when we bring these things to the community and share them. Thank you very much.